I'm hitting the record. We are recording this session. I'd forgotten to do that. So we focus on humanitarian education, experiential-based humanitarian education for graduates and undergraduate students, and having them have the experience of what it's like to work and operate in an emergency situation. Typically a conflict zone where things are going on, the normative conflict that we read about, all world conflict, but also in situations of emergency management. Naomi Davis, who's joining me today, is a former student of mine, and it was a participant in a program, our last program, that we did last spring. And I'll introduce you to Naomi in a minute. We have worked over the years, not only with graduates and undergraduate programs, we've also worked a lot with community colleges. You should know, sometimes they've come to our programs, but we've had an ongoing relationship with Allegheny College of Maryland, where Allegheny College has, role players from Allegheny College of Maryland have actually supported our program and act as internally displaced people. And I actually have an article that at some point I'll post in the chat that talks about the work that we do with Allegheny College. As I said, we're recording today. Eventually, probably maybe 2 weeks after this program will be posted on our YouTube page, of which you can access it for free. And if you go to our YouTube page, you see actually last year's seminar. I think we go back 3 years on the YouTube page of seminars. So it's the 8th, 9th, 10th, and then the 11th. We're using Zoom meetings versus Zoom webinars. I like Zoom meetings because it has a lot more functionality. It also gives the ability for people to communicate and to connect with each other. And I think that's very valuable as a way of having people be able to crosstalk in a seminar, introduce themselves. I'm actually going to ask you all now to introduce yourselves in the chat, say a little bit about where you are, maybe what you do, what your interests are, even put your contact information, because often what you find is in these situations, people are able to connect with each other outside of the seminar. And that's really what networking is all about. And I emphasize this a lot with my graduate students, but I don't want to emphasize it any less with community college students and certainly other people in the field of connecting. We will take questions and answers. Every session goes 45 minutes. We'll take questions and answers unless the presenter wants to take in different format. We will hold until after the 45-minute presentation or whenever the presentation is done. After 45 minutes, every presentation starts on the quarter hour, so 11:15, 12:15, and so forth. It goes then to the hour, and then there's a 15-minute break. So get up, walk around, do what you need to do, feed your cat, have something to eat. But if you want to stick around, then the presenter there is for questions. You can post questions in the chat, but I think we're going to be not so large a group that we actually can't do questions actually in a live way. And some of the sessions will be moderated by Naomi, and some of the sessions will be moderated by me. If you've got tech questions during the seminar, just send me a chat. Send me a text, contact me through the chat. Generally speaking, most of you are familiar with using Zoom. I think if we had been doing this 2 years ago, we would have been spending a lot of time. We would have been spending a lot of time doing a lot of educating you on Zoom. But I feel like Zoom is kind of ubiquitous with people right now. They kind of know how to use it. We have an agenda. However, like most programs and like most agendas, these are put together weeks in advance, and the world is changing rapidly. We don't have anything on the agenda that deals with the Middle East right now, because when we started building the agenda 3-4 weeks ago, really the current hostilities and the current conflict between Hamas and Israel wasn't present. At least it wasn't present in an active way. Hopefully we can find some space during the seminar to talk about some of the more current issues that are going on. So I don't want you to think that those are not important. It's just the nature of putting some things together. Sometimes you just can't get to it. So we'll do that. The last thing I want to say is that next week we're going to start at 10 a.m. So we're going to start an hour early. So today we have 6 sessions. Next week we have 7 sessions. 10 a.m. means people on the West Coast are starting at 7. I apologize for that. But I had to shoehorn in somebody that I really want to talk, and that's really Tony Jenkins, who's going to talk about peace education. He's actually going to do it today, and then we flip Colonel Pratt flip with them, which I'm appreciative of, and we're kind of moving things around, which we do. So I'm now going to turn it over to Naomi Davis. Naomi is a Paul Forge Fellow. She's a graduate of the master's degree program in conflict resolution analysis at George Mason, where I teach. We run a simulation every spring or summer that includes George Mason students. George Mason students then can apply to be Paul Forge Fellows. She's one of 4 fellows this year who is working with the center, looking at issues such as curriculum development, logistics for curriculum, social media, fundraising, things of that nature. And for the first 2 months, Naomi is focusing on this type of work. Naomi is going to be introducing some people. She's a graduate of Eastern Mennonite University, and then I'll turn it over to her if she wants to say something else that's great about herself. And then she's going to introduce our first speaker. She's going to facilitate that conversation. Then I'll come back after that. So Naomi, I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to turn it over to you. Welcome, Naomi.
Thank you, David. I'll also add, which David was excited to hear, that I'm a community college graduate and made it all the way to master's, maybe PhD someday. So I'll add that encouragement to you all. And I have the pleasure to introduce Colonel Pratt this morning. He is also a graduate of the Peace and Conflict Resolution in the Carter School. And he is currently the executive director of the Richmond Peace Education Center. And just a true delight to talk to and share stories with and dream about what the world could look like. So I hope y'all soak in what he has to say this morning. He'll take it all the way until 12 o'clock, and then we'll have some Q&A after that. So thanks, Colonel Pratt, for being here. Let's hear what you have to say.
Good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be here. I have a PowerPoint prepared. I'm going to try to share my screen. See if I can get that to come up. Okay. Can everyone see the PowerPoint? Excellent, excellent. So yes, so I am the executive director at the Richmond Peace Education Center. Just to give you a little bit of background about how I came to this role, I started out with this organization as a volunteer. And I was just so enthralled by the work that they were doing that I put myself forward as wanting to be a facilitator for some workshops. The main trainer took me under her wing, trained me to be a facilitator, and that experience actually inspired me to pursue a degree at George Mason. So after I graduated from George Mason, I was looking at different opportunities. I saw the opportunity at the Richmond Peace Education Center to be the executive director, but imposter syndrome told me that I couldn't do it and they wouldn't hire me. So it's the email about the position sat in my email box for about a month or two until one of the board members reached out to me. He said, you need to apply to this position and you need to do it quickly because the process is moving along. So I said, well, let me just throw my information out there. I didn't expect anything to come of it. But long story short, I ended up being their favorite candidate, and I was hired in October of last year. So I've just been at this for about a year. But yeah, it was not something that I started volunteering hoping would happen, not something I expected to happen, but here we are. So I'm happy to talk with you all and give you some more background information about the Richmond Peace Education Center and my experience and what I've gained from helping to revive a legacy peace organization. So just a quick overview of what we'll talk about. And feel free to unmute or raise your hand if you have a comment or a question as things come up. Also, feel free to write your questions down because I will stay until 12 and you'll have an opportunity at the end to ask any questions that you have. So either one works for me, but I'll give you some introduction and background about the Peace Center, talk about the crisis that the Peace Center experienced, a new beginning, which included hiring me as the executive director, and then some of our current work, and then all the learnings that I've picked up along the way. And then we'll have the Q&A at the end. All right, so the Richmond Peace Education Center, you'll hear me say RPEC. It's just jargon that I've gotten used to saying, but the Richmond Peace Education Center was established back in 1980. And the founders came from different, primarily Christian faith communities. So you have Quakers, the Catholic Church, Unitarian Universalists, which they would not consider themselves strictly Christian. So maybe I should have added a note to that. But you have the Episcopal Church, Presbyterian Church, the Mennonite Church. So primarily Christian group of folks. Today, we try to be more interfaith. I have to admit, we're not doing a great job at that at present, but we definitely welcome any opportunity to work with any faith community. And, you know, we're totally open to working with secular organizations as well. So the beginning started with people from Christian faith communities. And it was a response to nuclear proliferation, which was a huge thing back in the 80s with the arms race. And so with that, the original focus of the organization was on international issues and conflict resolution training locally. So they went on in the 90s to include work with prisons, protesting the death penalty, and dismantling racism. And so fast forward to 2018, and this is when the crisis happened. Now, the exact timeline and details are still unclear to me. I get little snippets from folks that were more deeply involved than I was as a volunteer when I happened to meet them and talk with them. So what I know is a reconstruction of several conversations that I've had, and I'll say that although this is the only organization that I've come into that was in crisis, I would not be surprised if that's a common thing that happens when an organization goes into crisis mode, because information or communication lines start to break down as people get anxious, some leave, some panic. So it's common, I think, for that to happen. Now, the crisis was primarily financial. The programming was doing great. However, there were some grants that the organization expected to come through. And unfortunately, at that point, the budget was heavily dependent on grants, which is not what you want. You cannot depend on grants coming through for you. They're not promised. And grantors can change their mind at any point. They can decide to give the grant to other organizations. And when that happens, the board members were surprised, not only that they didn't get the grants, but at just the shape of the finances as a result of not having those grants come through. And Naomi, if anybody raises their hand, I can't see it, so feel free to let me know.
Yeah, I'll update you about the chat too.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. But yeah, moving on. So the financial crisis started right at the end of 2018, going into 2019, and then the pandemic happens. Before anybody could really get a handle on the finances of the organization. And so without getting the grants, the in-person programming had to stop, which was another source of revenue that was cut off. And so because the crisis was already happening, there was just an inability to transition to doing virtual programming. And so it was kind of a cascade of layoffs and liquidation of all resources and assets. It was pretty bad. The organization went into a period of hibernation. They nearly dissolved at one point, but there was a dedicated core of donors who felt that this organization that started in the 1980s and had an impact in the greater Richmond area was too important to just let it dissolve. And so they continued to give funds. And as the organization was in hibernation during that time, they were saving things up so that later down the line, they could reopen the Peace Center and start doing work again. So that led to a new beginning. So the new beginning started with hiring me as the executive director, but I didn't start full-time right off the bat. It was more of a process. They hired me working 20 hours a week at first, and then that increased to 30 hours a week. And then with the help of a generous donor in the area, they were able to hire me full-time, which is where I am. That happened about July, in July when I became full-time. And so with this new beginning, there was this tension between expectations and reality. There were many people involved with the organization that saw an executive director as some kind of magic solution that was going to bring everything back. But a lot of people, including myself, needed to take time to appreciate how the greater Richmond area had changed versus what it was before the pandemic. Different communities were experiencing things that they hadn't before. People had become far more accustomed to virtual programming, different relationships that we had before the crisis, before the pandemic. Some of those organizations and partnerships just moved on. Some because they had important work that needed to continue, and others genuinely thought that we had dissolved. They genuinely thought that the Peace Center was no more. And so they moved on to partner with other organizations and to continue their own work. And so there were some initial struggles. I touched on it a moment ago about kind of a damaged reputation. And that, I don't know that there was anything that could have been done to really prevent that from happening, because the organization was already in crisis when the crisis happened as a new youth program started up in two underserved communities, Gilpin Court and Jackson Ward. And so the crisis happened as that was starting to ramp up, and then the pandemic hit, and they immediately stopped. You just couldn't meet in person. But unfortunately, because of the crisis, no one was prepared to wind it down appropriately. And so those communities felt abandoned, and rightly so, because there was no explanation of why we weren't showing up anymore, why the work had stopped, why the relationships had just grown cold. So we're still kind of dealing with that as a result of the struggles in the past. We still have some severely limited capacity, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. We still deal with some issues with this organization. And, you know, when I was talking about how I started out part-time, that's what I'm talking about when I mentioned how time and energy was divided. If I knew then what I know now, I don't know that I would have accepted the role as part-time, because you just trying to divide yourself up between two jobs when being an executive director really is a full-time role is less than ideal, to put it lightly. And so those were some of the struggles that were right off of the bat when the Peace Center decided to open up. Go ahead.
Hey, sorry, since you're talking about like time constraints and everything, there's a question in the chat about just kind of the scope of the work of RPEC, and more specifically, if y'all engaged with or had a role in the removal of Confederate monuments, and if there's a role that y'all have in the Middle East conflicts right now. But you can answer that whenever. Yeah,
so appreciate that. And I'll touch on some of that in the slides coming up. But I will say that because the crisis started before the pandemic and the removal of the Confederate statues on Monument Avenue in Richmond kind of coincided with the pandemic, unfortunately, we were just not in a position to be of any help at all. The crisis was still full blown. Folks didn't know whether the Peace Center would continue. And so we were just not in a position to be of any help. And, you know, I feel bad about that because I know I'm not the only one who wanted to be of help when all of that was going on, but that's just not what we were capable of. And I will also touch on, well, I can go ahead and answer right now. We have had a very limited and I would even say muted response to what's going on between Israel and Hamas. That is related to actually something that I'll touch on in the upcoming slides. So I'll say that for now, and I'll explain some more a little bit later as we talk about the current day. So one of the reasons why we have had a muted response to what's going on between Israel and Hamas is because the organization has become hyper-local. We focus more on local youth. We're very soft on international issues. When the war in Ukraine happened, we put an article in our newsletter, and that is about as deep as we got. Just talking about how, as a peace center, we stand against violence for any reason, and that we hope for that conflict to come to an end sooner rather than later. But we haven't done anything, any presentations or programming related to international issues. I hope that will change as we get our legs under us once again. But the focus has been primarily on the greater Richmond area and the impact that we can have on our immediate community. So to talk about the kind of work that we do, right now we primarily do workshops, and we use a restorative justice kind of circle model to hold those workshops. They're focused on understanding trauma. That's one workshop that we do. Another workshop that we do is just basic conflict resolution skills. So active listening, de-escalation, things like that. Very, very basic conflict resolution. And our workshops are all in person now. We have about 8 board members. I say about because we're experiencing a transition because board members are starting to reach the end of their term. And so we're inviting new folks in as folks reach the end of their term. Right now, I'm the only full-time staff member, and I have a part-time assistant, and that's it. So, we accomplish a lot by partnering with other peace organizations in the area, and I'll talk some more about that later on. But because of where we are, our board is a working board. So they are out there actively looking for opportunities. They're creating connections. They're involved with fundraising. So they're working, which is a little different than organizations that are in a different point in their life cycle. But I'll touch on the life cycle a little bit later. So, as a matter of fact, I'll touch on it right now. Let me go ahead and put that link in the chat real quick. Hopefully it won't cause too many problems. Because I want you to be able to have access to the link. I'll close that out. But I mentioned a nonprofit, the life cycle. There's a really great illustration of nonprofit life cycles that we're going to talk about in a second. But before we look at that, I just want to emphasize that nonprofits don't fit nicely in these parts of the life cycle all the time. Some do. Ours definitely does not. And it's kind of, because we went through a crisis, we don't fit in the columns nicely. And I'll explain more about that. But before the crisis, the organization really was in a state of maturity, except for when it came to finances. In that respect, the organization was very much a startup. So, just very briefly, I won't go into too much detail because I'm mindful of the time, but this is the nonprofit life cycle. And so when it comes to RPEC, where we were, as far as impact, or where we are right now, we're between idea and maturity. Idea because we're adjusting to the new context of post-pandemic Richmond, Virginia. And we have curriculum and workshops that are polished. And so we're trying to understand, okay, what is the demand for our typical programming that we did before the pandemic, but also what are some ways that we can adapt to how things have changed and offer some programming that people are asking for and that the community needs. When it comes to brand, we are mature in that the organization is 40 years old, but we're rebranding ourselves as we come out of hibernation, as we start to make new connections in the community. When it comes to revenue, we very much are in that startup stage. Operations and culture, again, startup stage. And when it comes to governance, there was some maturity, but one of the reasons why we went through crisis was because there was some dysfunction in that maturity stage. And so now we're kind of going back and looking at things again to bring about some changes, much needed changes. So learnings. And again, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to chime in whenever you like. So one of the things that I learned is that an organization does not always mean that there is organization. So when the crisis happened, there was almost a total board turnover. So none of the staff and only one board member remained from those who weathered the storm of the crisis. And so we lost a lot of institutional and organizational knowledge from folks just being disillusioned or burnt out or moving on to other things. And so what we had was a Google Drive. But that Google Drive, the Google Drive was treated much like anyone else would treat a Google Drive. You throw information in there because you want to hold on to it, not necessarily thinking that we're going to need this in a crisis. So when I came on board, the state of the Google Drive was quite a bit a mess. It was a mess, to be honest. But what we did find out is that someone had the foresight to preserve a lot of the documents that go all the way back to 1980, and they donated those to Virginia Commonwealth University. And so everything was not lost. It's just in a state of disorganization right now. And I had the opportunity to go to VCU and look at those archives, and it's a wonderful treasure trove of the history of the organization. So if you come to an org and they've gone through a crisis, do expect disorganization. Also, the bylaws had not been visited for 10 years, and a lot of the board members had not even read them, and that's critical because it's a legally binding document. And so this is something that happens when the organization goes through crisis. Because the folks who had been there, the old guard, so to speak, had moved on to other things. The folks who had come on board did not get the onboarding that you would hope they would get. So we spent some time when I first came on board revisiting the bylaws and updating them to reflect what the organization had become as a result of result of everything that happened. And we also had not had any of the responsibilities or expectations of board members clearly spelled out. So folks were not meeting the needs of the organization as a board member because no one had clearly stated what was expected of them. And so that's something to look out for. So make sure you get organized. If you come into a legacy organization and they've been through a crisis, take the time to get organized. Ask the questions about those important documents that are supposed to be in place, about expectations of different roles. Make sure people know what they're supposed to be doing, when they're supposed to do it, how they're supposed to do it, and all of that stuff. Another thing that I learned, step back with setbacks. When I started, a lot of the plans that I had fell through. And it was a little frustrating, but I also learned to take the opportunity to reflect on why they fell through. Was it a resource thing? Was it a capacity thing? Was it a relationship thing? Was it a timing thing? Um, there's so many factors that go into um, how to be successful and what causes things to fail. And so when you experience a setback, take that time to reflect. Don't just like try to force things to happen and push forward. Um, and resist those feelings to get frustrated or feel defeated. Plans are going to fall through, even when people have the best intentions. It happens. But again, take that moment to reflect on the factors that cause the plans to fall through. And again, see it as an opportunity to reassess. Look for partnerships. The Richmond Peace Festival was something that had been going on up until 2017, and I wanted to bring it back. But I knew that in the past, it took organizations partnering with each other. And so that's what we did when we brought it back this year in September. I partnered with the interfaith community of Greater Richmond, and together we drew in other organizations and formed partnerships to make that happen. We're hoping to start a program with Virginia Commonwealth University, student-led, student-organized Peace Club. That's going to depend on laying the groundwork for a partnership with VCU. Hopefully, we can pilot that at VCU, spread it to other universities, and create opportunities to invite younger folks into the organization. And it's the same with Richmond Public Schools. We're partnering with them so that we can do some work with their teachers and their students. Be patient. As much as you might want to hit the ground running, that may not be realistic right off the bat. Take some time to get clear and possibly reassess your mission, your vision, strategy again. In our situation, we needed to take some time to understand, okay, in what ways had the Greater Richmond area changed since before we went through our crisis? And so we wanted to make sure that however we responded to things that were going on in the community, we wanted it to be a deliberate response, not just some reactive, oh, we got to do something because something happened kind of activity. One example is that at Huguenot High School in Richmond, there was a shooting at a graduation. A young man and his father were shot right after the graduation had happened. We were not in a position to respond. And so we learned from other organizations. Two other organizations, what they did was they partnered with each other and they held some listening empathy circles so that folks could just kind of talk about how this event had impacted them. We were not in a position to do anything like that. And that's okay. When you come through a crisis and you're trying to get your footing again, don't feel like you have to be the one and only organization to step in and do things. Sometimes you can't, and that's all right. And again, remember, no matter who's hired, fired, what resources are found, there's no panacea for an organization in crisis. Don't think that, oh, now we got this, we're going to be able to get right back on our feet and go right back to what we were doing before. It doesn't work like that. Another thing, leverage your nonprofit status. This is especially important when resources are tight, when capacity is extremely low. Don't feel like money is the only answer to the needs that you have. I found tons of free resources. Canva is free for nonprofits. Monday.com is a program, as a project management platform online. That's totally free. Taproot connects you with skilled professionals who can do things like redesign your website, who can do social media strategy for you. They can help you with organizing finances, and they do it totally free. Zephy is a platform for nonprofits where you can process donations and other things with credit cards for free. And then there's Candid, their foundation directory. It's free at libraries. So I'm able to research different grants and things like that for free. So I'm sure there's even more, but you know, that's something that you want to do when you realize that resources are not what you hope they would be. Look for stuff that's free and don't be afraid to ask. So now we have time for Q&A. And feel free to contact me if you have a question that comes up later. There's my email address. You can give me a call. But yeah, any questions or comments or anything from the room?
Thank you. I received the first question. It's about, has there basically been naysayers? Have there been people telling you that this is useless to try to revamp or revive the organization? And how did you deal with that?
You know, there were naysayers, and one of the things that helped me was to focus on our mission, which is to build just, inclusive, nonviolent communities through education and action. That kind of work is way too important to listen to naysayers. That kind of work is something that you can get passionate about, something that can fuel you. So when you have naysayers saying, you know, just fold up, it's time to close up shop, you guys are not relevant anymore, remember the reason why you exist, and remember your mission and how important it is, the impact that you're going to have when you stay focused and you stay determined. That's how I dealt with the naysayers that came up. Good question. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Just a reminder, it's open up to anybody,
Yeah.
21 people in the room. So if you want to just unmute and shout it out, if you want to put it in the group chat for everybody, or if you want to message me directly and I can read your question out. While people are gathering their thoughts, I do have a question.
Okay.
So like from your last slide of having all these different apps and organizational tools, and like just your whole presentation, there's a lot of work that's not the work, if that makes sense. Like there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes of like, I mean, building relationships is the work, but there's other things as far as just like communication methods, going and finding the archives of organizational history, all these things. So how do you balance that, like the forming up a foundation that is like, so you have enough useful tools to do what you need to do and getting the work done without feeling overwhelmed or feeling like the tools are getting in the way?
I mean, it is difficult at times to strike that balance. But there are some things. So for example, we are starting to turn our attention back to grants, not making the same mistake of depending on them solely for all of our funding, but realizing it's a great source for funding to do programming. However, either no one had created a strategic plan or it was lost somewhere through the crisis. And so instead of trying to take on the task of doing strategic planning by ourselves, I reached out to different experts in the area. And so we found a consultant. We had a generous donor who said, I believe in what you all do. I will pay for the consultant to help you go through this process. So one of the ways you balance things out is you reach out to folks and you find those folks in the community who align with your mission and are willing to help you take this big, giant task and spread it out, you know, so you're not carrying the load just on your shoulders. But again, it comes down to being humble and not saying, we've been around for 40 years, we can do this all by ourselves. No, no, we can't. And it's okay to ask people for help, especially when you know those people are aligned with your mission and they believe in what you're doing. You got to reach out and ask for help if you're going to balance everything out. Good question. I like that.
Wide and deep network.
Yep. Absolutely.
So there's a public question from David asking to hear about some of the student programs. And then I also have a message, I'll read it directly. How do you recruit / find board members? Do you concentrate on Richmondites or do you cast a broader geographical net? And I'll add a question to that. Do you say Richmondites or Richmonders? Because
I say Richmonders.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the board and the student programs.
Yeah, so the programs that we have going on right now, I'm really excited about working with Albert Hill Middle School to teach them how to hold restorative justice circles, to deal with the conflicts that come up between students, between teachers and students, and even between teachers. So in 2018, the Peace Center had actually worked with the middle school before, and they did an excellent job of training the teachers and training the students to hold those circles. But as what happens over time, teachers moved on to different opportunities, students moved up to high school from middle school, and so now they're at a place where the principal reached out to us. She said, I want to bring that back. And so that's one of the programs that we're really excited about. In January, we're going to start teaching the teachers how to do the circles, and then we're going to teach the students after we have the teachers trained so that the teachers are in a position to understand what the students are doing when they hold circles, and they're in a position to support them adequately so that they're as effective as possible. And then, again, partnering with Virginia Commonwealth University, we're hoping to host an event with them. It's going to be a fireside chat kind of format with an expert from the Quincy Institute, which does a lot of public policy kind of stuff. It's an effort to reach back to our roots of international issues. We're going to have George Beebe. He's former CIA. He's going to come and talk about a diplomatic solution or a diplomatic end to the war in Ukraine. So I'm really excited about that. And that's, again, one of those efforts to reach back. And so to talk about the how we recruit board members, part of it is just putting yourself out there and literally asking, would anybody like to be a board member? Because a lot of times people just assume that you have the people that you need. That's not always the case. So you have to put yourself out there and say, hey, we are actively looking to recruit board members. And then you have to show up at different events. So, again, partnering with VCU, they hold a lot of events that draw in the community. So I just show up. In some instances, I invite myself, and the more people see you and the more you start to talk about the organization that you're with, the more it starts to pique people's interest, and they start to ask, okay, what are you all doing? Like, is there an opportunity to get involved? And then you jump on that opportunity and say, as a matter of fact, there is an opportunity for you to get involved as a board member. And so we've had some, conversations that just happen naturally because, you make yourself available and people get familiar with seeing you. But you do have to just make the ask if you want to draw people in. Any other questions?
There's a couple more. And I wonder also, you mentioned imposter syndrome at the beginning. Maybe it's also empowering people out of that too, to see that they can be a board member.
Absolutely. Great point.
So there's one about, is there a significant event that led you to this mission? And then a little different, because Richmond is the former capital of the Confederacy, are there any particular race relations or challenging issues that you're working on?
Great question. So the event that brought me to the Peace Center and got me involved with this organization was something called the EduConcert, which was a part of a greater program called Generation Dream, which is all about honoring the work and the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. I went to that and I was blown away by how they were able to pull together such a diverse group of people and really elevate the idea that we can all be active and a part of creating a community that is nonviolent. So when I went to that event, they had an opportunity to sign up for getting the newsletter and to do workshops. Every paper that they had where I could put my name and email address on it, I put my name and email address on it because I was blown away. And I thought I have to be a part of this organization. So I'm excited to say that we're going to partner with some other organizations to bring that back. It had been dormant during the pandemic, so we're going to bring that back in February of 2024. But as far as race relations, I am working on forging a relationship with another organization in Richmond called the Pledge to End Racism. They have a complete workshop and curriculum. And so I'm hoping that we can make some connections with them so that we're not reinventing the wheel, but we're creating opportunities for folks who are familiar with us to take part in their programming, and also for folks who are familiar with the Pledge to End Racism to learn about us and take part in the activities that we have going on. So again, it's forming those partnerships, but we don't have anything specifically related to addressing racism or social justice. We're partnering with folks who are already doing a phenomenal job at tackling those issues and hoping that we can support and create that mutually beneficial kind of relationship with them.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I want to put that link in the chat. Is it the General Pledge to End Racism or the Richmond Pledge to End Racism?
Richmond Pledge to End Racism.
Okay, I'll add that in there. I'm also from Richmond, so I'll add just those of you who are not around the area, what a unique place it is. I saw a video saying that Richmond's the only place where you'll see someone drinking kombucha and waving the Confederate flag.
Facts.
So,
Facts.
I don't know
So
how to
true.
sum it up.
Yep. This is true.
Another important question. Has there been any constraints to being a part of this as a nonprofit organization in the US versus a grassroots organization?
Yes. So we are not able to, let me restart. As a 501c3, we have to be very, very careful about how we get involved with issues that are political. So for example, we did a forum on gun violence in Richmond. It was very important for us when we did that forum not to advocate for any particular candidate coming up in any elections. We even went so far as not to advocate for any particular policies that were up for votes. We simply created a platform for those who advocated for gun safety measures to be put in place. We just gave them that platform. If we were a grassroots organization, I already know who I would want folks to vote for, and I already know the bills that I would want folks to, push their representatives to vote for. But as a 501c3, we have to be careful about how we do that. We cannot ever be seen as a partisan organization, because that's against what the IRS says about how 501c3s are supposed to operate. So that's one major constraint. And I think another major constraint is we aren't as nimble as a grassroots organization is. I can make operational decisions, but I also have a board that I need to run things through sometimes. Whereas a grassroots organization, if they see something, they can act without without waiting for the monthly board meeting, for example. Without worrying about, what's the board going to say about this, or is everybody going to be in agreement about it? A grassroots organization typically doesn't have to worry about that as much as a 501c3 with a board of directors. So those are a couple of things that hold us back sometimes.
So then I'll ask what the benefits are about being a nonprofit before you get into that. Just recognizing the time. So it's 12
Oh,
o'clock.
yeah.
We have until 12:15 technically for a Q&A. But if you're going to be in the next session, this is your time, to get some coffee, get some water, go to the bathroom, whatever. And Colonel, whenever you need to close out, you're welcome to do that as well. But
Okay, yeah.
it's a nonprofit status.
So benefits of nonprofit status, access to grants. The vast majority, I won't say all, but the vast majority of grants that are available for the kind of work that we do require us to be a 501c3. So we have access to a lot of grant funds just by nature of being a 501c3. It also brings a certain, I hate to say credibility, because grassroots organizations have credibility, but there's something about being able to tell donors we're a 501c3 that just adds an extra level or extra layer of credibility to what you're doing. And then, you can always offer the tax advantage of giving to a 501c3 compared to giving to a grassroots organization that may not be able to offer that tax exempt kind of donation status. Also, something that I mentioned before, the resources that are out there specifically for nonprofits, for example, Taproot. If you're a grassroots organization, Taproot is not going to be able to help you. They're specifically focused on helping nonprofits connect with skilled professionals and move their mission along. And so if you're a grassroots organization, you wouldn't be able to take advantage of that kind of resource. Same with Monday.com or Zephy or any of the other ones that I mentioned. You have to be a 501c3 to get access to those kind of resources. So those are some of the kind of compare and contrast differences.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. It's all a complicated web, because I would say government is even more or even less nimble than nonprofits might be. So
I agree.
A lot to navigate. Any last questions or thoughts before we kind of hand it over to the next session? Okay, Colonel, do you have any closing thoughts?
I guess I would just encourage folks not to be scared away from legacy organizations, even if you see them in crisis. There's still an opportunity to do great work, especially if you are passionate and you're aligned with the organization. Don't be timid. Don't be scared. Be brave and don't be afraid to get involved, even if it seems like the organization is at the right end of the life cycle as opposed to being towards, the startup end of it.
Well, thank you very much. Everybody's gonna clap behind the camera or put the little clap emoji on. Thanks for sharing. I'll hand it back over to David.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel. That was, it's interesting as you did more than talk about the Richmond Peace Education Center. It's really, really talking about the challenges of 501c3s. And, a lot of the work that we do in peace building and conflict resolution is kind of at that micro local level. I mean, we talk about the big organizations and what they do, and that's all well and good. They don't have any trouble with funding, right? I mean, we're writing checks. These local organizations have a hard time getting exposure, getting volunteers. I mean, this is a lot of work for a board member. I know with my own board, it's difficult. And it's so vital because a lot of our conflict and violence issues are at the local level that no one else is approaching except for places like the Richmond Peace Education Center. So at the same time, the most pressing needs are there. The organizations that are doing it really have a hard time. And it is about money. There's no question about that. And it's about volunteers and so forth.
Right.
And, so I really appreciate the insights. And I wish you the best because it is a bit of an uphill. It seems like you've got some momentum going on, which is great too.
I'm excited. I'm optimistic about it.
That's great. That's cool. Well, thanks for joining us, Colonel. You're welcome to stay around for the rest of the day. We are now in break mode till 12:15. It's 12:10 Eastern time. And then at 12:15, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. We're going to go from Richmond to Ukraine. So we're actually doing geography, right? We're going to be going around the world. Actually, we end the day in Nepal. So, I mean, let's not, you're going to get dizzy, right? But it's nice to start in Richmond. I mean, Richmond is such a fascinating city, and the dichotomy of Richmond. I mean, that Monument Street, I've been there. I was there 15 years ago. It doesn't look anything like it looked like 15 years ago, right?
Not even close.
Not even close. And but Arthur Ashe is still up. He hasn't been there, right? That was the statue that I remember the most, because Arthur Ashe, if you're old enough to remember the great tennis player Arthur Ashe, he was from Richmond. But Richmond's got, it's kind of the epicenter of a lot of the race challenge. Virginia is the epicenter, right? We could talk about Richmond. We could talk about Charlottesville. There's a lot of been going on in Richmond, Virginia. So, okay. Thank you. Both folks want to kind of take a 5 minutes breather, grab some lunch, feed their cat, whatever they need to do, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. So thanks. So you can just kind of stay in and that's fine also. It's 12:09. We'll come back at 12:15. Okay. Thank you.
I'm actually going to step out, but I'll be back later.
Yes, of course. Keep.
All right.
I'm going to stick around if anybody's got questions in the next 5 minutes. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. So if I just want to give folks a chance to get up and walk around, not feel compelled to be here. But in this 5 minutes interim, and sometimes it'll be 15 minutes, right? Because there won't be as many questions. You can reach me through the chat, or if you just want to kind of raise your hands, open your mics. We have 23 right now, so we've got a good enough number of people want to open their mics, add questions about what's going on the rest of the day, things that are kind of piquing their interests. I don't know how much time we have to go in kind of a deep conversation about other challenges around the world. I was at Georgetown University yesterday. I can give you kind of a sense of what my day was like yesterday. I was at Georgetown University yesterday to talk to peace studies students. There's a Justice and Peace bachelor's degree program, and I do a lot of talking about careers. Right before I went to Georgetown, I did a Zoom 1 hour session with Berea College, peace studies students in Kentucky. Now, it's interesting. Berea College and Georgetown University are very different places. Berea College is an institution, if you know Berea, where students for the most part are scholarship. There is not tuition for most of this, if not all of the students of Berea. They tend to be lower economic strata for the most part, first generation college, very vibrant peace studies program. Georgetown University, as you might suspect, more people of affluence. So Georgetown does scholarship a lot of students also. Students from a different background, so to speak, different interests, different questions. With the Berea students, it was less of an interest in the international and more of an interest in the social justice issues and the things that are kind of affecting kind of local communities. With the Georgetown students, because they're in Washington, more of an interest in the international things that are going on around the world. So sometimes, what you're interested in, many respects make kind of where you come from, so to speak, in that respect. On the Georgetown campus, it's interesting when you walk around a college campus, and I'd be interested in getting a sense of those of you who are faculty, what you're seeing. Support for both Israel and Palestinians. A lot of Palestinians flag, more Palestinians overt support than Israeli. I'm not saying there isn't, but I saw a few Israeli flags, but a lot of Palestinian flags. And there was also, I got to the end of a Palestinian, pro-Palestinian rally that was happening right in front of Healy Hall at Georgetown, which is, I know, is happening at many campuses. And I know there's also pro-Israeli rallies that are going on at college campuses also. So a lot of, within American colleges and universities, and some of you are faculty, a lot of awareness and a lot of students kind of taking action. And it is causing a bit of a challenge on college campuses, I think. College presidents have been criticized, college leaderships, for not speaking out and saying something about what's going on. Some leaders have had to walk back what they've said. I don't know if you've been following all of this. So maybe at another break, we can talk a little bit about what you all are seeing. And that would be maybe a way of really talking about maybe what's going on in the Middle East right now. So got a couple more minutes. Anybody, quick question or thought before I introduce Margarita? Nice to see you, Fran. Hi, Fran. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
And she's also a Californian, so it's early morning where Fran is. So thank you for joining us, Fran. She's
Of course.
Huntington Beach. So nice to see you.
Good to see you too. David, I just wanted to say something about what you talked about, the campuses, college campuses. They're very paralyzed to respond to this because they think they should be responding in a pro this, pro that, or very neutral or whatever. And I'm like, you can respond by being pro peace. And people, they're like, oh yeah, we have more pro this and pro that. We wish we had equal of pro. I'm like, what difference does it make if you had equal pro of this and that? Wouldn't make any difference. It's not like 4 of this equals to 5 of this. So they're paralyzed to speak from a position of being pro peace,
Right.
And make it clear that we can be pro peace. We don't need to be pro this or that, and it's not like taking the middle ground or whatever. That's not in Peacebuilding. It's not in that ground. Peacebuilding has its own ground. Be pro peace and see what conversation that brings, which would be interesting.
That doesn't mean you're supporting one or the other. You're right.
No.
And I think that sometimes that's the conversation. If you say something like there's been a call for a ceasefire, and then people are saying, well, then that's supporting Palestinians over Israelis, not necessarily, right?
Yeah.
And that crosses both lines. So, all right, let's come back to that conversation. We're going to continue to move along in our agenda, and I am really happy to introduce my colleague, Margarita. Margarita, I'm going to butcher your last name. I apologize. Tadevosyan, is that right?
Tadevosyan.
I almost got it. Okay.
Yep.
So Margarita is actually a colleague of mine at George Mason in the Carter School. I am an adjunct professor there, and Margarita is a research assistant professor, and she's also executive director of the Center for Peacemaking Practice. And I'll let her talk more about herself, because once again, I really want to give the floor to her. But one of the things that I was interested in when we started kind of putting this together is getting a sense of what is going on in the way that American higher education is supporting institutions who are in conflict. And obviously, Ukraine is what we've been dealing with now for a year and a half. And in fact, in George Mason, we have a lot of Ukrainian students. We have Ukrainian faculty. We have a lot of connections to Ukraine and what's going on. So I thought this would be an interesting conversation, and maybe even something that community college faculty could dip into a little bit in students and find out what's going on. So Margarita, I'm going to turn it over to you for the next 45 minutes. Then we'll stop and take questions or whenever you want to take questions. And you should be able to share your screen.
I don't have a presentation,
Okay.
so I'll be talking. Thank you for having me. My name is Margarita Tadevosyan, as David introduced. I am originally from Armenia, and I came to Carter School for my PhD and stuck around, I guess. After that, my primary experience and expertise is former Soviet Union, in particular South Caucasus, where I'm from, and I have been working for the past 15 years in the South Caucasus on Track to Dialogue projects and designing, facilitating peace-building interventions there. I'm happy to take questions about that afterwards. What I want to focus today is on the conversation about how we are engaging and supporting institutions in Ukraine, or at least trying to, in this kind of global peace movement, and trying to help with ending the violence and establishing some type of sustainable peace. I want to be a little provocative here and say that unfortunately, as we see, there is the boundaries of allowable or boundaries of possibilities are very often being defined on a political level outside, and the necessity and the ability to engage in Ukrainian conflict is because Ukraine conflict was before the recent violence and conflict in resumption of violence in the Middle East was the #1 headline since February 2021. So that created a space where initiatives were seen and accepted. And based on my work in the South Caucasus and in peace building in general, I feel that there is this, what I called attention deficit disorder when it comes to international community and our engagement. Once things stir up somewhere, the attention gets diverted. And we see that now with the Middle East. But with that being said, I think we in Carter School recognize the need for engagement with our Ukrainian colleagues that goes beyond very hard security perspective for the region, and understanding that once the war is over, there will be a need to create or facilitate or help creating structures that would systematically help for the Ukrainian reconstruction that goes beyond physical infrastructure reconstruction of the country. So we several things that we have done. So the idea came, it was Dean Ozerdem Karina Korostelina, who is our Ukrainian faculty member. So the idea came of like what we can do, how how our education experience working in higher education can help. So we came up with this with this idea that we want to have a program that provides capacity building and intellectual knowledge support for planning and coordination for reconstruction. We want to bridge the communities of policy makers, implementers, and peace practitioners together to have a more coherent group that understands different moving pieces and can stay on top of things. We recognize that the need for the local ownership that goes beyond the actual term local ownership and brings their kind of their perspective in and enables higher education actors within Ukraine to promote and engage with reconstruction. And one thing we wanted to achieve is to create or facilitate or support creation of a hub for local and global experience that will come together for reconstruction of Ukraine. With that, we also recognize that we don't want to be in the position of we're going to come from the outside, from the Western community, and tell you how to do it. Even though I myself come from a former Soviet Union background, Karina also comes from a Soviet kind of Ukrainian background. Dean has also close in the region Turkish background. But nevertheless, we spent majority of our lives at this point, being part of Western academic institutions, that has impacted the way we think, and also being in the field of conflict resolution that is largely developed and is being shaped by Western academia, we carry obviously that I don't want to say label, but the way of thinking, the philosophy that comes with it. So what we did is we went initially to Ukrainian embassy here in Washington, D.C., and we asked, do you think there would be an interest? And they said, yes, there will be. And here is the list of all academic institutions that are active and working in Ukraine. So we reached out to about 100 universities all across Ukraine that are doing different offering different programs, from technical education, some vocational education, and like higher education. So it was a broad spectrum of institutions. And we initially asked, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to create a hub and help you work on the reconstruction effort. Are you interested? And many responded with that they are interested. And then what we've done, we have developed a questionnaire about with different areas of what they are willing, interested, and have expertise in contributing. And based on that, we were able to identify four core priorities that local universities in Ukraine want to work and engage in, and they find that this is something that needs to be developed further, and this is something that they need help with, and this is something that can really help with reconstruction effort. So the first area was policy, is policy development and the role of higher education. The second was curriculum development for reconstruction, and what that reconstruction entails and what it means, and how to go beyond, again, the physical infrastructure reconstruction in this case, including there are areas in Ukraine that lost education capacity in not only in form of the buildings were shattered and they're like destroyed, but also they lost the community of students and they lost the community of educators there, both on all levels. So this how we are reconstructing that as well, that goes beyond like building a university building. And we all know in the post-conflict reconstruction phase, restoring physical buildings is usually the easiest task to accomplish. It's very clear-cut. You build a building, you build a road. But when it comes to reconstructing the fabric and the content that goes into it, is much different. And then we will also have an issue here. In Ukraine, there is this recognition that the way that classes are taught, the way that narratives were created, how to reconcile things that were taught before even 2014 annexation of Crimea, and especially after 2021. So that's all like a very big piece of puzzle that we don't really necessarily say that we have an answer to, but at least we are trying to start conversations around those issues. The third priority area was network development and local priorities, and connecting local priorities with global connections. I mean, unfortunately, we all know that a lot of times donor and international community, we do have our priorities, we do have our national interest, and we tend to skew the reconstruction and engagement efforts based on what we think aligns with our national interest or is more important at that point. And I think this is a specifically emphasis where we're trying to engage wide range of academic knowledge of what actually local priorities are and how we can connect them constructively to the global partners to help where the really help is needed, in the shape and the form that help is needed in that particular situation. And something that we feel very strongly about, and where we're very glad that that it resonated unexpectedly with our partners in Ukraine, is that building, funding, absorption capacity of Ukraine in planning and implementation of reconstruction once the war ends. And I think this is something very important, but very rarely talked about. Pouring the aid into a country after a war is a good thing. However, if there is no capacity local, both on the policy level, institutional level, grassroots level, to constructively and purposefully take that aid and channel into reconstruction, then you are losing their funds that are obviously not unlimited, and then you are minimizing your impact in that sense. So on how to build that absorption capacity in a way that supports the Ukraine reconstruction once the war ends was one of the key priorities that we thought was important, but also we were very happy that based on our survey results, the participating higher education institutions also felt that there is a role and place for those things to be discussed. We at the end, so after the survey, several rounds of consultations and surveys and discussions that we have identified 17 universities who committed to engaging around this work. And what we have also asked them on beyond the administrative level is to nominate faculty that would be interested in working in this 4 key areas. And at this point, we have over 24 dedicated faculty members within different academic background. That is this cohort of local higher education representatives that we are engaging with, trying to kind of get this going. I have to be very transparent and say that we are currently looking for funding that would allow this work to continue beyond this initial planning stage of identifying universities, identifying partners, identifying specific people and their expertise that can come into play. And we had some promising kind of indications from U.S. government that they might be able to support part of it, not all of this, but part of this. So we're working in that direction. I can't at this point say that we have a specific, very project-based intervention at this point, but we continue these conversations and we try to leverage this network of universities to further our arguments with the potential donors and encourage the moving beyond understanding of hard security and military aid and saying that this needs to happen. I mean, at some point you will need to address this, and sooner we start, the better. That would be. I think I want to end here because that's kind of the entire scope of what we have done and continue to do. And I have, if you have any questions, I would be very happy to answer them.
Yeah, Margarita, that was great. And there is a couple questions, and I have some questions also. So let me just pose one question. How do we help the Ukrainian community academically speaking, right? Is it just with funding? I mean, are there other ways that we can help them? And I get to think about broader notions of supporting students virtually, supporting them in the United States. What's kind of the range of things that you can think about of how we can support them?
I think one major area of support that I see, especially for the areas of social sciences, history education, political science, international relations, we are faced with unchangeable geography. Countries like Russia will stay in one shape or form, or I mean, I don't, even though there are these conversations like it breaking up, it may not, but the geography is unchangeable. The country will stay there, and they are neighbors, right? So the way, and it comes kind of from my experience in the South Caucasus as well. Geography doesn't really change. You have to find a way of living in a space that is just objectively there. So how do we teach, how do we support our Ukrainian partners to develop a curriculum that recognize their national identity, the trauma that they went through, but at the same time provides a space for pursuing sustainable peace. Because antagonizing narratives, very strong stereotypical enemy images that are within, that will be, or that end up being ingrained in a curricula from school children to university educators, is not going to help with peace. I mean, if we're talking specifically about positive peace, not a negative peace in this sense. So I think that's one of the challenges, and I think within conflict resolution field and within Carter School in particular, we have the expertise of teaching history as being a socially constructed, and how we can construct narratives that is inclusive and allows for recognition of trauma and recognition of histories and recognition of identities, at the same time paving a way for discussing a shared future in some shape or form, right? So, and I think another aspect would be how we separate governments from people. And I think there is this, we see that in the Middle East as well, like how we separate Hamas from Palestinian people, how we separate Putin's government from Russian people in general, and how we recognize that Russian people are also a victim of Putin's repressive and authoritarian policies. So all of those things are part of this bigger process. So that's another thing. And I think supporting, when it comes to supporting students here in the United States, I want to say, and it's very interesting that you brought this up, because recently in March, we had in August, we had a visit by psychologists from the South Caucasus who were working on addressing post-war trauma in their societies. So one of the meetings that we had here at George Mason campus was with our counseling and student services, like social, what's it called, CAPS, counseling and social services, something like that. And one question during the presentation, it came up that the university sends, you probably remember, like, sends out, when the war started, they sent it out an email saying, well, we condemn this. It's tragedy for those students who want seek services. It's available and provided. And one of our guests actually asked a very good question, saying, well, it seems that that email was targeting people of Ukrainian descent and people who sympathize with Ukraine. What about the Russian students? How do you engage with them now that they are perceived, regardless of where they stand on the issue, as the representing global evil? So how you provide that space seems to be only open to the Ukrainian students or people who side with Ukraine, which our interlocutors accepted as a really great question and said we didn't really think about that in the moment. And I want to say that this is the dichotomy when I started saying there is a political space that allows some and shapes some of these conversations. I feel that in the academic space, we have a little more creativity of how to open up a more inclusive space. And campus here being completely removed from realities of the war and realities of the political situation in Ukraine, in Russia, or in South Caucasus, wherever there is, can provide a more neutral and also shielded place where a lot of conversations can happen. So I think supporting students on both sides to raise their, to talk about their feelings, to talk about how they envision future now that they have been exposed to multiculturalism in the United States and on an academic campus. It's a really valuable resource that I feel that we are underutilizing. Not because we are lazy, but we all also have other commitments, and it comes down to time and funding and other resources. So those things are, really some of the ways that we can be a little more proactive, not only in case of Ukraine, but also in cases of other conflicts.
Yeah, it strikes me because I wonder about Russians in the United States and how they are perceiving what's going on, and you know, whether they're being challenged, right? And whether they're being generalized, right? And how they view it. I know some families are very divided, some, because there's a lot of Russian people of Russian descent who live in my community. A lot of families are actually divided on the issue of what's going on in Ukraine. But I want to kind of open this up if I can, and we're a small group, so I'm just going to ask people if they want to open their mics. Are they working with Ukrainian students? What are some of the things that they're seeing that's going on in their communities? And kind of more of the question is, what more could we be doing as a higher education community, thinking about some of the things that maybe are George Mason? I mean, we're maybe at a different scale at a community college, but tell me, let's talk about Ukraine here for a minute. What are you seeing in your own communities, and things that really kind of are coming from your colleges? So let me stop and people open their mics, and we've got a few minutes to share about what you're seeing. And this includes students, what you're seeing too. Anybody hosting events? Yeah, go ahead, Jason, you opened your mic. Jason's going. Go ahead, Jason.
I did. Could you just repeat the question real quick? My internet connection cut out.
That's all right. I mean, what are you seeing with regard to the relations between Ukrainians and Russians in your own community? Are there things that are happening in your academic space that are helping advance peace building or education in Ukraine? I mean, take it any way you want to take it.
I just turned on my camera real quick. Yeah, at Peabody, I go to the University of Johns Hopkins Peabody Institute, and there are Ukrainian and Russian students, and they have come together to like, look, this is our situation. Like, we all stand with Ukraine at the moment. I mean, that's the movement that's happening at Peabody. Like, even the Russian students are like, yeah, like this is not okay. Like, it's just not cool. And I don't really know what to do as like an individual proprietor, like just like as an individual. I'm a musician. I provide entertainment, and I provide a good area, a good vibe for everything to be safe, you know. Outside of that, it's kind of hard for me to, other than communicating like with everyone, for there to be a safe space. But yeah, I mean, that's what's happening in my community. And also, I've seen a lot of people coming from Ukraine into the Baltimore area just for safety reasons, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's pretty much all I can add at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
If I may add something, I want to say that on a very different level, not on a higher education, Carter School is also working on a very kind of behind the scenes, like low level women peace process in Ukraine. Not necessarily, it's not a bilateral process, it's not Ukrainians and Russians. It is creating and enhancing peace practices for Ukrainian peace builders. And the reason I brought that up is, and I'm saying it's very kind of low key at this point, is that the outgoing narrative from Ukraine at least at this point, we're not, the term peace is very problematic at the moment, and it's defined in a very specific way. And I feel that part of the work that we need to do as a higher education institution, and there is the space, is to help Ukrainians explore the concept of peace that goes beyond building relationships with Russia or reconciling with Russia, and what that peace would look like for them. Because as soon as you start talking about peace, it's like, no, we're not, we need to win the war, and then we will dictate what peace is. And it is very unfortunate, but increasingly in the kind of very recent violent situations in the world, we have seen peace as it's a victor's peace. We came back to that concept of it's peace imposed by military victory. So with that dominating political and military concept in the general narrative, there is really very little, there is a need to push for the parallel. I'm not saying alternative, I'm saying parallel narrative of how we think about peace. Because if it's not sustainable, if it's not, and it's only built on deterrence and who has the upper military hand at one point, it's not a peace. It's going to break down at any point once one or the other side feels more empowered. So I think it is a limiting factor for our work. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to say stigma, but like the misunderstanding of the concept of peace is making it difficult to have this kind of track to grassroots level engagements and not be seen. Basically, when you start talking about peace, they think you're pro-Russian. Well, no, we're not pro-Russian. There is no being pro. We are pro-peace building, trying to build a community that shares the same values. I don't know if I'm making much sense, but I think that's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
It's the same question we're thinking about with Hamas and Israel right now, right? It's like when you say peace, are you saying you're pro-Hamas or you're pro-Israel? It's neither one or the other, right? It's what that center is. So let me stop it. Somebody else, go ahead and add. Jason,
I had a quick question. So how do you go about communicating that? Communicating that very concept that we're talking about peace overall and not just for certain individuals or like certain locations, certain areas.
So I think I'll go back and say it's not my invention. I think Pamina Firchov and Roger McGinty kind of did it first, and they have this concept of everyday peace and asking people what peace means for them, and not simply asking. I think once you ask that question, you get the first answers you get is very cliche. It's about a sustained and prolonged conversations and asking, like I have a toddler now, he's in this why stage. Everything I say is like why, and but it's really that why point of like, okay, you say it's this, why, what else do you like? It's about the sustainability of our conversation. And I am being very critical and self-critical as a representative of the Western world, saying that we're talking about sustainable peace without wanting to be sustainably engaged. We are talking about long-term results with 2-year project timeframes. That doesn't happen. There is a need of this prolonged engagement on different levels and a commitment of asking the difficult questions in a way of like, so this what peace is like. Tell me more, why, how you see it going forward, and ask those questions on a continuum of a time, because something that is peace now will not be peace in 3 months, and then further, like creating that vision of what peace is and how it develops. It's not static. It's not like I have peace and that's it. It develops.
Oh, it's living.
Yeah.
It's a living thing. So I think it's not it is about sustainability of the engagement of our interest to be there and not like hop from one conflict to another to another to another. I can proudly say that we at Carter School, Center for Peacemaking Practice, we have been working in the Georgian South Ossetian conflict since 2008. We're still working there. We have continued engagement, big and small. We had times of very big support with a lot of funds to do things, and we had times of a very limited support and doing 1-2 things a year, and the rest is kind of communication. I think that's the key, being long-term involved in a place sustainably and with conversations that evolve and not kind of are within the same circle about the same thing.
Okay.
Any other questions? I've gotten some questions in the chat. but I'm really I'm encouraging the people who are putting things in the chat to actually ask them, because I think it then creates a better dynamic. So some people have been kind of raising about dichotomies and so forth. So just open your mic and kind of put it out there. We are a safe space. So please go ahead, Fran.
I really appreciate what's being said here, because I think you're absolutely right. I look at all these peace agreements that happens at the top level. However, within most agreements, within 2 years or 3 years, it's very obvious that they have failed, because people at the top level, they make these agreements and they never kind of toggle it down all the way to the bottom and say, well, people who have to live it, how are they going to live it side by side? How are they going to be able to actualize this thing that was signed at the top level? So sustainability of it is really important. It's important that whatever is signed at the top level, we would actually come to the level of people who are going to be actually living it and empowering and showing, how you can actually do that. And I appreciate that what you say, that kind of like people, they don't have this concept of peace, and then when you say that, it's just like forgiveness, that people, they say, well, forgiveness is a way to go, and they think that, well, if I forgive, that means that whatever that person has done, you mean that was a good thing, or we can just kind of let it go, and you're trying to say, no, that's not forgiveness, that's you're talking about a different kind of forgiveness. So I think educating people at the different levels of peacemaking, peace building, these are all different levels of peace, and for us to, as educators in the field of peace, I think we have a lot of responsibility to talk about sustainable peace. That it's not a top down, or it's not kind of like just use the word peace, which is like a victory after a military victory, but it is something that is actually livable, and sometimes bringing it through commonality of people, that would work. That things that people, commonality, they all want to send their kids to school every day and be safe. Like, focusing on our commonalities and building our peace from a space of commonality and interest, common interest, and building it out. We really need to focus on bottom-up level peace.
Thanks, Fran. Kathy.
Hi, I'm sorry I came in late. I'm affiliated with Austin Community College, and I teach social psychology with a concentration on peace and conflict studies. One of the things that we are doing, we got a grant to bring in students from a communications course, students from Azerbaijan. And they are joining us this semester for, I believe, what ends up being 3 or 4 Zoom sessions. And they're joining us for a course that is basically an internship. I would call it an introduction to peace and conflict studies, but they're going through the same, exercises that our students are going through, watching the same videos, reading the same works. And this strikes me as a practical option for the future, in higher ed.
Thank
with
you.
Ukraine.
Thank you for sharing that. Any other thoughts or ideas?
Real quick, actually, to backtrack into the conversation. I just wanted to ask, how do you, enforce is a strong word, but how do you require that level of accountability from everyone that you're working around when you ask those types of questions, or expect a certain amount of thought and preparation for what you're trying to accomplish? Like, how do you get that out of somebody?
In what sense? Like conversations about peace and like what do you
Yeah,
mean?
conversations in terms of planning, in terms of being able to communicate, being open, being vulnerable, yada yada yada. That thing.
So, I think part of it is finding an entry point. You cannot have a blanket coverage of the entire society, obviously. It's the entry points that you find, and then you hope to grow the network and have the conversations to evolve. And again, I'll kind of backtrack a little bit and not backtrack, kind of shift a little bit focus, because this is my first work in Ukraine with these two women and this education program. So it's a little, and it's a very new thing. But I can say from our work in the South Caucasus, in particular in Georgia and South Ossetia, what we have done is we now have supported the development of reflective practice community in Georgia and South Ossetia, where it is now locally, we provide guidance, we work with our key partners, but then now they run the entire process of very regular reflective practice meetings and having those conversations with local peace builders, who then go and have those conversations within their communities, whatever community whatever that community looks like, even if it's their like town, smaller town, if it's their academic or work institution, their formal kind of work area, their family, their social network, whatever that is. But I think it is the concept of network development and community creation, and it's a long process, and people will fall off at some point because life happens. Some more urgent needs come first, and people don't drop from the process and those things. But I think it's about creating that environment and supporting that process. And again, accountability, it's a good question, how you make sure that people walk the talk, I guess, or like practice what they preach. And it's a challenge, it's a difficult thing. I mean, looking back at us here, do we always leave by the things that we teach in classroom? Maybe not 100% of the time, right? I mean, not maybe, definitely not 100% of the time. But it is about, and those people who are there only for the formal reason, or it's because it's popular to be the peace builder or whatever, they will drop off at some point, and then you end up having this core group or of people that is really committed to the cause and is really committed to the thing. And I think that's the key. It's fine to start, in my opinion, it's fine to start bigger and then see who stays with you in this journey until the very end. And yes, accountability will always be an issue. Things change. And again, going back to Armenia and Azerbaijan, a lot of people who were peace builders in 2020, when the war started, you would see like the most radical statements from them. And then the only people that kind of stayed are those who were actually, even in the moment of a dire, violent, extremely violent conflict, stayed on the prioritized peace and peace narrative, even if it meant being accused of all sorts of things on their own by their own people. So yeah, I mean, there is no, I don't have a clear answer to that, but I think it's about building a certain type of relationships.
Yeah, and you mentioned Azerbaijan again. I just want to remind people Nagorno-Karabakh is no longer a political entity, right? Because of what took place, about 3 weeks ago, right? And the Armenian the Armenian ethnic population was about 90%, Margarita, that actually moved.
100%, you can say.
100%. Sorry, that's my phone. I apologize.
I mean, it's again, like virtually no one is left. So yeah, I mean, it's
moved out, and then government folded. It's no longer existing. Obi, this might be our last question before we take a break. Go ahead, Obi.
Hi everyone. Good evening. This is Obi from
Nigeria. You're in Nigeria. Yes, a good evening.
Yeah. I'm here in Nigeria. Well, this is very interesting discussion, talking about Ukraine and how higher education can actually help. So Margarita, wonderful things, thoughts as well. So I was just wondering, the last question Jassy, was trying to put across to you. Perhaps, within your curriculum or other practices you're trying to put up, have you thought about, creating a transformative partnership by, creating healthy competitions within both Russian students and Ukrainian students, especially targeting the young people, because I believe strongly that, when you talk about 2250, that is United Nations Security Council 2250, which focus on youth, peace, and security, that young people has a greater role to play. So maybe such healthy competitions, within the higher educations, could actually contribute to an extent of bringing out, certain cultural values that could actually restore peace, to an extent, because I'm looking at what the younger generations could actually, how they could promote peace in this sense. Since the older generations are not, are going into war and stuff like that. So this is just a thought on how perhaps other ways, particularly, higher education practices could actually contribute, to the whole work you do in the area of research. I mean, there could be other ways, but I'm just thinking of how are there alternatives, that could be placed on the table for young people to promote peace, on their own side, and see how these could also, contribute to the whole work and task you are doing there. So this is just my thought.
Thank you, Obi. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I think youth has, as an upcoming generation, I mean, they will be leaving with whatever the results are. They have agency, and that agency has to be recognized, and their capacity has to be leveraged. I don't think, honestly, our engagement at this point is targeting youth. I think what we're trying to do is leave that work to Ukrainian higher education, and we provide whatever support we can provide to the higher education for them then to work and bring up their own youth. I think that's but what you are saying is correct, with only one limitation, that it's very difficult, again, if we're talking about bilateral, to work with youth in Russia right now. I mean, at this point, it was always difficult, but now it's particularly difficult to work in that in that space. What future holds, I don't know. Maybe there will be openings, and I think we should always be open for that, and have, at least, as you said, thinking and structures in place to be able to come in very quickly and fill that space when it becomes available. But at this moment, we don't have this. And if I may, David, very quickly, I want to address one comment in the chat that says that there can be no peace without war, and I would disagree with it. I understand that peace is by nature, in a way, is the other side of the matter. Like when we say peace, we imply it is something opposite of something. So there is opposite of war, opposite of conflict, opposite of the suffering, and so on and so forth. In that sense, yes, the term cannot exist without its negative opposite. But what I was trying to say, I think currently the dominating examples that we see is that peace can be only established by winning a war. And what I'm trying to say, I don't think that's a necessary condition. I don't think people have to go for a full-scale, devastating, years-long war to have peace at the very end. I think there is a lot of space for early warning, early action, prevention, engagement, education, you name it, like all of those things, for peace not to be a result of a war. So that's what I meant when I said that. And yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay, thanks, Margarita. I really appreciate it. We're now at a little bit after 1, and that's our if you have more questions for Margarita, or we'll take a break. So if you've got more questions, ask them not. If not, we'll let Margarita go, and we'll take a 15-minute break before our next presentation at 1:15 Eastern time. If you want to stick around in the room, we can continue to chat about some of the things we were talking about before we went to Ukraine. I think we talked about a broader conversation around Ukraine I thought was really good about looking kind of notions of peace. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you, Margarita.
Thank you.
Her work at George Mason and doing this. So, and Margarita, you're welcome to stick around. So we're going to go until 5 o'clock. So I just want to leave it open. Does anybody want to raise anything? We were having a little bit of a conversation before about I think one of the questions I had is how college campuses. I think I told you the story that I was at Georgetown yesterday, and there was a pro-Palestinian rally at Georgetown University, and many of you are on college campuses. And I was just kind of curious to get a sense of what you're seeing on your college campuses. We're going to have a Peace faculty member who's from Guilford College speak in about 15 minutes, and maybe she can talk about what she's seeing at Guilford College. But what are you seeing? What are we seeing around the country right now? We don't have a session specifically about the Israeli-Hamas conflict, but I am interested in seeing what's going on and how you are responding to that. So what's going on your campuses, or what you are seeing? Just open your mic. Obi, you have the mic open. Oh, go ahead.
Quickly, I have another meeting in like 10 minutes, but I wanted to kind of quickly
go ahead, Margarita. Yeah, please
come back and say that our campus, our university was a little behind, I guess. The president put out statement later than usually. Like with Ukraine, it came out very quickly, and I think that's the challenge. There are some conflicts where it is very easy or very straightforward. Like with Ukraine, it came out very clearly, the statement, and it was like immediately after. So when there is no higher, like there is this Western consensus about certain things, it's easier to put out a statement and be very quick to respond. I think with Israel and Palestine and Hamas, it was this balancing act of like, what do you put in the email? And there were several things that came out, and I don't envy any higher education administrator right now in the United States or anywhere where they have to balance all this very complicated, complex dynamics. And no matter what language you use, someone will always find something problematic with it. So it's very, very difficult. But I would agree with I think Farzan, I think you said being pro-peace, having a statement that is pro-peace is something that we need to push forward. We see a lot. There was a lot of things on Fairfax campus, which is our larger campus where most of the undergraduate and graduate programs are. And there was pro-Palestinian rally, and then pro-Israeli groups demanded university ban and not allow them. And there was all this email message from the president saying we all have First Amendment rights, and sometimes what you don't want to hear, it's still part of someone's First Amendment rights. So those things are happening and happening constantly. We see equal kind of Israeli and Palestinian things. What I want to say that I'm I don't want to say surprised, but when you're driving around Washington D.C. area, like smaller neighborhoods, you see a lot of Ukrainian flags. I don't see many. I've seen a couple like Israeli flags pop out and some Palestinians, but not to the extent with like this overwhelming Ukrainian kind of support, which also again talks about some things are very straightforward in people's mind and some things are less straightforward, and it's a balancing act there.
It is an interesting phenomenon. I've noticed it too, and I've noticed one of the things that there've been some polling done, I think by Pew, that basically said that there is actually a split in younger Americans under 40 or maybe under 30 who their kind of support for Israel and Palestine is fairly even, if not slanting slightly towards Palestinians. they're not homeowners. So that's why you're not seeing it in houses.
Okay.
While, right? I mean, we have to think about it. And that's it. While people who are over 50, it's 70% Israeli. And so maybe you're seeing more. With Ukraine, it cut across. I mean, everybody was for Ukraine. So if you're seeing flags on houses, that's because homeowners are putting flags on houses. They're not 25-year-olds because they can't buy houses because the interest rates are too high. I mean, we're going to something else. But if you go on college campuses, you're seeing Palestinian flags much more prevalent than Israeli flags because of the population, I think. At least that's my sense of what people are telling me, right? But flags don't necessarily indicate granular support, but it is tell you something that's going on. Does that make sense, Margarita? I don't know if it answers it. It's kind of an interesting thing to think about how, and you're in, come back to community colleges. Most of your community college students, you are coming from the most diverse higher education sector in the country. Community college populations, and I spent a lot of time at Northern Virginia Community College Alexandria campus, where I'm just as likely to hear Arabic being spoken down the hallways as English, because it's such a large Arab American population in some community colleges, and first generation, and Spanish is spoken everywhere and not necessarily documented. That's what community colleges look like. So that's why I'm really interested in seeing what's going on in community colleges when it comes to some of this. So, all right, let's close this out. Give everybody a good hard 5 minutes if they want to get up and walk around. It's about 9 after. And then when we come back in 5 minutes, I'm going to introduce Diya Abdo, who is going to talk about some of her work with refugees. She's also she's I guess first generation Palestinian American. So
I'm not American. I was born and raised in Jordan, so I consider myself
you
Palestinian.
identify as Palestinian.
Yes.
So it is going to be interesting that, though she's going to talk about her program about adopting refugee families in higher education, she also may give us some insight into what's going on around the country too, which she's welcome to do. So, but let's if you all want to check out for 5 minutes, I think I'm also going to check out for 5 minutes. I'll come back and then I'll introduce her and then we'll go to the next session. So thank you. I'm going to turn it over. I'll be back. All right. Thank you. 1:15, we'll all be back. What I'd like to do before we start back, and I know this is going to be a little choppy, but there are a number of folks that are in the room here who actually are from academic institutions and teach. I see Fran, and I see Paul Chapman and Joel Ryan and Tia Santana. I was wondering if the academic, and we'll get the students to do it maybe next go round, we can take maybe just a minute and have the academics. I think Kathy also teaches at AACC, Austin Community. If you could just open your mics and introduce yourself. Let's just do that in about 30 seconds, what you teach in the academic institution you're from. So Kathy, maybe you could start us off. Yeah.
I just turned on my mic, so I'm not exactly sure what you said, but I think you said introduce ourselves.
Yes, yes.
I'm Kathy Frost. I teach social psychology with a concentration in peace and conflict studies, and I am at Austin Community College in Texas.
Thanks, Kathy. Anybody else? Fran, are you there? Joel, Paul? Any other academics are coming back? Maybe they're having lunch. Academics. So I know Paul is from Valencia College, and they have a piece. Okay, academics. If you're an academic, introduce yourself. Tara.
Hi, my name's Tara Betts, and I'm in the Peace, Conflict Studies and Social Justice program at DePaul University.
All right, glad you can join us.
Yeah.
Anybody else academics? And share where you are. Well, we'll continue this. I also have Tia. Yes, introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Tia Santana. I am with Santa Monica College. I also teach at UCLA and Cal State Long Beach as a lecturer. I teach all things art, specifically ceramics and 3D foundations.
Thanks, Tia. Nice to meet you.
You're welcome.
Academics, if you're teaching somewhere and you can introduce yourself, that would be great. Anybody else? Well, I know there are other folks there, and we'll just kind of get to you because I know I also see a colleague from Montgomery College in Maryland and a couple other institutions. So, and then we'll have a chance to also have all the students introduce themselves. Once again, this is very much of a the program tends to move around a bit insofar as even though we have 70 people who have signed up, we're running between 25 and 30 because people go in and out of the program. So let me do real brief introductions. And then I am going to turn it over to Dr. Abdo, who is at Guilford College. I reached out to her because I'd heard, I tell you how I reached out to her. I'd heard about her program, and then I'd heard a community college had gotten involved in this this refugee program, every campus a refuge. So I was just kind of intrigued, and maybe Diya can talk about that community college too. But I'm also intrigued because she's a second generation Palestinian refugee born and raised in Jordan. And even though we couldn't put in an event that looked at the Hamas-Israeli conflict, because as these things go, you plan these programs weeks in advance. And of course, this is all kind of unraveled very quickly. It would be okay to have a conversation about what's going on in campuses. So just really briefly, she teaches at Guilford College, which has a longstanding peace studies program in Greensboro, North Carolina. She's a second generation Palestinian refugee. She wrote her first book, American Refuge, The Stories of Refugee Experiences. That's an area that she focused on. And she founded the Every Campus a Refuge in 2015. But I'm not going to cut into her time and really let her share about the program. So Diya, I'm turning it over to you for the next 45 minutes. I also, did I make you co-host already? I think I did.
I am able to share my screen, which means that I see that. Wonderful.
Okay.
That's
so
great.
the time is yours, and go 45 minutes, and then we can take some questions at the end. So it's nice that you're here today. Thank you for joining us.
Wonderful. Well, thanks everybody, and thank you so much for having me. As David said, my name is Diya, and I teach at Guilford College, so I'm zooming in from Greensboro, North Carolina today. And I'm going to share my screen. Feel free at any point to ask a question in the chat or to stop me. I'm happy to answer all those questions. And then, of course, we have time at the end, I think, David, right? 15 minutes until 2:15, and I can stick around. So I'm going to talk about Every Campus a Refuge, which is a program that started 8 years ago. And I'm going to tell you its history and talk a little bit about what it means to do this work on a college campus. David is right. There are a couple of community colleges that have joined the effort, and I'm happy to share about what they're doing as well. So I want to start by really telling you where Every Campus a Refuge, this program started, and how it started. As David mentioned, I'm a second-generation Palestinian refugee. My parents were displaced to Jordan. It's where I was born, and I was raised there. I went to undergraduate there, and then I came to the U.S. as a graduate student. And I was a graduate student here when September 11th happened, and that really sort of changed the trajectory of everybody's lives. And I was focusing on American literature, and then decided to focus on Arab women writers and Arab and Islamic feminisms, which is my area. I teach world literature, post-colonial literature, refugee and immigrant literature, Arab literature in translation at Guilford College. I went back to Jordan to teach after a violation of my academic freedom at this Jordanian university where I was teaching. I decided to come back to the US, and I took a job at Guilford College. And I don't know if you know Guilford. Guilford's a small liberal arts Quaker school in the South. So there's a lot of wonderful history there and a lot of problematic history. Of course, Guilford didn't admit Black students until 1962, but Guilford sits on an old woods that was actually part of the Underground Railroad, and escaping enslaved folks would hide in the root system of the trees of those woods. And the Quakers who lived near that area and were part of that community would smuggle them up north. In 2015, like a lot of you, I'm sure, we were watching in desperation what was happening to Syrian refugees. And I feel the refugee issue very keenly. My parents and grandparents were refugees, and I grew up on their stories of what it meant to be a refugee and what it meant to live in a situation where you cannot go back to your home, and that yearning and that loss and that constant desire to be back home is something that I remember very clearly, certainly was sort of part of my everyday experience as I was growing up. But in 2015, we were watching desperately, and I really was stuck. I just didn't know what I could do. I was watching what was happening to Syrians and felt that, I really wanted to do something material, something real. I was very inspired by the activists on the ground in Austria who took their cars and went down in caravans to transport Syrian refugees who are trying to make their way from Hungary to Germany. And I found that to be sort of a remarkable physical, material form of support that I longed for. But I was stuck in Greensboro, which is a mid-sized city in North Carolina. So North Carolina's third largest city. Greensboro, by the way, is a refugee resettlement hub. I came to know that slowly as I became, interested in refugee issues. But Greensboro has been resettling refugees for the last 40 years. There's over 150 languages spoken in Greensboro. And we have a pretty robust infrastructure for refugee resettlement and integration. So in 2015, as I was looking at all of this, I heard Pope Francis call on every parish in Europe to host a refugee family. And I thought, what a great idea. I loved that invocation on small communities to do the work of welcome and the work of hospitality. So he wasn't calling on large countries, really. In that moment, he was looking at a sort of a group of people, a small parish, and saying, you all can come together and do this. And a very basic idea came to me. We all know this very well, that colleges and universities are exactly like that. We're small cities with all the things that people need. In fact, we do that all the time for our students. Housing, cafeterias, clinics, the gym, the library, human support, to be able to answer that call. And so it occurred to me, why don't we do that? Why doesn't Guilford College host a refugee family on our campus who needs support, integration, inclusion support into our community. And as a refugee resettlement hub, we were certainly receiving refugees, and we were receiving Syrian refugees. So I went to the president's office, Guilford College's president's office, and I asked for a house on campus to host a refugee family that is coming into Greensboro and would need that kind of support. And she said yes. And so for the last 8 years more, we've been hosting refugees on Guilford's campus in a campus house. We've hosted nearly 90 refugees. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But I love this picture because it's the Guilford community, faculty, students, staff coming together to say, yes, we are going to do this manifestation of radical hospitality, or Guilford College as a parish. And so this is a picture from 2015. Then it occurred to me that wouldn't it be great? I mean, the Pope called on every parish to host a refugee family. And, we're like, okay, well, Guilford can do this, but certainly every college and university could do this. And so every campus a refuge as an organization was born out of the work that we did at Guilford College. And our mission is to really mobilize every college and university in this country, there are 4,000 of us, to support refugees in their resettlement. And in doing so, to really transform how we do refugee resettlement and how we do higher education. And I'm going to talk about those two pieces, like how those two pieces intersect and interact with each other, refugee resettlement and higher education. But just in terms of the organization's background, which is now a nonprofit that I direct, our flagship chapter is Guilford College, where I continue to teach and where we continue to run the flagship program. We have hosted, as I said, nearly 90 refugees on Guilford's campus. There were 16 Afghan evacuees that were hosted for several months on our campus last year. We finished recently hosting a 6-member family from the Central African Republic, but we've hosted folks from all over, from Syria, from Iraq, from Uganda, from Rwanda, from the DRC, from Colombia, Venezuela. And we want to do the same for other institutions, which is why we become a 501c3. We've expanded to these universities that you can see in front of you. One of them is Hudson Valley Community College, and there's another community college that's about to join every campus a refuge. And the way that they do this is that they partner with a local a group, whether it's an individual or another organization, or in Hudson Valley Community's case, it's actually partnering with another private institution nearby that has housing. And Hudson Valley Community College is providing ESL support, workforce development support, access to health services, childcare, et cetera. So it's a really wonderful arrangement. Every campus of refuge, as you can imagine, because of Afghanistan and because of Ukraine, has really gained more interest. And our chapters have tripled. And in the last year alone, our campuses have supported over 400 refugees by hosting them on campus-owned or campus adjacent housing and offering them access to campus facilities and amenities to facilitate their belonging, inclusion, and integration. I want to set the scene for why this matters and why it's important. Refugee resettlement is a program that we've had since 1980. We've welcomed refugees to this country for many, many years. But in 1980, we established the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program, USRAP for short. And under USRAP, resettlement agencies, there are 10 of them with local affiliate offices. You can see them here on this map. We do have offices in Alaska and Hawaii. I'm sorry, they're not showing on this map. The only state that doesn't have a refugee resettlement program is Wyoming. But there is a resettlement program in every state in this country other than Wyoming. So these are the offices of the resettlement agencies. Refugees come to the United States and are welcomed by the resettlement agencies. And refugees typically go to where you see these dots on the map are, within a 100-mile radius. So what's very apparent to me is that there are many places on this map where refugees are not going and not being resettled, even though there might be housing opportunities or employment opportunities, but there isn't yet infrastructure or capacity, local capacity, to support refugee resettlement and integration. When refugees are resettled in our country, we every year the president determines how many refugees we will accept. This year it's 125,000 from different countries across the world. When refugees arrive, they are given $1,275 as a one-time stipend. If you land in California, it's the same amount than if you land in Alabama. So it's $1,275 that you get one time. You are expected to achieve self-sufficiency within 90 days. So refugees are expected to become economically self-sufficient 90 days after arrival, regardless of language proficiency, trauma history, responsibilities, children, how many children they have. And they are expected to begin paying back the plane ticket that brings them here 6 months after they arrive. So it's a challenging situation for refugees who, once they get here, even though they do get their social security numbers, a couple of months in, they get employment authorization very quickly. They do have Medicaid. Find it very challenging, first of all, to find housing upon arrival because they don't have a credit history and they don't have a social security number as soon as they arrive. And really have to accept the first job that they're offered. That's kind of an unwritten rule in case management, is that if you're going to achieve self-sufficiency, it's because you work and you're able to pay your rent. So there are gaps in the process that we feel that higher education institutions can fill, especially that initial challenge in finding safe housing and allowing folks more time to breathe. So really the idea is, how do we give folks, our newest neighbors, our newest Americans, how do we give them a softer landing and a stronger beginning so that we can all be healthy as a community, because they are resettling with us and among us, right? And we belong to each other. And so how do we create systems of support that do that? In addition to the challenges of the resettlement itself, like the one-time stipend, that's it, and the 90 days self-sufficiency expectation, the resettlement program itself really is underfunded. Because of the Trump administration, so many offices closed. We lost a lot of expertise in case management and the local infrastructure, which is going to take decades to rebuild, even though Biden has been supportive, of course, of refugee resettlement. And because our numbers dipped very low under the Trump administration, 15,000 in 1 year, when there aren't refugees coming, the systems that support refugees collapse. I mean, offices close, agencies, organizations that are not supporting refugees lay off their staff. And so there is really a place for higher education to play in welcoming our newest neighbors and our newest Americans. I love showing this map because it suggests to be sort of an abundance of capacity. There are places on this map I can't even see because there's so many of us all over this country. I can still see a lot of Wyoming, which is interesting. But there are universities in Wyoming. But this to me suggests what the landscape of refugee resettlement, if higher education participated in it, could look like. Right? It means that refugees can go everywhere in this country, many places, more than certainly if higher education was not involved. And to me that means expanded diversity in those communities and greater opportunities for us as various communities to be enriched by the perspectives of our newest Americans. One of the things I like to start with when I talk about, yes, look at us, there's so many of us. What I don't want to do is suggest that we haven't been doing the work. Of course we have. We've been doing this work for years. One way that I like to sort of explain what we've been doing is this typology. This typology shows you the ways in which higher education is involved in refugee resettlement and integration. So the type 1 is an institution that provides service or service learning opportunities for students to do work off-site and sometimes on campus. Type 2 is the institution that supports refugee students and refugee scholars. So think scholars at risk, for example. Type 3 is the university that sends students abroad to do work or volunteer or research in a camp in Greece or in Turkey or in Jordan. What I'm talking about here is type number 4, of which every campus a refuge is an example. It is what we call a resettlement campus. A resettlement campus is a higher education institution, right? 2-year, 4-year, private, public. If you look at the ECAR chapters, they are everything, and they're rural, they're urban, they're land grant, they're private, they're 2-year, they're 4-year, they're in Republican states, they're in Democratic states. So, I mean, really, any campus can be an ECAR campus. But a resettlement campus, very specifically, is an institution that provides housing, whether it's on campus or campus adjacent, access to facilities, to personnel, to support not only enrolled, more importantly, non-enrolled. So all of the ICAR chapters actually support families, including children and elders. And these individuals might never enroll as students. You know, they become part of your community, and it's a great, actually, strategy to get folks to become part of your community. So we've actually seen ICAR chapters who have enrolled, folks who have come younger and then grown up and want to go to that university that was such a formative part of their early arrival. But really, the idea is we're supporting community members. They're not necessarily enrolled as students in those early days of their arrival to this country. So this is a resettlement campus. This is a definition that provides resources, material and human resources to support refugee integration, and every campus of refuge is an example of that. I want to share an example from Oklahoma State University. David, if the sound plays for you, give me a thumbs up. I can see you, so I'll be able to tell. Just wait for it a second. Can you hear it? All right, let me stop. And it's possible that I didn't share with the sound. Okay. I am sharing with sound. Okay, but you can't hear it. Let me try to turn it up.
Resources to support refugee resettlement and integration in response to the needs of the hyperlocal ecosystem. After the evacuation of Afghan allies in the summer of 2021, OSU reached out to the local resettlement agency to inquire about their needs. Housing was identified as the #1 need. In response, OSU provided 15 two-bedroom apartments that were empty due to a drop in international student enrollment because of COVID. But from there, the support grew. Transportation, English language training, employment, community, coordination, and partners emerged in the ecosystem. The local bank, state and DHS office, local private agencies, and private donors.
All right, so that's an example from an interesting, we picked it obviously because Oklahoma State University is doing amazing things. Many ICAR chapters actually host one family at a time. This was a particularly unique situation. But because Stillwater had never had refugee resettlement before, ever. So this is their first experience of Stillwater, a town in Oklahoma, of welcoming refugees. And because OSU did this, Stillwater will never be the same. So they're that point on the map that didn't have a dot before, and now is a place where resettlement is happening, refugee integration and inclusion is happening. And because of that, Stillwater itself will be transformed. And so I wanted to keep thinking about that, the transformative power of doing this work on our communities is immense. The reason this works is because we believe at every campus of refuge and campuses that do this, that we are like cities, that we have the facilities, the resources, the amenities, and the partnerships to be able to do this work and to do it well. So I'd like you to, in the chat, think about the abundance. I I wish we could always think from that, always, like just push ourselves to think from a place of abundance as opposed to a place of scarcity. So think about abundance and the ways in which your campus is probably abundant, right? I know that housing is an issue, of course, and on community colleges, sometimes it's there is no housing, but I want you to think about all the other things that might be available to you, either in a partnership or on your campus. Is it event space? Do you have cafeterias or a gym or a library or potentially employment opportunities? ELA, English language acquisition programming. There are lots of ways in which campuses can be leveraged to support everybody, right? Of course, and in this particular case, perhaps a newcomer in your community who would benefit from these resources. I want to give you some examples of how refugees have utilized these resources, but just in terms of very specific information about housing, campuses that do this host refugees for a few months, right? It's a temporary housing arrangement so that refugees can learn the area in which they're coming to and then decide on their permanent housing and then transition to that permanent housing. So we are talking about free transitional or temporary housing that is very beneficial to the resettlement agency that you're partnering with and to the newcomers that you're hosting. When we hosted 16 Afghan evacuees, in fact, every time we host folks on Guilford's campus, the first thing that they ask for, of course, is the Wi-Fi, because they need to connect to family back home as soon as possible. Wi-Fi is expensive. Imagine, I mean, just it's such a wonderful thing to be able to access that immediately. But I remember the 9 Afghan men that we hosted on our campus, the second thing they asked for after Wi-Fi was the gym. And to be able to just walk to the gym and lift weights and, run the track was really wonderful and healing, in fact. So don't underestimate access to physical space and to natural environments that can be very healing and very productive. The other thing that we have access to, of course, are human beings, right? Our students, ourselves, faculty, staff who can provide airport welcome or share meals with folks or act as cultural brokers or navigators or interpreters or provide tutoring, orientation support. Like there's so much that we have our students, that we'd love our students to learn, right? To be able to learn about their city. Isn't it wonderful to be able to do that with newcomers and really learn together collectively how we belong in this city and in this town? Here are some interesting ways, wonderful ways in which folks hosted on campuses have benefited from our resources on these campuses. They've found employment. They have found healing in access to environmental space. They have access to supplies and instruments, especially if they're artists or musicians. If they like sports, they have access to playing with teams. They have shared meals in the cafeteria. They've learned English through ELA. They've accessed career services and built CVs and interviewed for jobs and applied for jobs. They've had free housing, temporary free housing. They have attended events which have built social networks and community. Don't underestimate a festival that you have on your campus and how much that can do in bringing people together. Used farms for planting and produce, and of course, supported by the community itself. This is Jacob. He's the son of a DRC family we hosted on Guilford's campus, and he loved playing soccer. And the international student team would just walk by the house. He lived on campus and pick him up for pickup soccer every Friday. It was great. We also hosted Ali al-Khazraji. Ali is an Iraqi calligraphist who arrived in the US a week before the Muslim ban. So he and his family arrived a week before the Muslim ban. Ali was able to use free art supplies on campus and then exhibit his work in our gallery on campus. And I keep telling people, where is there housing and a gallery in the same place except a college campus, right? We are truly a city. The other thing that we know about ourselves is that not only are we an ecosystem unto ourselves as a campus, but we exist in an ecosystem. We don't exist in a vacuum. We exist in concert, in constellation with others. We have partners in the community, and those partners are individuals or their organizations or their agencies. So here are some of the partners that are part of the ICAR chapter ecosystem: faith-based organizations, local co-ops who provide free, culturally appropriate food if you partner with them, local libraries, nonprofits, resettlement agencies, small businesses. One of the ICAR chapters partners, two of them actually, partner with a local bike organization that provides them with a bike for free and a helmet for every family member that they host on their campus. Local faith communities, mattresses are expensive, and when we welcome refugees, all linen materials need to be new. That, by the way, comes out of their stipend, $1,275. So anything that we can do as a community to offset some of those costs, and really we're able to do a lot in terms of raising funds and just in-kind donations. Here are some wonderful ways in which hosted newcomers have partnered with us in this ecosystem. So one of the things we want to do is think about newcomers themselves as partners in the ecosystems. They're not just beneficiaries. They are equal partners and collaborators and co-designers. So that's Ali actually giving a calligraphy workshop on campus. Blaze performs at many events across the town and on campuses. But refugees can also support with employment, with housing, with translation, interpretation, and cultural navigators and brokers with English language acquisition. So be thinking about how refugee communities can be wonderful partners in this work. Another really crucial piece to this is very much aligned with our mission as educational institutions. When we do this work, it benefits our students in immense ways. And I want to talk about that a little bit. But I want you to think about your campus, and if you can put in the chat, what are some of the departments or offices on your campus, or people, faculty, that you know work on refugee issues, on forced migration issues, on forced displacement? Maybe they do study abroads, maybe they do research, maybe they do service learning with the local community center that's sort of an apartment complex where there's a large refugee population. Do you have student clubs that work on refugee issues? Do you have a civic engagement office, right? So we actually, many of us have campuses where either departments or programs or student clubs or organizations are engaged in this issue. So I'd love to see what you have on your campus in the chat. And I'm going to give you some examples of what we have done on a curricular and co-curricular level with this. So think about the ways in which perhaps we can offer our students a certificate in supporting refugees and doing this work, or creating graduate assistantships. They might exist. Imagine how great it would be for a student in social work or education or public health or nursing to be supporting a family in this way, right? And what a great professional development opportunity for the student, and also wonderful for the family to have that coordinator. Think about the independent studies that you can do with students around this, or project-driven courses. I'm going to give you some really cool examples from the ICAR ecosystem. These are campuses that are doing this. So at Guilford College, we actually have a minor. So students get a minor in hosting refugees on Guilford's campus and supporting them in their resettlement, which is really cool. At Russell Sage, they have an intercultural cafe where they invite hosted refugees from the community and students to share tea and talk to each other. We also have chapters that do a lot of project-driven courses and undergraduate theses. I'm going to give you a really cool example from our chapter in Siena College. This is Kylie. Oops, sorry, let me find. There we go.
Hello, my name's Kylie, and I'm a senior at Siena College in Albany, New York. And I've been participating in the ICAR program for our first time ever hosting a family on campus. This has been an incredibly impactful experience for me. It's given me a real passion for working with immigrants and refugees, which has led me to focus my senior thesis on examining the resettlement process in the US through an intersectional feminist lens, which is ultimately going to culminate in a job proposal so that Siena can hopefully create a paid fellowship position for a student to actually run the ICAR program after they graduate. It's also really shaped my career plans for after undergrad. I always wanted to go to law school, but I was never exactly sure what I wanted to practice. But this has led me to wanting to pursue immigration law, and I will be attending law school this coming fall.
So that's Kylie, and she's already in law school, which is wonderful. But what a great opportunity for our students in career discernment, in public engagement, in local engagement. I love this project. I want to talk about it for a minute. So one of the students from an ECAR chapter who was working with the family and with the children specifically really felt that they needed some support with their English learning. And so she designed and created a book, a coloring book, where every letter in the alphabet coincides with an iconic image or building or something in Albany. So A is for Albany, B is for the bus that has the OCDT logo on it that takes them to the resettlement agency, C is for capital, for the capital region. And it was just like, how amazing is this? I feel like every city needs an I belong in Albany, I belong in Greensboro, I belong in Stillwater, I belong in, you name it, whatever city you're in. What cities are you in? We need an I belong book to really connect our newest, our littlest, newest Americans with their new cities. My colleagues and I actually did a study of the impact of ECAR on participating students at Guilford College. So we wanted to know, what does it mean? And we've already have an evaluation study, and I'll talk about that for participating refugees, but what did it mean for our students to do this work? And we found 3 important findings. First of all, it had a positive impact on their career development to participate in this way, internships, etc. It allowed them to understand a global issue at the local level, right? So they get what global forced migration means, but more importantly, they understand its impact because they talk to people and are working with people for whom this was a reality. And for me, most importantly, honestly, it allowed them to see the vision for what higher education can do in the world. And maybe David, I don't know what your experience is, David. Honestly, every day I get an article that tells me I'm even more irrelevant than I thought I was in higher education is like, what are you guys doing in the world? What do you need a degree for? Why are you doing anything that's meaningful? Look at what's happening. And I'm like, oh, I guess we're all irrelevant and all meaningless. But this work is very meaningful to me, and it really it just moves me to see how the students see the role of higher education in social transformation. I think that's a really powerful thing. Y'all, we can do this. There's 4,000 of us, right? And, if we do this, every campus that does this for years, imagine what this means for how many folks we can support in this way that really just need that sort of 3 or 4 months at the beginning of their arrival here. This is my beautiful community of ECAR chapters. We've come together for the last 2 years, once at Guilford College and then again at Wake Forest University, one of our oldest chapters. I want to talk just for a few minutes about why this matters, why we should do it. Because it's transformative. It really shifts where we do resettlement. I want you to think Stillwater and then more, all those other cities, and towns in this country where it's possible for us to welcome newcomers, but we don't right now. Can a higher education institution facilitate that? It really transforms our students' experiences in ways that I have not even anticipated. Many of my students who volunteer with me have gone on to work in refugee and immigrant issues. Their advocacy is profound. They're transformed truly at the human level, really, just by interacting with folks in this way, this very meaningful way. The work is grounded in a commitment to agency and privacy and dignity of refugees. ECAR has very clear guidelines on engagement with hosted guests, on privacy, on confidentiality. And it really, again, for every day I'm hearing I'm irrelevant. I want to do something that makes me relevant. And for me, this is really a way to cement our position as higher education institutions in our local communities. This is very hyper-local. This is when we say anchor institution, when we say land grant university, we're connected to the place and we're accountable to the people of that place. And newcomers are people in that place, by the way. They're resettling in your area and they are part of your community. And so it's really important to sort of also think about our responsibility to them. We did an evaluation of 6 ECAR chapters that's based on a former evaluation. You can, the QR code for the former evaluation is here. We're about to publish the second one. But what was really interesting in the key findings from the newest evaluation is that the refugees that were supported by Every Campus a Refuge named mental health as the #1 service they received, even though we never set out to provide mental health services. We set out to provide housing, integration support. But unsurprisingly, when people feel welcomed, when they don't stress out about funding, when housing is safe, it supports their mental health. And so that was actually a remarkable finding for us that we did not expect. Here are some quotes from folks who participate in ECAR and answer the survey. The survey, by the way, the ECAR evaluation was a survey and then focus groups. So yeah, knowing that there's a community of people out there to help, that you're not alone is the most important thing. And then this is from a student. It wasn't all work. We dance, we eat, we throw a graduation party. So it's a community. There's a lot of love. In terms of nuts and bolts, if you're interested, again, as community colleges, we're talking about potential partnerships with others in the community who might be able to offer temporary housing for 2 or 3 months or 4 months or more. Some campuses host for a little bit more. It really is about, that housing partnership, and then, creating a system of support on campus to support the newcomers, whether it's a graduate assistant or a student club or a faculty who might include this in their coursework. So there are lots of ways in which ECAR chapters have done this and coordinated the effort, and these are some examples. I would recommend a couple of steps to take if you're interested in this. If you're not the champion on this call, first of all, I'm grateful that you're on this call, but if you're not the champion, maybe there is a champion on your campus, connect them to me, please. Maybe there's a faculty member who loves this issue and wants to talk about it. I'm happy to talk to them about it. And then find out who your local refugee resettlement agency is. We have an ECAR map tool that can actually help you find it. So I'm going to share that map tool with you in a second. ECAR, we pride ourselves on not leaving you alone ever, right? Like we're with you every step of the way. So we have a best practices manual on how you can do this, a coordinator handbook, an implementation checklist. We have curricula and syllabi. All of it is free, by the way. We have trainings that are free. Here's the map tool, and the map tool allows you to enter your university, and then it shows you you can pick the radius, but who your resettlement agencies are and your refugee supporting organizations. And our latest resource that just launched today is this manual. The Ahlan manual is a manual for establishing resettlement campuses. So it's really has a lot of rubrics and checklists and tools that allow you to establish support for refugees on your campus. ECAR also has trainings that are available that are free through the Refugee Welcome Collective. If you can receive certificate-bearing training, also free for your higher education institution. It's an 8-hour training. Here's the QR code. Please feel free to sign up for that. There is a wait list, but we'll put you on the wait list and then we'll offer you the training. Probably not this academic year, but the next academic year. But please do sign up. And as I said, it's free and it's offered by every campus of refuge and the National Association of System Heads. The other thing that I want to say is that ECAR chapters come together every 2 weeks and have a community of practice. We talk to each other and share and learn from each other. Finally, I just want to scroll through very quickly. I know that I have just a couple of minutes. We have some publications that might be of interest that give you a sense of the program overall. So this is in the AAC&U. My book, American Refuge, actually details the stories of some folks who participated in this program. And then this is an article in which we talk about how this work decolonizes curricula and really focuses on thinking about accountability in the work that we do as institutions, to the land that we're on, to the people that we're part of, and the communities that we belong to. And finally, every campus of refuge is a member of the Welcome Corps on campus, which is an effort by the US government to have universities directly sponsor refugee students. If you are interested in learning about Welcome Corps on campus, please let me know. But universities can directly sponsor refugee students now, which is wonderful. I just want to end on sharing some pictures of folks that were, these pictures were taken with permission and shared with permission of individuals that we've hosted on our campus. This is Marwa and her kids. This is Ali, the calligraphist. And I want to end on this picture. Last year, we had an opportunity to meet the Pope who inspired every campus of refuge. And we're like, well, we have to tell the Pope about ECAR, obviously. So Ali, the calligraphist that I just told you about, created this plate for the Pope. and we were able to gift it to him. And he was very amused. And the plate says in Arabic, the verse that the Pope quoted from the Bible when he called on every parish to host a refugee family from Matthew, this that you do unto the least brothers of mine, you do unto me. The image in the middle is an image of the Chapel of the Milk Grotto. It's a chapel in Palestine where the Holy Family took refuge from violence. Yeah, I'm going to stop here and happy to answer any questions.
That's what a wonderful program. And, you know, it strikes me the alignment. I mean, there are challenges in community colleges, but there's much more alignment with the student population, with the mission of community colleges. You know, community colleges are already serving. I mean, they don't even recognize they're probably already serving many, many refugee families as it is. So this is how much farther of a stretch is this to sponsor a family. So let me just, and so thank you. Let me just leave it open for questions. Just open your mic. If you've got something to add, share, things are going on. It was a great list in the chat. I've been following the list in the chat, which I thought a lot of things going on. Joel from Madison College and Kathy and Paul all listed things. Maybe you can even talk about some of those things. So let me stop. People open their mic and share what they're thinking or ask Diya a question. Come on, someone.
Hey, David.
Hey, Paul.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for that presentation. I have to check. I don't know if my college is already involved or not. So I'll push this information forward to the people that.
Tell us where you're from, Paul.
Oh, sorry. I'm from Valencia College in Orlando, Florida. But I know that we've already had. I mean, there are organizations in town. I put one up in the chat that do just such good work helping refugees that come into this area. And of course, most of them are from Central and South America. But we have had lots of refugees from, you know, over the last, like you said, since about 2015 from other places in the world. And we have, you know, good international student programs. We have a whole office devoted to that. But yeah, I'm going to push this information forward to see if we're even, maybe we already are, I don't know. So, but it's a wonderful presentation.
Yeah, Valencia is not an ICAR chapter, but that doesn't mean that you all aren't doing, you might be. I mean, it's, you know, not all of this work is done under our umbrella, but yeah, Paul, I put my email in the chat. So if there's, if anybody wants to connect about this, please let me know and I'm happy to talk to them.
Thank you.
Joel, you have your hand raised.
Did I successfully unmute?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, that's good. So, yeah, my name's Joel. I teach at Madison Area Technical College, and as I posted in chat, we have, you know, hundreds of refugee students, but I don't think there's anything under a broad organizational umbrella like ICAR offers, because these days there's so much, I should say, dismal news. This is like a breath of fresh air hearing this presentation. It was really affirming. I'm actually looking for a little bit, maybe, you know, a cyclone, a bigger gust. I was wondering if you might be able to share an experience where members of the community may have been possibly resistant, and in so doing, the work that you do, they too were transformed. Can you think of moments where that seems like it would be tremendous if that happened? If there's a particular moment where it has happened with you, I'd love if you could share that.
Yeah, that's first of all, that's a really good question. I don't know the experiences of all of the ICAR chapters because they don't necessarily share the details of those. So I can tell you some stories that I heard from them sort of in summary, and then some experiences that I've had. So one of the reasons, but this person was not transformed. One of the reasons that ICAR got on the map to begin with, and then the map, I mean, like people heard about it and were like, oh, let's do this at Wake Forest, or let's do this at Lafayette College in Pennsylvania. Those were the first ICAR chapters. Actually, one of the first ICAR chapters was in Florida, Rollins College. It was because our North Carolina House representative got on Fox News and asked our president publicly to rescind the offer to host a Syrian refugee family on our campus because they would be terrorists, right? And that was the narrative, and it still continues to be the narrative, you know, in some way or another, about refugees. And of course, our president said, no, we're not gonna listen to you. But that was an example of a very sort of obvious hostility to the program. I will say that I have been asked to speak at faith communities in Greensboro where I have been asked questions like, how do we know that those folks are not terrorists? And so I always take this as an opportunity to call people in rather than call out, and then provide information and facts about the refugee resettlement program and the ways in which refugees are the most well-vetted population on the planet, and the kinds of resources that refugees are actually offered when they arrive, and the kind of benefits that they bring to our community. And then so those folks then donate, right? So they write a check, or so there's those moments of, you know, transformation in the sense that if you have a conversation with someone who's concerned, and Randy Kluver at Oklahoma State University experienced this because he's in Oklahoma, and, you know, there was resistance to some of the work that they were doing. And I remember his phrase very well. Most people, if you have a conversation with them, they get it. And that's been truly my experience. People on the face of it are like, oh, this sounds really weird, or this sounds really scary. And you're like, well, actually, here's what we're trying to do. And they're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. So those are the moments. I will give you an example of not someone who is resistant, but really kind of, to me, is emblematic of the kind of contact that this work allows. So when we host refugees on Guilford's campus, we host them in a campus house that is maintained by our facilities and protected by our public safety officers. Now, I'm in the South. Granted, I'm in a diverse place in Greensboro, but, you know, generally speaking, the wonderful, you know, folks who work in our facilities and public safety are folks from the local community. They don't necessarily interact with refugees. They've never had that experience. And on a couple of occasions, I've had someone from facilities and public safety come up to me. They'll come visit me in my office and say, you know, if it weren't for this program, I would never have met a refugee family. And one of them actually said, and I realized they were just like me. And I thought, like, what a remarkable moment to really just connect with another human being and realize that's exactly right. That's exactly, and truly, that's what I find to be the most important part of this, is that we connect with each other on a very human level. And then it's so much harder for me to believe the news that tells me that, you know, Aboudi that I just met is a terrorist. Like, you're telling me that person is dangerous, but I know him and I know his family and I know, right? So, and those are the moments where, because the work is so whole of community, it's not just students, it's also everybody's involved, right? The facilities folks, the residence halls, the student clubs, the admissions folks, potentially, the folks at ESL, the library. You know, everybody in the community gets to meet folks and get to sort of have a sense of what we mean when we say newcomers. What does it mean when we're welcoming refugees to Greensboro or elsewhere? So those are the examples that I have, is that people in the community are scared because they don't necessarily know all the information, but these are great opportunities for higher education institutions to create dialogue and moments of sort of just learning about the issue.
Thanks for the question, Joel. Any other questions? We have about 5 or 6 minutes, and I do want to give you a couple minute break between now and we start at 2:15 Eastern time. But any other questions for Diya on this? It's a fabulous program. I'm not at a community college, but I could imagine a community college trying to figure out something to do. This kind of crystallizes and brings focus, in a sense. Quite often we're like all different pieces that you can say, well, we're just going to do this and allot this to get this done, kind of a thing. Jason, you opened your mic. You want to ask a question?
Yeah, I wanted to know, is there a way I could get my universities, like, can I get my university involved at all?
Yeah, you're at Hopkins. Are you talking about Peabody or Hopkins?
Yeah, Peabody mostly.
Yeah, I would, of course, any university could be involved. Jason, what would be helpful to you to move this forward? Do you want to connect offline, or?
Yeah, I'll send you my email in the chat.
Yeah, and I can just send you some materials. And is it okay to ask, can you tell me about your position at the university? Are you faculty, staff, student?
I'm a student slash faculty at the same time, because I am hired to play for certain groups that are more faculty oriented than student oriented.
Yeah.
But at the moment, I guess my official position is student.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. I found that students are very, very powerful in moving this on campuses.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's been my experience, is that when students put this forward, it really moves. It does take time because this is higher ed, and let's not kid ourselves. Like,
Yeah.
it will take a couple of semesters. Yes,
Oh, I
if
know.
you can email me, that would be great.
Sounds good. All right.
Thanks, Jason. Jason is at Peabody Institute, which is one of the premier musical institutes that's part of Hopkins. So I'm from Baltimore, so I know it's a great place. Obi, who's in Nigeria, go ahead. You want to add something?
Yeah, thank you, Diya, for your wonderful presentation. And you're doing a great job, you know, with ECHA. I was just wondering because over here in Nigeria, we also have IDPs, you know, what you call internally displaced persons. I mean, which can also be refugees, you know, in international terms. I mean, you bring these people into campus, and I was just wondering, have you experienced any gender inequalities? You know, maybe a kind of, you know, differences in treatment for women and men, you know, because we're talking about, you know, there are a lot of issues about, you know, gender-based violence and all that, you know, for women. So has ECHA experienced that, you know, in your work? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a great question. The ECAR chapters host families that include sort of multi-generational, so children and youth and adults and elders, and then of course men and women. I would say that the resettlement experience, and there are studies that show that there are challenges that are faced by different identities in different ways. So for example, the expectation for the men to work, and then for the women to care for the children, and then sort of becoming the default parent at home, which also makes it harder to learn English, which is needed to advance English proficiency. So I would say that the challenges are faced, and of course, depends also on the background and the culture. So we have refugees that are being resettled in the US from all over, and they're not uniform, obviously, in terms of cultural expectations or other things. I will say that one of the things that we encountered at Guilford College specifically, and this was a project actually that my student worked on. So one of the things I want to clarify is that when students do research, it is not on the refugee family. That's, you know, nothing that we do is the refugee family is, we work alongside them, but the students are researching Greensboro and the resettlement space in Greensboro. So in this particular case, I had a student who was a biology major and in the ECAR minor, and she was working with a family where the mother was pregnant. And the mother would tell her, like, I would go to the hospital or I would go to the doctor's office and this would happen to me. And I didn't expect for this to happen to me, right? So there was a clear miscommunication between the doctor or the nurse and the mother about what was going to happen to her on her visits. And then the woman in a family that we were supporting off campus, she went to the hospital for what she thought was a routine visit and ended up being induced and gave birth that day. So my student ultimately ended up creating a brochure that we now leave in the ECAR house in multiple languages that sort of helps folks understand, here's what to expect on your first appointment if you're expecting a baby. Here's what to expect like in the second trimester, and just, you know, making it easy, as simple as possible for people to sort of grapple with our complicated, you know, human services systems. So that stands out to me as an experience that women have here, pregnancy and birth as being potentially exceptionally challenging, especially when you don't have the community around you that you're used to.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Diya. I mean, this is quite interesting, you know, to me. Recently, I have friends from Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq, and even in Nigeria, that we are running a 6-month program together. And this is focused on peace building, and we are targeting young people. I mean, a lot of them, you know, have serious concerns. So, Abdo, Diya, if there's any need, I'm going to contact you in case they will need, you not to speak to you about anything about
Thank
all
you.
your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I think we're out of time. And so I want to give a round of applause for Diya and her great important work. So if you all want to turn your mics and a round of applause. I really appreciate the efforts that you're taking. And you and I are going to follow up, Diya, because I'm doing some things at University of North Carolina, Greensboro, possibly in the spring through my NGO, the Forge Center that works on humanitarian education. And it would be nice for Guilford and UNCG to do something together. So we'll follow up on that through a separate email. So it is 2:13. Let's give ourselves like 3 or 4 minute break. Diya, you're welcome to stay for the rest of the day too, if you want. Let's give ourselves a few minute break. Then I'm going to join by Tabitha and Morgan. We're actually going to spend the next 2 hours looking at international education. First, we're going to look at the Fulbright program. And Tabitha is going to talk about her experiences. I'll talk a bit about my experiences, but then I'm going to open the aperture and talk about the various Fulbright programs that are out there, because I do a lot of work in Fulbright and I'm kind of familiar with all of those, and thinking for yourself or students down the line. And then in the second hour, we're actually going to look at international education. We have faculty from Harper College and Oakton Community College who will talk about some of the things that they're doing. So why don't you all take 3 minutes, walk around, feed your cat, whatever you had to do, and then we'll come back after that. Okay? Thanks.
Miss Frost, did you need something?
Was the session supposed to start at 1:50? I mean, well, it'd be 2:15 DC time.
I think they just started a break.
They just started a break. Oh,
Yep,
okay,
we're running
so
I'm back. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so
oh, okay.
there you go. I think we ended up taking maybe a 5-minute break.
Oh, okay.
So
no problem.
welcome back, everyone. And I'm going to wait for. There you are, Tabitha. Nice to see you. I'm going to make you a co-host also.
Here.
Let's welcome everybody back. That was a fantastic presentation by Diya. I'm really intrigued by what she's doing. I don't know if she's still in the room, but the Forge Center engages in humanitarian education program, and we run simulations for undergraduate and graduate students, replicating the work of NGOs working with internally displaced people and refugees. So we kind of do this in an experiential way by setting up a simulation where students come and playing internally displaced people as role players in another group of students, playing aid workers. And over the course of a day or several days, the aid workers are, as a country team, trying to get certain things done. They're on a mission. And we have a scenario we use and gives them the kind of the real life look of what this work is like, because increasingly we have students. I've had students at George Mason who actually started in community college and ended up working with refugees in South Sudan or in the Middle East. And students increasingly are thinking about that as a career path. So just like Diya is informing students about the individuals themselves and their needs in the United States, we're kind of looking at it from a career standpoint of what students can do. So I'm anxious to follow up and talk with her a little bit more. So having said that, we're going to now shift and we're going to talk about international education, starting with looking at the Fulbright program. And the Fulbright program, I'm going to turn it over to Tabitha, and I know she wants to show some slides and talk about her experience. So we want to do that. And then kind of towards the end of that, then I'll come in and talk a little bit about my experience, but I also want to talk about the full range of Fulbright programs out there. So just another 15 seconds, let you know that Tabitha will talk about her Fulbright, but I was a Fulbright grantee about 20 years ago when I was in a community college. I spent 6 months teaching peace studies and conflict resolution at the University of Tartu in Estonia. And for the last 20 years, I've been a big advocate of expanding the Fulbright program. I've written articles about it. I wish I came back from the Fulbright Association meeting. We're actually setting up a chapter, a community college chapter within the association to look at expanding Fulbright opportunities for community college faculty. So I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. But I want to hear, and I think you want to hear, because I've heard a little bit about Tabitha's experience. Tabitha, I'm going to forego an introduction, let you talk about yourself, if that's easier, and talking about, you teach at Community College of Philadelphia, right? Mm-hmm. Talking about her work and what she did in the Fulbright program. Take it away, and then once you're done, then I'll come in and kind of finish it off a little bit, and we'll see where we go. So Tabitha, welcome.
Hi, thanks so much. Thanks, David. I appreciate it. Good to see you again. And I'll finish my little bit here talking about some of the issues that David and I have bumped up against. This is where David and I met in Washington, D.C. at the Fulbright sort of conversation. They were trying to start a conversation around community college professors engaging in Fulbright as Fulbright scholars. And I don't want to cloud your perspective, but it was problematic. So David and I met there, and so this is great. It's great to be with everybody, and I hope that we can have a good discussion about this. So I just want to quickly give an overview, not just of my, excuse my messy desktop, not just my sort of my experience, but also really, how can community college professors better engage with Fulbright? Is it elitist? Do we want it to be accessible? It's just that there's a lot to think about. So this is sort of the place where I'm coming from. And I'll just start with my bit. Can you guys see my slides okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
We do see your presentation slide, not the full screen, just FYI.
Not the full screen? What do you mean? David, you're on mute. Can you say it again?
Not in presentation mode.
You're in what you would see, so you want to flip the presentation. There's a button in there to flip it.
Really?
Yeah, there should be. You go back into your PowerPoint and you can flip it. Okay, go to I guess you go to slideshow or you go to presenters view. Hit that.
Presenter view. I feel like that's what
Oh no, go back to starting slideshow. Go now, hit that, play from start. And then that's what you want to see. Now we're good. Now we're good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for everybody. So my name is Tabitha Morgan. I have a PhD in American Studies. So I only point that out just to say that I'm this sort of hybrid between history, literature, art, gender studies. So I teach in 4 different departments. And that's just my shtick. So when I applied for Fulbright the first time, I was applying as gender studies. And then when I got the Fulbright, it was for history. So I have a little bit of a fluid identity in general and also academically. So just to say that that's also an approach. You don't have to be really strict in how you engage Fulbright. So I was the Garcia Robles Chair in History and North American Studies in Universidad Veracruzana in Veracruz, Mexico. And that's in Jalapa. And it's the very top of a mountain. There's no tourists. There's no postcard stores. There's absolutely nothing there. Wait, I'm going to minimize my side so you can see over here. So just to use my case as an example, it's a little bit awkward because COVID hit and really sidelined all of us because obviously, I think it was like March of 2019, all of the Fulbrights around the world were brought back on diplomat visas because when COVID hit, we all had to come home. It was a lot of drama and really complicated. So when I went back out for the Fulbright, it was post-COVID. So the process of a Fulbright is usually a couple years long anyway. In academics, as you well know, we usually do things at least a year, if not 2 years in advance. Like I'm applying right now for a conference in 2025. So that's kind of standard, right? That we go so far in advance. And so what I did was I applied in 2017. I made it to be a finalist, which felt really exciting at the time. For sure, that felt unique for a community college professor and gave me a lot of hope. But then I didn't get placement. So a group, like a board of directors, chooses you, but then a university in your host country has to pick you up. Like somebody has to choose you from this pool of finalists. And one of the problems that I was up against is that people had already been chosen the year before in my discipline. So when I got chosen by University of Guadalajara and University of Veracruz, they had both just had gender studies professors the year before. So I didn't receive placement and didn't go on Fulbright. In the meantime, I didn't know that. I didn't know any of that. And I reached out to them, the 2 schools, and I said, can I just have some feedback on my application or why I was rejected? Is it because I'm from a community college? Is it because, I'm not from Dartmouth or wherever, Harvard? And the school said, absolutely not. We just had this gender studies professor. Can you apply again, actually, as a historian? We haven't had one of those in a couple of years. And I said, no problem. Great. So in the meantime, while all that's happening, right before COVID hit, you can see on the left, here's me when I had brown hair. There's my little son, he's this big, he's 2 years old. And they flew us to Mexico, the universities did, and hosted us as guest lecturers. So I got this behind the curtains peek into Fulbright life and what it would be like and where I would be living. So this is Jalapa here. Then I was awarded a Fulbright. COVID hit. It was all taken back. Everything shut down. And we waited until 2021. And thankfully, Fulbright honored those of us who had received Fulbrights because they were actually talking about starting from scratch and everybody reapplying. And, those of us who got accepted were freaking out because it takes years to get accepted on a Fulbright. It's very competitive, especially when you're in a place as popular as Mexico or someplace other people were in Paris. Those are really once in a lifetime appointments. You're not going to get those appointments again. It's just, they're too popular. So yeah, so I moved there in December, and I'll talk a little bit about that really quickly, but I taught in the spring semester at the university as a historian, teaching North American studies, and then didn't move back until July. And I'll be honest, I came back very reluctantly. If I could have stayed, I absolutely would have. So for those folks who are looking to apply to a Fulbright and really want to engage in that way, I would strongly urge you to come up with a proposal that covers a couple of different areas. One of them is your professional intentions. It's very clear that they want to know how you're going to host, how you're going to interact and invest yourself in the host institution, the host community. It's like the reverse of Diya's refugee program. You're going there, and what are you offering them? What are you bringing to the table? How are you going to interact with the community, not just be in the ivory tower of academia? And then the other is personal motivations. You're leaving your whole life. You're leaving your job. Some of us left our families. It's a lot. To go for 6 months, minimum is 4 months for the academic year. But they ask you to go the month before and stay a little bit longer. So you need to have an on-site project, which can be teaching or research or both. I did both. You need to have an outcome goal for your host institution. What's your outcomes for where you're staying in Mexico, Paris, Estonia, wherever you are going? The other person I was supposed to present with, Garvey, Lundy, I want to say was in Nigeria or Senegal. What is your outcome for that? What are your proposed outcomes for that space? And then the really key part, my last bullet point here, is your home institution impact. What is the impact you're hoping that this experience for you personally and professionally is going to bring back to your home institution? How is your home institution going to change or progress, envelop the Fulbright experience, and you're sort of the vehicle for that? Really, you are just the vehicle for that. And what does that mean? So I just put some photos here to make it interesting, but that's really the heart of the application is home and host impact, right? And these are just photos I took when I was there. All of these are my photos, by the way, just so you know. So the first thing where to start is your choice of country. You can apply to multiple countries, but I would suggest that you have a much better shot of picking a country that has something to do with your degree, your professionalism, your endeavors. A lot of people, like when I say a lot, I mean hundreds of people apply to Paris. They apply to, Copenhagen or Amsterdam because they want to go, and that will never get you a Fulbright. So Fulbright really tries to weed out the thrill seekers, the attention seekers, the people who are doing this for the students doing it for Instagram, the professors doing it because they want a semester of leave, right? Instead of retirement or something. They're really trying to weed out the people who are just in it for fun. And so hence the project being the heart of the application, but also so my dissertation was on transcultural aesthetics of working class women's art. And one of my countries was the United States, Mexico, and Algeria. So I applied to Mexico sort of on a wing and a prayer because 3 chapters of my dissertation dealt with it, and that was way back 2012. And I got it. I was really shocked that when I got it for multiple reasons, not the least of which is that I was a community college professor, but I'll deal with that now. So, oh, sorry. So wait, so the other thing I wanted to mention about this is just the competition level. If you're applying to someplace like Paris or Mexico City, it's very, very difficult to get in. You really have to have some very specific need and project that really speaks to that specific place because they're so highly competitive. So some places, a friend of mine was applying to some site in Pakistan and there were like 10 applicants. Mexico had 400, right? So you just have to be prepared that it might take a lot longer and you might go through more years of rejection, which is 3 years of rejection before placement is totally standard before you get it. So think about those things, what's your expertise space and the competition level. So this was my first day. Just wanted to give some a break in my lecturing as we do with our students. This was the first day we arrived. I, at this point, had my 6-year-old, well, he was 5, turned 6 in Mexico. And I'm walking down the street. Jalapa is a very small town. We're walking down the street. I have tears in my eyes. I'm thinking, what the hell have I just done? I'm a single mother. I put my house on the market. I put everything I own in storage. My whole life is gone in the United States for 6 months in Mexico. What the hell am I doing? And I walked down the street. I said, we just need to take a walk. Mommy needs to clear her head. And this happened. We ran into this. Anyway, so I could watch that all day. It just was like a sign from the universe that we were meant to do this. And it was just the most, from that day on, I just sat in, this is going to sound so woo-woo, but I just sat in gratitude. And if you open yourself up to the Fulbright experience, it will absolutely change your life only for the better, was the lesson I sort of learned there. All right, so here's my last couple of slides. So the benefits are really innumerable. I can't even begin. You can really imagine how life-changing this will be if you embark on this kind of thing. So here's a picture of Jose Vasquez, who became one of my best friends in life and in the Fulbright. He was the Garcia Robles chair in architecture at University of Guadalajara. And he's at Miami-Dade, which, as you might know, is basically a community college as well. And the way that he and I feel like we sort of joke that we snuck into Fulbright as community college professors. And one of the ways is that we had someone on our committee, this board of directors that sort of weeds you through and out. And we had someone on that committee, Jakal Tanalorn, who used to be in community college world. I'm not sure what his role was, but he was involved in community colleges. He was a community college student, same as myself. And he fought for us fiercely. He was our advocate. He was our champion. He helped us in immeasurable ways. He's not with, I don't mean to use past tense. He's still with us on Earth. He is just no longer with Fulbright. But he was housed in Mexico City. I think he's still there. And so that's sort of how we joke we snuck in the back door. I don't know if those dings are for me, that I'm taking up too much time. I guess it's been 20 minutes. So let me finish. So all of these reasons, as you can read, are really incredible. So now here I am teaching. We were just ending COVID. It was kind of a mess, as you can imagine. So it was just a mess. But here's my students. We did this huge timeline between juxtaposition of U.S.-Mexico history. So the obstacles, finances, I won't go through all of these, but if you have children, that's a whole other world. Fulbright does not make any allowances for children, for transport, for finding housing. You are completely on your own for that. And just if you're doing that, it's a lot. It's really overwhelming. And you're just completely on your own. So the stipend, which can be, anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000 from Mexico, I got 20. It sounds like a lot. It was more than my community college pay now. $5,000 a month is more than I make at community college in Philadelphia. But it ends up being, I ended up going in a lot of debt to take on a Fulbright. So they also don't take taxes out. You have to come up with, things for your housing in the US. There's just a lot happening. So this is where I'll leave you, because I think David wants to speak on this as well in his own experience. So I couldn't remember the title of it, but it's this Washington D.C. place. I put it here on the left. Their argument was,
is good. XYZ is fine from the XYZ.
Right? This woman, Julie Taylor, who's the academic relations for community colleges and Fulbright, or education and Fulbright, was arguing that that community colleges should be engaged in Fulbright, but almost in a separate sphere. So she suggested things like, should there be a separate Fulbright just for community college professors? Should there be a separate, and these are my bullet points, should there be a separate community college program? And she lastly suggested, putting on a form for the host institutions, like a little box that says, would you be willing to accept community college professors? Check yes or check no. My response to all of that is, we know perfectly well separate's not equal. And I earned this Fulbright on my own. And anyway, I don't know who she thinks she is, but that was a little aggressive on my part. So I'll leave it to the experts like David to figure that stuff out. And then I think he's going to talk about, so I just put slides in here about the same thing that I think he's going to address. I'll stop talking. So all of the program stuff and all the awards, but that's my experience. And I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Tabitha. That was wonderful. Very helpful. Thank you. And what I'm going to do is I want to first spend some time actually talking about the various Fulbright programs and sharing with you kind of and really impressing upon you the complexity of it, which I do apologize from the get-go, because once people kind of start this process of thinking about Fulbright, the first thing they recognize is these are a lot of hoops to manage. And one of the particular challenges in community colleges is that community colleges don't know anything about the hoops that you have to get through. And so and I'll end with talking about my own experience. I'm going to share a couple screens and hopefully put these links in the chat. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly and give you some context in a little bit of this. So I am first going to show you, this is the predominant program that most community college faculty and most faculty in the United States. So first of all, does everyone say it says Fulbright U.S. Scholar Program? Okay. So understand that there are inbound and outbound Fulbrighters. So when we talk about the Fulbright program, we're talking about people who come from overseas to the United States, which actually are a lot of international graduate students get their degrees in the United States via the Fulbright program. A lot of faculty come to the United States for generally up to a year to teach and do research. But we're also talking about outbound Fulbrighters, that Americans who go overseas. And I'm going to talk mostly about Americans who go overseas, because that's probably what we're talking about with community college faculty. When people think about Fulbright, they don't recognize that there are about 10 different Fulbright programs. And that's just for the outbound, not the inbound. There are so many different variations of Fulbright. And it does represent a little bit of the challenge for people to navigate this. In theory, there's supposed to be somebody in your campus who knows this, but most community colleges, there's nobody in your campus that knows this. And so you really have to rely on Fulbright program, which is really not education. So the Fulbright program is actually administered by organizations called International Institute of IIE, the International Institute of Education, World Learning, and a couple other organizations. Education and Culture Affairs is the State Department agency that basically is the overall managing, but they give them authority to these organizations. The Fulbright U.S. Scholar Program is the one program that most people think that's what you mean by Fulbright. There are 800 U.S. scholars that go overseas every year, of which probably less than 10 typically are from community colleges. This is the program that I was in, and I suppose this is the program that Tabitha was in also. And this is kind of, the numbers are appalling if you consider 45% of U.S. undergraduates are in community colleges. That is, community college faculty are teaching larger populations than four-year college faculty, but they don't have the opportunity to go on a Fulbright program. Fulbrights tend to be a semester or 2 semesters in length, that is 4 or 5 months or 10 months in length. You have to put together a project. Tabitha's right, it's either teaching or research or teaching and research. Community college faculty, it'll almost never be solely research because that's not what you do. It's going to be teaching and research or teaching. I went on a teaching Fulbright, and I went 20 years ago to Estonia at University of Tartu, and I taught peace studies and conflict resolution, I can come back to. So this is kind of the entree for the U.S. Scholar Program, which is the program most people shoot for. It isn't necessarily the best fit because if you get a Fulbright, if you're teaching 5 courses a semester, which most full-time faculty teach, it's really hard for your dean to say, what are we going to do with your courses? So this Fulbright program, and I don't want to go into too many details about how hard the fit is. There are a lot of reasons why it doesn't fit well. Okay, so now I want to show you, I'm going to go to another program. Oops, this is not it. Yeah, the Fulbright Specialist Program. Okay, so this is the Fulbright Specialist Program. Does everybody see that I've changed my screen, or do I have to reshare? You see it? Okay. So the second most popular program for community college faculty is the Fulbright Specialist Program, which is a short-term, multiple weeks, multiple months program where you're put on a roster for 3 years, I believe, where you could be called on to go somewhere, but you have to put together a project. So you apply to be on the roster, you're then on the roster, you don't go anywhere because you have to figure out a project to go somewhere, okay? So it's nice to be on it, but it doesn't necessarily mean there are people who are Fulbright specialists are on the roster for 3 years and they actually have never gone anywhere. And they never go anywhere because they never come up with a project, all right? So it's kind of unfortunate, but this works for community colleges. But the problem with this, do you see that I've scrolled up and I says eligible disciplines? Do you see that? One of the challenges is that half of community college curriculum isn't on here. And what I mean by that is that if you're a professor of cosmetology, or you're a professor of welding, or you're a professor of, right? We know that's half of our colleagues in community colleges. There's no Fulbright for them. This is basically the social sciences and education. So the challenge with this is that it doesn't allow for half of the community college population to engage in a Fulbright. And this is actually my big bone of contention, is this program is not broad enough. Okay, let me keep going and show you another program. So this program, no, that's not what I want to show you that yet. Okay, let me see. This is the other program that a lot of people think about. Do you see it says International Education Administrators Awards? Okay, so this is another Fulbright program a lot of community college go to, but it's only for administrators. It's not for faculty. So this is a program your vice president, your president goes to, and it's only a couple weeks, and you go basically in shadow and visit and see what's going on. And that's good, but it's not for faculty, first of all. So faculty are not eligible for it, right? So it's not something that they can do, okay? So this, once again, is something that is denied them the opportunity to do because of their status, right? The last program is one that is not actually run by the State Department. It's run by the Department of Education, and that's a Fulbright Hays group project grant, right? Now, there are community colleges that do this. The Midwest Institute for International and Intercultural Education which is an organization I used to be involved in, and I don't know if other people here are involved with it. They would actually organize these. You have to get a group together, you have to apply, then you're going to go somewhere, often in the summer. So that might work also. Community colleges will do this. So it's basically, it's like a study tour, right? You're not really going for a long period of time, but you are going with a group of people and does constitute a Fulbright. This is popular with community colleges, but I don't know how much it's being worked at anymore. The people who are in the State Department don't know much about it because it's run by the Department of Education, right? So they're basically 4 Fulbright programs. It's a scholar program, it's the administrator's program, it's a specialist program, and it's Fulbright Hayes, okay? Now, let me talk about one other thing, another program that may be of interest that could be useful to some community colleges. Oh, okay. So this is another outbound program, and it's for predominantly people for post-baccalaureate students, right? And master's degree students. So if I'm talking to a community college audience, I can't tell you that there's a Fulbright program that once you finish community college, you're going to go into, because there's not. That's another complaint of the Fulbright program. There are actually lots of educational cultural fair programs for high school students, and there are lots of programs for post-baccalaureate students, but nothing for post-associate's degree program. This is the closest it is, and this is the most popular program for 23-year-olds who get out of college who want to go overseas. It's the ETA program. So it's English Teaching Assistant Abroad. This is 9 months. You go overseas and you teach English somewhere. Okay, great program. And in fact, when in my work with college and university students, what I'm usually working with is I'm working with these students who come back and they're looking for work, or I have them because I teach graduate school. I have these students. This can be a very valuable program, but it's really limited to 9 months, and you're teaching English is what you're doing. In some respect, it's not any different than like Peace Corps. My son was in the Peace Corps and he went overseas in Namibia and he taught mathematics, right? And you can teach in the Peace Corps, and except you do it for 2 years, not 9 months. So it's very similar to that. Somehow I'm always surprised that people think that we can just pull a program together and say, you're going to go teach something without you really knowing anything about education, but that's a different discussion. But it's very transformative for students, okay? So if you've got a student, first of all, if you're a bachelor's degree student now, this would be the program for you. If you've got students who are thinking about transferring, getting a bachelor's degree, that may be the program for them, okay? I want to talk about one more program that is not for outbound, it's for inbound, for people coming into the United States. And that's the FLTA program. And a lot of community colleges use this program to bolster their foreign language offerings. I know 2 or 3 community colleges in the United States that apply to get a visiting foreign language teaching assistant for a year from wherever to teach Arabic or to teach something in their community college. So this is an outbound program where people are coming, or it's an inbound where they're coming from overseas to the United States. Community colleges then apply to this program to host someone on their campus for a year to teach English. And I was at Davidson Davie College. I wasn't there. I was in a meeting with them. I was at the CCID meeting. Some of you are probably involved in Community Colleges for International Development. And they had an FLTA from Ireland who came to Davidson Davie College to teach Gaelic. Amazing, right? And she was there for a year. And, you know, it was a great opportunity for that person. The other program that is similar to this, once again, for taking international as your college, is the Fulbright Visiting Scholar Program. So this is something else that your college can apply to host a visiting scholar on your campus. What I see most with this is college campuses will share somebody. Like I remember years ago, Northern Virginia Community College and George Mason shared a visiting scholar. And the visiting scholar like taught a course at Northern Virginia Community College and then taught a course at George Mason or something like that. They share somebody. So it is your colleges involved in the involvement in the Fulbright program. It isn't you. It's your college's involvement in the Fulbright program. Okay, so that's another way your college can be involved in it, right? So I've shared with you 4 different programs: the Scholar Program, the Specialist Program, the Administrators Program, and Fulbright Hays. Those are what community college faculty will look for. None of them work very well for community college. And then the Visiting Scholar, the FLTA program, those are programs to bring people over. And then the ETA program for your students to go overseas also, right? I'll send these links out to you in an email or something like that. But that's basically what's going on in the Fulbright program. The last thing I'll share with you, and then I'll say a few more things, and then I'll go back, and then Tabitha can talk a little bit more, is I'm trying to think. Oh, here, Kate. Do you see that I just changed the screen again? Okay, so this is an article that I wrote in the Fulbright Chronicles. So those of you who are interested in Fulbright work or have been Fulbrighters, you can subscribe to the Fulbright Chronicles, which is an online, not rigorously peer-reviewed, but it still would constitute a peer-reviewed journal. But it's only articles written by Fulbright grantees, and for the most part, they're talking about experiences. I wrote this beginning of the year, and it talks about my experiences at the community college I was teaching at in the 1990s and the 2000s. And I went on a Fulbright in 2003, 2004. I don't want to get into the weeds about it because I must tell you, my college was totally unprepared. There was a lot of argument at my college. My academic dean opposed me getting a sabbatical. I had to go to the board of trustees. The president overruled the academic dean. She granted it. A lot of confusion. Nobody knew what Fulbright was. No one had ever done this before. And that's pretty typical for community colleges. They just don't have a clue about this. So the awareness level for community college faculty to get to that is, there's got to be a lot of educations involved in that, but that's another story. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing and then bring Tabitha back in the conversation. I'll tell you one more thing then. So what's happening in the Fulbright community then that Tabitha was mentioning. So one of the things, and most of you are not in the Fulbright community, but you may be interested just the same, is that I've been making this argument for a number of years now of expanding the Fulbright program. And I'm very active in an organization called the Fulbright Association, which is an alumni association of U.S. grantees. We're now forming a chapter for community college faculty to advocate for expanding the Fulbright program with community colleges. So that's something that it kind of is my culminating effort in all this. And if that doesn't work, I'm done with it. If that's going to make a difference, I've been working on this for 20 years and see what happens. So let me stop there and leave it open for questions. Catherine, thank you. You just put something in the chat. Katherine, would you want to talk about, did you have somebody at your college who was a visiting Fulbright scholar? What did you have?
No, I just wanted to say that we successfully got language about teaching, either being accepted to teach abroad through different venues that we have available to us, or getting a Fulbright. So we did get that in our full-time faculty contract. So
oh, great.
I think that it depends. The visibility is kind of getting, I think, a little bit better, but it really does depend on the institution. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, there's still a lot of community colleges don't even have global education, don't have a global education educator or coordinator, don't have anything on international education. Well, they're not definitely going to do anything on Fulbright. I mean, Oakton does a lot, but these are metropolitan. Oakton is in Chicagoland, so institutions that are in big metropolitan areas are. But little podunk community college out in the middle of Missouri or Montana, they're not doing it. And those are the places that kind of need it the most, maybe. So any other thoughts, questions for Tabitha or I? Tabitha, I'm sorry I'm monopolizing this, but you can open your mic. Did you want to add anything, Tabitha, to what I was saying?
No, I think that when Garvey Lundy, who's at Montgomery County Community College, which is just outside of Philadelphia, I'm at Community College of Philadelphia. We have a presentation that we do sometimes. We've been put together a few times. We're like two very few community college faculty who have done this, recently. And he was able to keep his full-time job. He taught 4 or 5 classes online. So he got to keep his healthcare, keep his salary. Like, he did that very differently. As I mentioned before, I was a single mom. I had to take leave for my job. So I was not teaching classes. I had no salary. I had no health care during COVID. Like I had to give up everything because my college
Tabitha,
had no allowance.
did you have a sabbatical option where you were?
Well, so I took sabbatical the first time, but then we got canceled for COVID. So I was on sabbatical when I went to Mexico on my own, as a guest lecturer, as like a VL basically. But then now I won't get sabbatical for another 6 years. So
But the institution didn't help you at all. And in Garvey's situation, I must tell you, I'm not advocating that because he basically was teaching a full load at Montgomery County Community College and he was on a Fulbright.
He taught that semester, he taught like 7 or 8 classes
That's
in 2 countries. So I don't, and he didn't have his children. So he had his wife have his children in the United States. So when David talks about advocating for like opening the Fulbright programs and that sort of thing, I get it and I hear it. My end of it is making Fulbright accessible to anyone who's not a 1950s wealthy male who doesn't have to take care of their children, who doesn't have to worry about their mortgage, their health care. Fulbright is really built for a cis-het patriarchal model that has a wife who stays at home.
It was
and I don't have a wife.
I agree with you, Tabitha, but also realize it was built in 1947.
Well, I'm saying that's exactly.
It was built in that era where it was.
They haven't adjusted is my big issue with Fulbright.
Liberal arts institutions, and it's still kind of based on that. And people who work in the education culture fairs in IIE know nothing about community colleges. I must tell you that. And that's been one of my first frustration. People on the inside, when you kind of explain to them, and then when Tabitha and I were at this meeting, it struck me even more that they don't really understand what community college faculty are faced with. So that's a different issue. So let me stop. Questions that you all have about Fulbright, other ideas of faculty going abroad. We're going to kind of transition into international education in a minute. What you've been seeing. Open your mics. Katherine, you said you have had faculty, you have this in your contracts now, but have you had faculty at Oakton go on Fulbrights?
Not for some years. Not for some years, but we have access through our state consortium to teach abroad for a semester.
That's the Illinois International Education Consortium, right? I know that's a very active. Okay. Anybody else? Any thoughts?
Is anybody thinking about a Fulbright? Is anybody interested? I hope I haven't shut that door for you. I'm just bitter about the gender and wealth discrepancies in Fulbright, but it was the best thing I've ever done, and I can't wait to apply again. So let me leave you on a high note there. Is anybody thinking about it? Do you have any questions or?
Heather, you're thinking about it. Where are you, Heather? What school are you? You're at Santa Monica, right?
Yes, I'm full-time faculty at Santa Monica College. I'm also in the Global Council. So we do the international study, we do study abroad and that sort of thing. And we had a colleague, Carol, who did do a Fulbright or had a Fulbright, I think at the beginning of COVID for Russia or for Estonia, I think actually. But I had no idea that it was this difficult and this unsupported. And so, yeah, I probably won't because I am a little bit reticent, but I am interested in the idea about getting engaged and promoting this, expanding it into community colleges. Yeah.
I don't want to push back on what Tabitha is saying, but I do want to recognize something. They want to bring community colleges in the Fulbright program.
I also history.
Right, but even though it structurally doesn't work, I would encourage everybody, if you apply for a Fulbright specialist and you're in one of those areas, they're going to be hard pressed to say no to you. I've had that told to me by Education and Cultural Affairs. If you apply the scholar program and you kind of fit in the category, they need to bring their community college numbers up. So even though it's been hard in the past, there's awareness that they need to change the perception here. Now, I don't think it's going to work at the end, that I don't think it's going to bring the numbers up enough. And I'm still arguing for a separate program for Fulbright faculty. And that's an article I'm going to send you. But I think most of the people who have half decent applications now they will try to find a match for you because they're under so much pressure now. And it's just not, I mean, you've got to think about the big picture here. The Biden administration's force is, one of their big issues is promoting diversity and equity, right? And then Jill Biden, what do we know about Jill Biden? If we know nothing else about her, she spent her career teaching in a community college. So I think those two forces are weighing now in education and cultural affairs to think, okay, community college faculty, let's see what we can do for them. So I do think you have a better chance now than you would have been maybe 3 or 4 years ago. You agree, Catherine?
Yes, yeah, I do.
Even
And
with the background in
one
Europe.
of our biggest advocates actually just retired. But yeah, I do think there's a lot of support.
Yeah.
I would say, Heather, too, just it doesn't hurt to check in with your institution. I think that's the main thing, is that even though my community college's union and, you know, whatever, we have a global center, it has nothing to do with Fulbright. We have no research budget. We have no international avenues or vehicles to get faculty, like to study abroad, like what Catherine's talking about. We have nothing like that. And we're the only open access school in all of Philadelphia. We're like half of New York, right? We're huge. And it's just hasn't been a priority for my institution. Your institution, like Catherine's, might be totally different. I would really check with your HR department. I would talk to your union if you have, I would talk to a lot of people and really just don't count it out. It's an incredible honor to get. It's interesting to apply. I just, you know, it's the logistics for me, right? Of leaving the US for 4 or 5 months. But if you can swing it, swing for the stars.
Yeah.
I would really encourage you to do it.
I mean, and I did have the white patriarchal experience, because I was for 6 months. I took my wife and my children. I got a sabbatical. I got sabbatical pay. After the end, I got money from Fulbright. My kids were in international schools for 6 months. You know, I had that experience, right? And it worked for me. But once again, everybody's going to be, and that was 20 years ago too, right? So it's going to be different depending on where you're sitting and what your own personal circumstances are, right? And there are things that you have to overcome. I think the best thing you can do is talk to other community college Fulbright grantees. Find people, contact Tabitha and me. I go to other people before you start the process. And you know, I often have a sense of where the weak links are, kind of thing, where what you might be thinking about doing and who you can talk to. I had a colleague of mine from Hartford Community College recently became a Fulbright specialist, and it's because I nudged her along and told her to talk to this person, that person, this person, and she got it. Now she has to come up with a project, but she's a Fulbright specialist. And that's a different program. It doesn't necessarily take you overseas unless you come up with a project, but it does constitute a Fulbright. So, okay.
Yeah, the specialist is great. It's just, it can be 2 weeks or something. It's brilliant. And then you're a part of the Fulbright family, which is, you know,
Right.
incredible and a real honor. I did put my information, if you just scroll up in the chat. I was answering someone, and I have my, I'm on LinkedIn and I have my email there, just in case anybody, if you don't want to like talk publicly here and just say, can you look over my application, or what the hell is this application? I'm all about it. I give lectures all the time about, please do Fulbright, engage it. It's great. You'll never regret it. There's not one regret.
Great.
I'm systemically challenging, but the program is incredible. Yeah, really incredible.
All right. Thank you. Round of applause for Tabitha. Thank you, Tabitha.
Thanks, everybody.
We've got now another 7-minute break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to stay in international education, not international election. So Katherine Schuster and Nellie Khalil are going to present. Naomi is going to introduce them. I want to go back and check on my email, because I know the two of you wanted to do breakout groups, which you can basically set them up yourself. They're really easy to do in Zoom, but I also know you had some questions you wanted to kind of put out there. So I'm going to go back and look at that. Heather, you have your hand up. You want to ask something else?
Yes, I came in a few minutes late, but when I was looking at the program, was there like a schedule change going on, or am I in the wrong place?
No, this is what we had planned for Friday. Yes, we're right on schedule.
Okay, because on the agenda, it said rebuilding a legacy of peace org from 11:15 to 12.
Yeah, that we already did that. Remember,
Okay.
we're on East Coast time.
Oh, it's East Coast time. It's 3 o'clock here.
Wow. Okay.
You got that.
And daylight savings will make that worse next week. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
We're on East Coast time. Sorry about that. All right. So why don't you all step out for a few minutes, take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back in 5 minutes. Unless you want to hang in there, it's really up to you. But I do. It is time for coffee. I like Heather's picture of herself there. I do think it's coffee.
Just real quickly before you go, because to my own fault, and not paying attention to East Coast, West Coast, this is good. The earlier portion is going to be is recorded, and it will
Everything is recorded. Everything's recorded, and we put it up on our YouTube channel in about 2 weeks. So, and that's free access. So you're going to be able to find it there.
Unbelievable. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go kick myself.
Go get some coffee. All right.
Bye, David. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you, Tabitha. Nellie and Katherine, I'm looking for the email that you had sent me.
You know, David, we decided against doing the breakout session, so we're just going to open up the floor.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
That's fine. The nature of this, and it happens most every year, is I had 75 people register, but not all 75 people show up at the same time. And the students, even though it's free, you know how students are, it's free doesn't mean they show up, right?
Right.
So what I end up getting, I think today we have about half our students. I think we were at 30 starting off, and now we're at 20. Next week will probably be a different 30 and a different 20. I know faculty are coming next week that couldn't come this week. It's still about half faculty today. So it's just kind of the nature of the way this runs. I think often when we archive it, maybe there are more people that look at it once it's archived than when we do it live. But, you know, I mean, I've been doing it now for 11 years. I actually did it for 4 years before then at USIP. I think that's when I got to know Katherine. So that's like 15 years ago. And I hope that people go to it and look at it. We need to spend more time looking at international education and community colleges and peace building.
Definitely, definitely.
And I am so glad that Richard introduced me to you.
Yeah.
He is my favorite people. I was at Harper College probably 10 years ago.
Oh, really? Oh,
and
you were a keynote for one of our international education
Yeah,
summits.
I was a keynote. I don't know if I was still at USIP or I'd left at USIP. I just published my book on community colleges, actually, this book back here. And so I remember selling the book there. And I just think Harper's doing great things. And I don't know if he's on the cusp of retiring. I don't know where he is in that, or
He's actually on sabbatical this semester. And
that usually is. That's usually a preview of retirement.
Oh. But still, actually, even though he's on sabbatical, I think we all still get emails from him like every few days. So
well, I'm on the cusp of retiring too. That's the challenge, is that those of us who are kind of in this range where like we've been at this, we've been tilling at this for the last 20 years. And I teach a lot of graduate students because I teach at the Carter School at George Mason, and I was teaching at School of International Service. And I'm saying, you guys have to start doing my work because I'm done. Can you? Yeah, I'm kind of pushing other people. I don't know if it's going to work, but I do still try to do that.
Yeah, I'm at that point. Transition planning 101.
I know, isn't it?
How do you begin to line them up?
Yeah, and you just can't say, oh, I'm going to retire next semester. You got to say, I'm going to retire from 2 years from now. And so how do I plan that? And I mean, some institutions are really good to let you go like on halftime and that kind of thing. And I know that works out for a lot of people. And my wife is at Montgomery College in DC, and she teaches full-time nursing, and she's a little bit younger than I am, but we start talking about it, and she's, I'm just now enjoying teaching. I don't want to retire yet. And I said, well, it's like, so let her go a little longer. But sometimes you kind of hit your stride at a certain age, 50s and 60s, and you don't want to retire yet. So, all right. Let's see. It is, I'm going to find my time. So Naomi is going to introduce you. I am not. So you were not here earlier, I don't think, but Naomi Davis. Hey, Naomi. She is She actually started in community college. She started J. Sargent Reynolds Community College, did 2 years there. Naomi, why don't you talk about yourself? Why do I have to do it? You talk about yourself.
Yeah, I grew up in Richmond, Virginia. Was actually able to do community college during high school, and get my degree at 18. And then I did 2 years at Eastern Mennonite University, and then about a year and a half doing my master's in the Carter School. And now I'm here. I live in DC.
She's also a Paul Forge Fellow. We have in the Forge Center, which I'll probably talk about at some point, we have a fellows program where we allow people who've come through our programs, which are experiential based, training people to be humanitarian workers. You can apply through that. And Naomi is one of our first class of Paul Forge Fellows. So for the next year, we pay a little bit of a stipend and they help us with certain things. And Naomi's here to help me today.
Right. And David, you've done a good job bringing up Palestine and Israel Day, and I just wanted to bring that here again because there's reports now that all communication has been cut off in Gaza, and yeah, the bombardment right now is like unprecedented. So yeah,
I've been trying to find some space for that. Maybe at 4 o'clock. If we're not taking too many questions, we can talk a little bit about that before we talk about Nepal. I didn't schedule something on Palestine and Israel because a month ago when I was planning this, who would have known, right? But we're willing to kind of fit that in because I'm really interested in finding out what's going on in campuses. I was at Georgetown University yesterday and there was a big pro-Palestinian rally going on and getting a sense of that. So I'm going to stop, turn it over to Naomi. She can turn it over to Katherine and Nellie, and then I'll stay in the background.
Thanks for that, David. Excited to have you here, Katherine and Nellie. They're going to be talking about using international education to build socially transformative programs at community colleges. Nellie Khalil is a faculty member in the biology department and the director of the Office of International Education at Harper College. And Dr. Katherine Schuster is a distinguished professor of education and co-chair of anthropology, college studies, education, psychology, sociology, and social sciences at Oakton College. So we're really glad for both of you to be here and to hear what you have to say, and go ahead and take it over.
Thank you so much, Naomi. I'm going to just put our PowerPoint here up on the screen. Can everybody see that? Yes, okay. Since Katherine and I don't have to get into introductions, what we do want to do is give you a little background about the two community colleges that we come from. So I, as Naomi said, I'm a faculty member at Harper College, and we are in the northwest suburbs of Chicago. Our institution has about 13,000 full-time students. And we just last year, we were designated as an HSI, or Hispanic Serving Institution. And our internationalization approach sorry, I've got to move something around. Our internationalization approach at Harper has been kind of centralized in our Office of International Education. It's a pretty small office, so I am there on part release time, and we also have a full-time program assistant.
Okay, so Nellie, just FYI, something weird happened on the screen and you're not sharing the slide anymore.
Oh, okay.
You know,
all right.
so
then
you can fix that while I talk.
Okay.
So yeah, so it's lovely to see everybody. I'm Katherine Schuster. So I am working at Oakton College. So we strangely last year dropped the community out of our name. Don't get me started. I was not a proponent of this idea, but no one listened to me. So we are now Oakton College, but we're still proudly a community college. And we are located in Des Plaines, Illinois, which is a northwest suburb of Chicago. We serve about 17 communities, and we're about half the size of Harper as far as full-time equivalency students. We recently were recognized as an ANAPICI, so we are a minority serving institution, and we're just kind of getting our footing in that of what that all means for our campus. And I am a full-time faculty member. My PhD is in comparative education. I teach sociology of ed, diversity in schools and society, that kind of thing. It's like my primary gig. But I get half-time alternate time to be the global studies coordinator. So the global studies program at Oakton is my office, which is where I am right now. And so I've been able to accomplish a lot, but it's a little bit different not having a full-time person or an office or a staff. I do want to just briefly say, because a couple of these other organizations have been mentioned earlier, is that I do have a couple of other leadership positions related to global. So I'm the current president of the Illinois Consortium for International Studies and Programs, which is our statewide kind of global studies consortium made up of primarily community colleges in Illinois, Wisconsin. We have a Michigan school. So if you happen to be at a Midwest community college, we'd love to have you in ISIP. So I've been in that role this is my 5th year as the president of that. And then I'm also just recently elected the chair of the Senior International Officer Council of CCID, of Community Colleges for International Development. So I'm also involved in that if you have any questions or want information about CCID.
So we were going to start by telling you kind of our approach to internationalization at both institutions. And I would say when Katherine and I were discussing this presentation, one of the things that kind of came to light is the emphasis at both of our schools in terms of faculty, professional development, and internationalization. And you know, I'm only in my 2nd year in the office. My predecessor, Rich Johnson, very famously always says, you cannot have globally competent students if you don't have globally competent faculty. So we have invested a lot in ensuring that our faculty have those competencies so that they can then introduce them into the curriculum. So the way that we do this at Harper is through what we call our Global Region of Focus initiative. This is a 3-year cycle where the first year of the cycle is the faculty professional development emphasis. So we actually develop what's called a graduate equivalency course. Faculty members participating in this professional development program receive graduate credits that apply towards things like promotion and tenure. As part of that graduate equivalency course, we have like a 16-week on-campus course that is led by a Harper faculty member who has specialty in the region. And then there's things like readings and discussions, videos. And then later on, it depends on the region we're traveling to, but there will be a field seminar where the faculty who are in that graduate equivalency course will go to the region of focus to further develop curriculum. So the whole goal of the faculty professional development program is that faculty are developing curriculum infusion projects to internationalize their curriculum. The 2nd year of our Global Region of Focus initiative focuses on a visiting scholar. So Tabitha and David earlier mentioned a number of Fulbright experiences. The way we've done this at Harper is actually through this Fulbright Scholar in Residence program. So we've applied as an institution to host a Fulbright Scholar in Residence who either stays with us at Harper for a semester or for a full academic year. And that visiting scholar we embed in a department, and then they can co-teach certain classes within that department, but they also deliver a number of guest lectures in classes around campus, as well as giving seminars and workshops to both our faculty and staff that are really focused on that region. And then in all 3 years of the cycle, the big focus is, you know, again, the curriculum development. So it includes developing modules for classes. We try to emphasize our study abroad programming around that region in order to give students opportunities to engage more. So we're currently in our 3rd iteration of the Global Region of Focus initiative. So we started back in 2014 with East Africa. In that case, faculty traveled to Uganda and Rwanda. In 2017, we switched to a Latin America focus. And in that field seminar, our faculty went to Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala. And we're currently in our South Asia focus, and this January we will be sending faculty to India. The South Asia focus got a little thrown off because of the pandemic. So you'll see it's not 3 years, it's actually 4 years to account for kind of lost year due to the pandemic.
Great. Yeah, so what's interesting is, you know, Rich and I talked a lot about this over the years, that Harper and Oakton have so much parallels, but we did not get together and talk about this. Like, it just happened that in looking at how globalization works at a community college, I think we both realized, both institutions realized, that we didn't really have capacity to have full-blown area studies programs. So having a separate like Asian studies program, Latin American studies program, and so on, like you would find at a large, you know, 4-year university. And often we would have 1 or 2 faculty that would have a specialty in a particular area, but we didn't want to build a program on that very tenuous basis because it's not sustainable. So that person leaves or retires, and all of a sudden the whole kind of program can be in jeopardy. And so at Oakton, we also look at global studies as an umbrella program. And then we looked at where are our gaps? Where do we want to do capacity building within the curriculum? And so we also have moved over the years. We have a little bit of a longer window of about like 6 or 7 years that we've ended up focusing on one area. So we started in 2006 with a focus on South Asia. And that kind of it morphed a little bit or became inclusive of also peace and social justice studies. We did have a Fulbright-Hays that we'll talk about in a future slide. We also got a Title VI useful grant, which is a great, huge curriculum development grant from the federal government to do curriculum development. So that was our South Asia focus. And then we moved to Latin America, and then through our focus on Latin America, that also kind of morphed and grew, which I'll talk about later as well, to encompass Indigenous studies, environmental studies. And then currently, our most recent area of focus that we're still in is West Africa. So it's interesting how we've paralleled in that a bit.
Yeah, even locations of the globe,
Mm-hmm.
maybe unintentionally. So as Katherine mentioned, actually both of our institutions have applied for and received Fulbright-Hays group project grants. And the way that these Fulbright-Hays group projects work is that it provides funding for faculty travel to a location abroad with the intent to develop curriculum modules that they share not only with Fulbright, but they bring them back to their institutions. Harper actually had tried to apply for one back since 2014, and then finally in 2022, we were successful in receiving a Fulbright-Hays group project grant to send a group of faculty to Kenya and Uganda. And I should specify, it's not just faculty from our institution. It's the same with Katherine and Oakton. It was a mix of community college faculty from Harper, community college faculty from nearby institutions and nearby states, and also includes K through 12 educators as well.
Yeah, so we've gotten 3 of these over the years. They've really served as like the keystone of our regional focus as we moved. So in 2008, I co-led a 5-week seminar to India. We had 15 faculty, like Nellie said, a mixture of faculty. We focused just on high school teachers. So we had a mixture of community college faculty, university faculty, and high school teachers that went to India. And that focus was on looking at contemporary Gandhian activism in India and sort of the legacy of Gandhi today, or what it was in 2008. And then when we were doing Latin America, we did a 5-week Fulbright to Peru and Bolivia, sort of like 2.5 weeks in Bolivia and 2.5 weeks in Peru. And that focus was on looking at sort of indigenous Andean culture and Quechua, the Quechua language. And I would say in India too, we had a linguistic element that we developed during that time. So Peru and Bolivia was Quechua and indigenous studies, and also then environmental studies just kind of grew out of that. And then just in the summer of 2022, we actually went to Ghana and Togo. We were in Ghana primarily for 4 weeks and 1 week in Togo, looking at the Ewe people that are on the border that goes over Ghana and Togo.
And I would say Harper's Kenya and Uganda Fulbright Hays program focused on conservation, kind of the intersection of biological conservation and social justice. So a lot of the group we examined things like displacements of indigenous populations for the creation of nature preserves or conservation areas, and met with various populations, indigenous colonizers, to really kind of understand that the issues with conservation outside of the U.S.
And I guess I can say a couple of things about ISIP as the president, co-president right this year as I transition out of that role. So both of our institutions are members of ISIP. And so through that, we also have programs that are available to our faculty. We do 2-week professional exchanges with a couple of different destinations where our faculty go for 2 weeks and sort of live with and job shadow their exchange partner. And then the exchange partner comes to our campuses for 2 weeks and lives with the American partner and job shadows. And so that's been a very effective professional development model for us because it's very affordable and effective. So our institutions only pay for the plane fare, and then you just host each other. And so it's a really pretty easy kind of program to get off the ground. The key is the relationship, right? So the destinations are based on relationships that have been developed over time to do that matching of the faculty. We also have international teaching opportunities that I was referring to earlier, that the faculty can apply to teach at various study abroad destinations that we have for our students. So they can go for a whole semester to teach in Spain and in Ireland, for example, or they can go with students for our month-long programs in the summer. And then they can go, we run site visits to our study abroad destinations that faculty and administrators can go on.
So those were some of the external opportunities that are kind of somewhat outside of our institutions, but our institutions host. But both Oakton and Harper also offer internal opportunities for faculty professional development. I had mentioned before at Harper, we have that global region of focus. So that graduate equivalency course that is in-house that is provided by Harper. We work with our Academy for Teaching Excellence to ensure that faculty get credit for that. I will also say that the institution does invest in faculty participation. So I know there's always conversation of how do we incentivize faculty to internationalize things? And so our institution covers the travel costs for faculty for our Global Region of Focus initiative. It's half covered by our office's budget and then also half covered by the faculty professional development funds that our faculty members receive. There is another opportunity that our office offers. It's called the Social Justice Leadership Certificate Program. This isn't just open to faculty, it's actually open to all Harper employees, and it's a project-based professional development program. So our participants, it's kind of rooted in social justice theory and praxis, and that's the first half of the program, is to ensure that our participants are well versed in kind of the literature as it relates to social justice. And then in the second half of the program, they develop and implement a project that kind of moves the needle with respect to social justice here at Harper. And some of those projects have been international in capacity. For example, we had a faculty member a few years ago who wrote a manual about how to adopt and utilize virtual exchange in classes.
And in Oakton, just a couple of examples, like through my global studies program, we have gotten sort of institutionalized international professional development grants that as the Global Studies Coordinator, I chair a Global Studies Advisory Committee made up primarily of faculty. And so we have 2 rounds of applications, one each semester, where faculty, both full and adjunct faculty, can apply for grants. And they can get $500 towards international conferences and $1,000 towards international curriculum development projects that they can put together. So that's mainly to supplement their professional development monies, but we find that it makes a difference for people to be able to partake in those things. And then we also have faculty professional development seminars that are faculty led, and many of those over the years have been globally themed, related to our areas of focus.
So we're going to shift gears a little bit. I know the title of our talk was really focusing on student impact. So we wanted to talk about the impact of these internationalized programs on students at our campus. And so the first kind of bucket of impact that we want to address are the development of graduation distinctions or graduation concentrations. Harper and Oakton call them different things. But essentially, this is kind of a set of coursework that students would take, and it involves a focus in either global studies, environmental studies, social justice studies, and students at the end receive some sort of designation on their diploma and transcript indicating that they've kind of concentrated their studies in these through these routes. At Harper, we currently have 3 distinctions. We have a social justice studies distinction, which actually directly came out of our social justice studies leadership certificate program. And it's actually in its 2nd year of operation. It's been very successful. I think there are over 400 students that are going through the program in some capacity. And the focus really is on social transformation. So helping to build agency in our students so that they realize that they are the change makers, that, they don't have to, the world does not have to be as it is, that they can change injustices. We're in the process right now of developing another set of distinctions based on sustainability studies, and that did come out of our Fulbright Hays in Kenya and Uganda. So we're still kind of working on that as well.
Yeah, and at Oakton, I forgot the bullet that says we have a global studies program, but I guess that's just undergirding everything. I didn't think to put a bullet, but we do have just general global studies concentration at Oakton. But to highlight these 2, again, as outgrowths of these other works. So the Peace and Social Justice Studies program, I think, David, you remember coming, I think, to a retreat early days, right when we were coming back from India. So the Peace and Social Justice Studies really was born out of our Fulbright Hays work in India and our Title VI grant. And then our Environmental Studies program for students came out of our Bolivia and Peru Fulbright Hays program. And we also then have developed some student organizations, the Students for Social Justice and the Environmental Club, that have been very, very successful on campus. This is a group of students and faculty that went to Standing Rock, for example. And just one example of a success story from our environmental club is that they did, it's kind of a sad story in a way now, but before COVID, they were successful in banning single-use plastic water bottles from campus. So they were not sold anywhere on campus, and we have water filling stations, and we're giving away Oakton reusable water bottles. It's been kind of sad. I don't know if other people have seen this in various spaces that you're inhabiting, but since COVID, plastic has made a horrible resurgence in our life, and so we have to kind of come back to that fight. But the students themselves did a presentation in front of our board of trustees, and anyway, they really worked hard on it and they were successful.
Another direction where we've had a lot of impact on students, as we've kind of hinted at before, is the development of curriculum. And I should specify it's curriculum across the disciplines. You know, sometimes when we talk about international education, there are certain disciplines that are under internationalized, things like career and technical programs, especially at the community colleges, or, you know, I'm in the math and sciences, sometimes we get overlooked. But I think that because of the approach we've had at both institutions, we've been able to develop international and interdisciplinary programming that affects students no matter what their major ends up being. So at Harper, some of the direct curriculum curricular impact we've had are the development of study abroad programs. We have a study abroad program in Panama that includes an English class, a geography class, and a biology class. There are also study abroad programs in Uganda, also involving geography and English. Our global region of focus, as I mentioned, all our faculty participants, and to date, we've had 45 faculty participate. They have all developed curriculum infusion projects related to that global region, and they still continue to use these modules in their courses. We have a Culture of Africa humanities course that was developed during our East Africa region of focus. And because of the visiting scholar opportunities that we've had, we've actually been able to really capitalize on virtual exchanges here at Harper, which was really beneficial during the pandemic when we could not send students outbound and we could not really invite visiting scholars. So one of our Fulbright scholars back in 2017 was from Costa Rica. And so our campus expanded virtual exchanges where a number of classes in our English, ESL, and business department have had their students work collaboratively on projects in Costa Rica. We've had faculty do the same thing with colleagues at the Autonomous University in Chiapas, Mexico. And then just last year at Harper, our Fulbright scholar was from Pakistan, and our sociology department is working on developing virtual exchanges between our students and her students in Pakistan.
And so similarly at Oakton, we've been able to develop sustained study abroad programs. So we do month-long study abroad programs in India, which has not gotten back up and running post-COVID. We're hoping summer of 24 we'll be able to run that again. And then our newest program is the month-long program in Accra in Ghana. So we did have students this past summer of 23 successfully on our pilot. And so we'll be offering that again summer of 2024. We've been able to utilize some of the curriculum development focus to expand our modern language offerings. Oakton is a little odd in a good way for community colleges. We offer 13 modern languages at Oakton. And I think one of the reasons is that we are like a caller community college to Chicago, a major urban area, and we have many, many heritage speakers who are looking for literacy acquisition in classes. So we have a mixture of heritage speakers and just people who are interested in taking the languages. But through our South Asia development, we were able to establish Hindi and Urdu languages all 4 semesters. And this kind of goes back to one of the Fulbrights again, is we did have a Fulbright language teaching assistant that came for a year, a whole academic year at Oakton, and helped build that, those syllabi and build that curriculum. And then when she went back to India, she actually remotely taught that class for about a year and a half or 2 years, like to kind of get it off the ground. And then we were able to locate somebody locally to do it. And we've developed the two course sequence in South Asian history and African American lit class and a South Asian lit class over the years. So there's lots of other places where things are infused, but those are some prime examples.
And David, you didn't mention if we had any administrators in on the workshop today, but this slide is for the administrators, or I will say for faculty that are trying to make the case at their institution that internationalization is important. So at Harper, back in 2020, we we collected some data, we conducted an analysis to look at the impact of the Global Region of Focus initiative on our students from a persistence and completion perspective, which is, that's our administrators, those are the buzzwords, right? And so as you'll see, we were able to demonstrate that students who had taken classes with faculty who have gone through that professional development for internationalizing their curriculum, those students had both higher persistence rates and completion rates. We put the column here for study abroad. Study abroad, is always that kind of outlier, because the question is, did the students who are in study abroad, do they do well because of the study abroad program, or do they do well because they're students who are motivated to do study abroad? So that's really hard to answer. But the beauty of this for the Global Region of Focus is that our students who enrolled in those classes that were globalized or internationalized, they didn't know that the classes were going to be globalized or internationalized. So it kind of removes that factor of, is it the students that make for the success rate, or is it the program itself? And this indicates that it's the program or the internationalization itself that helps to.
One of the statistics that I saw a couple of years ago that I thought was interesting is that if you take your transfer population, because this is a lot of your transfer population, if they've done study abroad at a community college, it's a better than even chance they will do it at their four-year institution, right? So four-year institutions should pay attention to what's going on in community colleges, because it ups their numbers for study abroad when they transfer. I don't know if you've seen that too. That's really significant.
Great information to know, and to be able to, again, advocate for internationalization at our community colleges as well. And so with that, I know we're at time, but Katherine and I had, we put some discussion questions up, and I know that our audience, is primarily half students, half faculty, but I wanted to open up the floor for folks to share out, and answer any of these questions. And really it is, how do things work at your institution, or how can we be better at, designing programs that are beneficial to our students and transformational to our students?
Yeah, and just go ahead and open your mics for these questions. We're now down to 20, so it's a small group, so no need to be formality. So did you want to go through all the questions, or just one at a time, Nellie?
It can be in any order.
I know. Who's opened their mic? Open your mic. I'm going to call on you. Go ahead, yeah. He's in Nigeria. Go ahead.
Yeah. David, thank you, Nellie and Katherine, for your wonderful presentation. This is Obi from Nigeria. I'm a peace leader, and I work with young people, especially in schools and communities. I don't know whether you want to follow your first order. I had a couple of questions for you guys, or do you want us to discuss your questions first?
I would say if you have a question, we can address your questions.
Okay.
Very flexible.
All right. Okay. So let me start with my questions. All right. I was so much interested because this has to do with, I saw, you guys working in West Africa and East Africa. That actually caught my interest. I was very, very curious to know how you do select your host, because I see that Nigeria wasn't in your list at all. Maybe are there reasons for that? Based here in Nigeria, and the issue of social justice and peace and social justice, as you mentioned in your impact, it's very, very important. I mean, yeah. Then why is Nigeria not in the list? That's the first question. And I was just also thinking of how much you engage. I know you are educationally focused, how much you have engaged maybe some CSOs in Kenya, Uganda, and Togo and Ghana, as you have just mentioned in your presentation. And do they at all, you go there to teach sometimes? What do they teach you? Do you have anything they teach you? I mean, is there anything like that? And are there some challenges you've also encountered doing all this well? And I'm also thinking of how when you travel for this global exchange, do you directly engage the universities or specific colleges of education, since you are coming from the background of colleges for education, or do you focus on the university? So I think so far these are some of my questions, and yeah, for now.
Well, if it's okay, Nellie, I let me just say a couple more things about Fulbright Hayes, just because that might clarify some things. Is that the purpose of the Fulbright Hayes is yes, so we are not teaching. We are there in like full humility to learn from the experts that we are meeting there. So we are there as students. So the Fulbright Hayes, really, it's like a very intensive graduate seminar for us, the participants. And so we do work with local universities, but also we meet with various leaders of so like social justice organizations, NGOs, so a real mixture. So what's nice with the Fulbright Hayes is you're there for 5 weeks typically. And so it gives you some time to really meet with a whole variety of different people. But we are there definitely as students in that experience. And for us, and I think Nellie can speak to this too, is that the region of focus for us really comes out of a lot of on-campus discussion as far as where is their energy, where is their interest. And so with Africa in particular, with the continent, West Africa was of great interest to many of our African American faculty. Like they really, really wanted to go, particularly to Ghana was their interest and preference. But also you have to have contacts on the ground. And so we worked with a wonderful organization called EDU Africa. And so they did all of the like logistical organization on the ground, you know, getting from point A to B, making the hotel reservations, having the guide. And so they work in just certain countries on the continent. And so we are somewhat limited by where they had their offices and their organizations set up.
And I would say at Harper, I mean, we use a similar approach to choose our region of focus. It's kind of a collaborative discussion between our International Studies and Programs Shared Governance Committee. But I will also say that it's also with an eye to the fact that we're looking for an internal faculty leader at Harper who would kind of lead that faculty development program. And so a lot of times we've depended upon that faculty member and their contacts to help us to determine what countries we're traveling to. So Kenya was specifically chosen for us because we have a faculty member from Kenya. And so he had those direct contacts. It's a little challenging when we, again, as Katherine pointed out, like without having the contacts on the ground to build these programs from the ground up, or at least it takes a little bit more time to do so.
And in some ways, you're not really, it's very hard to be successful in getting the grant if you don't have robust contacts on the ground. So, and just if you're thinking about doing a Fulbright Hayes, I really recommend them. They're transformative, but they take easily 1.5 to 2 years prior to departure in planning. You have to have everything planned out, the whole budget planned out, you know, every day, like that Tuesday at 10 o'clock, where are you going to be and who are you going to be meeting has to be all planned out. And so it's quite a heavy lift, but really worth it.
Obi, are you volunteering to be the contact on the ground in Nigeria?
Yeah. Of course, if Katherine and Nellie, I mean, I'm available for that. I think that makes the discussion very, very concrete. And just one more last question. You talked about culture of African humanity. So I'm just wondering what the detail of that curriculum, looks like. When you say culture of African, a culture of African humanity. So what does it look like?
So it's a humanities course. So we have a humanities department, and the focus is especially to bring in reading from African authors. They do. I mean, it's a difficult class in that you're talking about a whole continent with, a lot of different countries, a lot of diversity, so they cannot really cover the entire continent, but they do kind of break up the continent into regions, and then they focus on readings of those from those different regions, and then they talk about some of the social and like the societal issues that might be facing those certain regions.
Yeah. I mean, it's so nice to hear about this. My interest is, here in Nigeria, when I see you talk about, your peace and social justice system, it landed on me directly because there are a lot of issues, within that circle, which I think perhaps your global exchange should actually make more impact in those areas, peace and social justice, and also culture of African, humanity. So I'm available. We can work on this. But, I think the whole essence of this for me is how does this transform systems and democracy where we are in Africa? If those things are not fine there, that means there's still work to be done. This is my key interest in peace and social system and culture of African humanities. Yeah, so thank you so much. That was a very good presentation.
Anyone else, just unmute or add it into the chat. If you want to be anonymous, you can chat me directly.
I do have an observation. I'm impressed with the Illinois Consortium and with just Fulbright Hays. We often don't hear about Fulbright Hays. We don't hear about it in kind of the Fulbright mainstream conversation because we're so focused on the scholar program and the specialist program that Fulbright Hays may be the untapped resource that's out there, right? That we ought to think more about. So I'm impressed that that's still going on. I'd said that MIIE used to do a lot of Fulbright Hazes. I don't even know if they still do it. Maybe the two of you would know. But
no, Theo is still up and running. Yeah, okay. He's still doing it.
He does it, and the Illinois Consortium. But from a community college standpoint, does CCID do Fulbright Hazes? I don't think that they do it. Do they?
Yeah, not like directly, but we support, member institutions doing them and encouraging them to do them. But it is, I think, one of the most impactful things with the Fulbright Hays for community college faculty and the high school teachers that go with us is that it's totally paid, so it's 100% funded, the 5-week experience. I think, we asked for like $700 a participant or something, just so everyone had kind of some skin in the game. But mainly it's entirely covered, the flight, the everything, food, lodging, so it is a very equitable program in that sense, is that there's not going to be anybody that can't participate because they can't afford the cost.
And it's not disruptive because you're often doing it in the summertime. It's not disruptive of an academic year, and that's the critical thing for Fulbright, because everything else tends to disrupt an academic year, and that's why it doesn't work.
Yeah. The only downside of Fulbright Hays, and I think you mentioned this earlier with Fulbright in general, but Fulbright Hays is even more restrictive, is that it's restrictive in a disciplinary sense. So it really is just humanities and social sciences. So we snuck in our environmental scientist because he teaches environmental studies and it's interdisciplinary. So a biologist he snuck into 2 of them. But you have to kind of hide the STEM identity. So it's a downside for Fulbright. I think they're losing out not having the STEM people involved.
There's still nothing for the professor of welding, and I would say welding and the building sciences are what internationals are really interested in from a U.S. standpoint, and we can't offer that through Fulbright. That's a real shame.
I would say we were able to somewhat sneak it in. So we didn't have a professor of welding, but we did have a professor who teaches the students how to install things like solar panels and alternative energy sources. So we were able to kind of I wouldn't say sneak him in, but through the banner of the focus of our Fulbright Haze, because it was still in that liberal arts lens, but it was interdisciplinary enough that we could get folks outside of the liberal arts.
Let me talk about this solar paneling. At the Fulbright Association meeting, there was a guy, this was in Denver, and there was a panel that included Senator Bennett, U.S. Senator from Chicago, California, Colorado, somebody who runs a major food pantry in Colorado, and someone who is the head of the Colorado Solar Consortium. And he couldn't talk enough about the need for solar professionals. Who has the answer? The answer is in this room, right? And there's a real lack of those. So how do you connect exactly what you did, Nellie? How do you connect, if we're interested in solar professionals and internationals are interested in solar expertise, and we have the expertise, how do we create a pathway then through community colleges to get to that, right?
Right. Well, Community College for International Development, that's really a space that has been successful in the past. And then there's been, it's a long story, there's been a lull, but now we're re-engaging with USAID. So we're partnering with USAID, and they're really looking for green technology. So how can community colleges be sending kind of contingents of people training and sharing resources. So there's some really interesting USAID grant money and things that I think will start flowing through community colleges for international development.
So someone's asking, is it the group or bilateral Fulbright Haze?
This is the Fulbright Haze Group Project Award.
Yeah, there's also the Fulbright Haze seminars. That's another, there are so many Fulbrights, like David, you start listening to them and then you forget some. But there's also just the standalone seminars that people can apply to take advantage of. There's one that's focused on K-12 ed educators, there's one focused on faculty, and then there's one focused on higher ed administrators. And they go to a different destination each year. But you can apply as an individual to be accepted onto the Fulbright seminar. And again, then all expenses are paid for you to participate in that. And so that's another great program for community college faculty.
I just linked, I think that's the site. It has all 4 of those options on there. Anybody have any last questions or comments? Or it doesn't have to be last. Maybe David, if you want to keep it going.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Naomi. I'll take it from there. So that was great. Oh, go ahead, Heather. You had a question.
I'm sorry, for one of the questions that was on the slide, it was how do you incentivize or internationalize their curriculum? And I'm wondering, because it seems that you all are doing such an amazing job, how do you incentivize it at Harper or at Oakton?
I'm gonna be perfectly candid. It's always a struggle, right? We have to continue to develop new ways. So at Harper, I think it's really one of 3 routes. So again, the primary route we've been trying to incentivize faculty is through professional development credits, because that is explicitly tied to our promotion and tenure process. So we have a lot of faculty that have participated. Maybe they jumped into internationalization just to get the professional development credit, but then they end up staying. We have been talking with, the office I report to, we've been talking more about doing stipends. So like what Katherine mentioned at Oakton, that they provide stipends for faculty who are internationalizing their curriculum in some capacity. That tends to work in our case for faculty who already have their PhD and they don't need professional development credits. The stipend can help. And another conversation we've had, although we don't utilize it at Harper, but we've been talking about potentially release time as well, in terms of giving faculty a small amount of release time to develop these projects for their courses. But a lot of it includes administrative buy-in, right? So it's a lot of making the argument to the administration of what the benefit will be by giving faculty release time or providing those stipends.
When you say release time, what do you mean?
So at our institution, faculty are supposed to teach 15 contact hours per semester. And so release time would mean that they're released from like 1 or 2 or 3 of those.
It's like lowering the load.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we call it alternate time at Oakton very purposely because we're not being released from work. We're just doing alternate work. So yeah,
Often called
we also use that.
reassigned time.
Did you
Reassigned time.
The faculty with PhDs don't have to do professional development?
They do have to do it, but it's not, they don't have to count the numbers like those of us without PhDs.
Oh.
Well, because we're on a, if those of us who are unionized and are on a standard salary schedule, so there's different lanes. And so if you don't have a PhD yet, you can do a lot of professional development and move like from lane B to C, C to D. And it's a huge financial benefit to move up. But if you have a PhD, you come in at like the highest lane. So there's no, you have to think of other ways, because there's nowhere for people with PhD to go further in a lane progression.
Yep.
If I can, I'm just going to close it out. Thank you, Naomi, for moderating. Thank you, Katherine and Nellie, for being part of a real expansive conversation, which is great. And, community colleges, international education, we can't do enough. The shame is, and I know Katherine knows this, is that there are 1,200 community colleges, but maybe there are 130, 140 members of CCID, which is where the main community college international education work is done. So if only 10% of community colleges are even in the premier organization that does international education, what's everybody else doing, right? And that needs to shift, right? And I admire all the work that CCID does. They do fabulous work, but it's really a heavy load. So talking about international education, once again, Nellie and Katherine are in Chicagoland, they're in a metropolitan area. Those of you in metropolitan area, it's not a heavy lift, but international education community colleges out in the hinterlands is a tremendously heavy lift sometimes. And it's often so needed out there because those places are diversifying. They're getting immigrant populations coming in. I go back to the map that Diya Abdo showed about where migrants are going, and they're going to every state but Wyoming. So that means they're going to Idaho and Montana. Are those community colleges doing international education? Maybe not, but the international migrants are coming in. So what's going on, right? Kind of a thing. So it's a lot that we have to do. So we have now 7 minutes. We're going to go to Nepal as our last journey. And I think Naomi is going to introduce our speaker, right? Are you introducing our speaker, right? But I thought I would give everybody, it is, at least where I am, it's a little bit past 4. So if it isn't past your coffee time, it's definitely your coffee time. And then we have one more presentation. So let's give everybody a good 7 minutes. I did want to talk about Palestine and Israel and Hamas and what's going on there. It may be something we can carve some time out for next week. I don't know if we're going to have a chance today, but we will kind of get to it maybe next weekend. But let's take a break, walk around a little bit, come back, and then our last trip around the world will be around the world. We'll go to Nepal. Okay. Thanks. And thank you, Nellie and Katherine. Round of applause. I don't know if we give a round of applause for you. Thank you. And you're welcome to stay for the next session.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Hi, if I can start to welcome everyone back to the space for the final presentation of the day. Oh, look, y'all are ready to go.
Yeah, if I can, Naomi, I'm just give people a minute to look at these polls again.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just do the next one, and then I'll turn it over to you. I'm going to end this one and share the results. I always like to kind of see who's in the room so that you can see who we have in the room. So I'm going to stop sharing. Do the other poll real quickly. Maybe if you can get right to it, that would be great. Let me move this back. Where you're from, relaunch the poll. Maybe you can get right to it. There are 20 people in the room. Actually, 23 people in the room. Tell me where you're from. All right, I'm going to end this one. I'm also going to post a poll at the very end, a real quick one question poll, but I'll do that around 5 o'clock or so when we're in discussion. So I'm going to turn it over back to Naomi. Thank you, Naomi. Okay.
All right, we almost made it through the days. Thanks for sticking around, everyone. So now we are going to hear from Akash and Alisha on Indigenous approach to peace building in Nepal. And while we don't have a direct conversation on Palestine and Israel today, I think there's a lot of intersecting issues. So we're talking about indigeneity in Nepal. Akash Pandey is a research assistant on the team Research and Innovation and Governance, Health Technology, Environment. And Alisha Gurung, if you don't mind introducing yourself, because I don't quite have your title, but just a warm welcome to you all and your presentation.
Thank you, Naomi, for the introduction. And we'd like to first thank the Forest Center for Peacebuilding for providing us this opportunity to present our walk. This is the walk that is based on our field visit to Nuwakot, Nepal. And it is also the part of our master's studies. Alisha and I, we both are the student of Conflict, Peace and Development Studies at Tribhuvan University, Nepal, and we are currently a thesis student. So in this presentation, I will be firstly discussing about why we conducted this research, and then Alisha would highlight about the indigenous approach that we explored, and then we will share the key findings of our study and conclusion. So prior to conducting these studies, Alisha and I, we both were exploring literatures that were relevant to Nepal's 10-year-long insurgency. So for your general information, Nepal experienced 10 years of long insurgency from 1996 to 2006, and it was between the government of Nepal and the Maoist rebel. So after the Comprehensive Peace Accord in 2006, the post-conflict peace building started in Nepal. And at that time, various peace building approaches were adopted by both the government and the non-governmental organization and other stakeholders. However, we find very little attention given to indigenous approaches. And in academic literatures as well, in scientific forums, we find very little discussion on indigenous approaches and peace building, how indigenous approaches can contribute to peace building. Studies conducted in Nepal has only explored from agriculture and gender lens, but none of those studies has explored using the peace lens. So against this backdrop, we initiated this study. And in addition, recognizing the diversity of our country, Nepal, we realized that Nepal has rich culture and tradition, as there are 59 indigenous groups, 142 caste groups speaking 123 different languages. So these all indigenous groups has their own way of living, they have their own culture and tradition. But what we find common amongst all those indigenous groups is that they actually perform parma. What we found common amongst all those indigenous groups. So this was the major reason behind why we conduct this study. And now Alisha would briefly explain about what is parma, the indigenous approach that we explored, why is it practiced and how is it practiced. So Alisha, now you can take on the floor.
Namaste everyone from Nepal, and thank you, Akash. So moving forward to understanding what parma actually is, let's look at this picture first. Yeah. So when we look at the picture, what do we find? You can comment below, or you can just speak it up. So when we see at the picture,
it's all men.
Yeah. Yes, it's all men. First thing, it's all men. They are all working together, and we can see types of men. They are a group of men. They are working also in the religious side. Another group of men, they're also cooking. It might be some rituals or festivals, and some other, they're also sharing some knowledge between each other. One thing is for sure common in this picture is that there is a group of people, they're sharing something together and they're working together. So going back to another picture, here, what do we see here?
Looks like there's two different groups. One group is farming. And I can't really tell what the group on top of the hill is doing, but they don't look happy.
Okay, anyone more would like to speak about it?
It looks like the kids on the top are maybe playing instead of working.
So this picture is from a peak season of Nepal called Asar, and during this season, normally in Nepalese society we plant rice. So this is a peak season of rice plantation. Here we can see a group of men working. They're plowing the field, and group of women, they are planting the seeds of rice. And we can see the children, they are carrying the seeds of a plants, and they're here and there, they're working. We can see in the upper layer of the terrace, we can see they're shouting, and someone is throwing the seeds, and another one is having conversations. Anyways, moreover, we can see the different range of groups, men, women, children of age, they're all involved and they're working together in the same field of agriculture. Now moving forward, we will now understand what parma is. So parma, by this time, we can all figure out something in mind that parma is actually, they're working together. They're sharing together. It's a form, it's an exchange of labor. So the parma, the essence of parma is, it is an exchange of labor without any monetary transaction. There's no economic transaction. It's a reciprocity between each other. It is something that holds communities so tight. In Nepal, there is a well-known term called oicho poicho, that is called give and take. In another word, we can say allo pallo, that is doing each other's work in a manner. So here in Nepalese society, as we all know that Nepal is a landlocked country and Nepalese society is bounded through agricultural lands, and people are mostly involved in agriculture field. So being a part of an agricultural society, we as a Nepalese people, we are involved here by here or there, we are involved in agriculture But because of our situation, because of our country situation, we are not able to work freely through economical aspect as well. That is why PORMA is formed, because we don't need to have a monetary transaction to work in a field. We just go and we work together. We share our mutual understanding together. We help each other. We grow some connectivity between each other. So that actually is PORMA. So it was formed during the formation after the unification of Prithvi Narayan Saha, who unified Nepal. And during that time, Nepalese, the group of people living in Kathmandu Valley, they hold large number of land, and people, there were no laborers. So they used to make a group of people and they used to work together. And that was named as a Bola in Newari language, whereas Nogar in ethnic language. So different language, different community, different tribal people, they have a different words, they have a different term to name this value, but the essence is same. It's the exchange of labor without any monetary transaction. It's a reciprocity. If we look in some readings of African context as well, we can find that many literature shows us that we can find out that this says that we help them so we can get help. So there is also a practice of reciprocity in African context. We can also find in many Mexican, even in tribal societies, we can find in some literatures that reciprocity has been alive since the civilization of mankind. So this essence is also from Nepal. So PORMA is from Nepal. So we share this essence since our civilization. So moving forward to another page, we can find out why it is so important. Why is it practiced? Because as we all know that Nepal is agricultural society, we cannot afford much of an economical aspect. So we need to have something to be shared. So we share labor. Because if I go to work on somebody's field, tomorrow the somebodies will also come into my field and work, so that I will also have a good harvest, and that family also will have a good harvest. So we both are in a win-win situation. So we share labor with each other, and there is no any economic transaction which makes a bit of equality during working period. So it is very important for PORMA to be practiced, especially in the rural society of our Nepal. During a during a field visit in our research, I had a very nice interview with a man from Karnali province, and that province is very highly important for agricultural aspect as well. And I asked to him that why PORMA is so important to you, and he recalls and he says that if there is no PORMA, there is no food for them. If there is no PORMA, there is no any economical sustainable aspect for them. If there is no PORMA, there is no any community boundness. And I said, what if you have any argument or you have any fight or quarrels with these people? What would you do then? He said, the quarrel and argument would not be an option. We cannot afford such kind of discussion, because we have to live in a society where we have to practice PORMA. If tomorrow we keep on arguing with these people, our children will be hungry. My field will have no harvest. So there's no any way that I would have any discussion. And I said, there might be any situation where you have any conflicting issues. What would you do that point? And he replied that, whenever I have such a problem, I would always, resolve it during the time of PORMA. While we were working in the field, we will resolve it. So we can see the value of PORMA in rural areas. It is so deeply rooted inside the people of that areas. It is so deeply rooted in their mind and their tradition that they cannot, live without PORMA. So we can see that how it affects their social and economic lives. How? Because if you look at the social aspect, PORMA is not just working in field together. We can see in the first picture that I've shown you, we can see that a group of men working together in a religious sites, they're working in a festival sites, they're also sharing knowledge. So Burma is not just an agricultural field, it is also beyond agricultural field. It is a helping hand by the community, a group of people to the community people, without any another disbalance or any disquality. You know, we can see that Burma has been alive since birth to the death, because in the tradition of Nepal, when a child is born, after 6 months, he is named, and then he's given a feast is provided by the family to all the villages. So one family cannot one family cannot work together to feed all those community people. I'm very sorry. So one family cannot provide food for all the community people. So what the people do is that each people from each individual, they come to their house and they work together. So this also happens during the time of death. So we can see Burma is not just in field, but also it works inside the household. So it's in the festival, in the religious aspect, during the knowledge sharing traditions, or so many ways Burma essence is been found in Nepalese context. So it is also the preservation of culture and tradition. In the second picture, we can we saw that how the children is been carrying out the tradition. They were running, taking the seeds, they were passing the seeds to the other elderly people. We can see how they are transferring the knowledge from one generation to another generation. So how is Burma practiced? It is very simple. I'm really sorry. It is very simple. Just an example. I have a land in the. I'm a part of I'm a part of a community from some village. So I have a land, and in my village we have a 20 other household. So each household, each individual or one or two people from each household, they come together to my field to work, and then we work together, and then we make a harvest, we plant seeds, or whatever we have to do, we work together and we come. And it's not only they work for me, I also go and work to each individual houses. Those 20 houses, I go and then I work them, and also they have their harvest, they plant their seed, or do whatever is required for them. So now we can find out that how Burma is practiced. It is like reciprocity. I give, I take, I give, and you take. So it is a relationship of a mutual benefit as well. So we can see Burma is so deeply rooted in Nepalese society, and how especially in the rural area, how Burma has been practiced. We can see Burma, the role of Burma, not just in the field of agriculture, but also in the social aspect, in the economic aspect, in the psychological aspect. In what ways am I saying about the psychological aspect is that whenever we can find that mostly Burma is being followed by women, because the men, they usually go to work outside the village, or they go for foreign migrations, or they do work beyond the village. So the women are the one who actually take care of Burma. So they are the one who is a peace builder in this. We can see, and then there are so many stories during the field. I found that you know, whenever they have some problem or issue in the house, the woman, they used to go to the Burma and they used to cry with the friends. They used to work together, and they used to speak about themselves, how suffering, what kind of suffering they had, and what kind of pain they were bearing, and they used to spill out during the Burma time. So we can see it's not just about, you know, work. It's just about it's also about sharing their emotions, how they have been psychologically, you know. Right now the term we use as a psychological, we say counselor, this and that, but then before there was no such term. They only used to say that, you know, emotionally they were, you know, bounded with each other. They used to share things, how important aspect they has highlighted. We can see the psychological aspect of Burma, we can see the economic, the social, and also the most important part is how it has been helping in conflict resolution. So we can see how Burma is so important in Nepalese society, in connecting people and maintaining the social cohesion. Now I'm passing it to Akash. so that he will continue the presentation more.
Thank you, Alisha, for explaining about Porma. I hope this has helped participant understand about Porma. So now I'll be discussing about the research question that we explored and the major findings of our study. So we particularly explored two questions. The first one is how Porma practices has contributed to peace building at community and individual level at Nuwapur, Nepal, and what are the social, economic, and cultural factors that have affected these practices. So to explore this research question, we adopted qualitative research design, and particularly we employed case studies through purposive sampling method, and the data were analyzed thematically. So moving towards to our finding, we came up with two categories. The first one is Porma and peace building, and the second one is factors that have affected Porma. So to answer the question of how Porma has contributed to peace building, we find that firstly, Porma has helped resolve conflict. So while conflict is inevitable, we find conflict in that community we studied within the community between the individuals, and one of our respondents expressed that he had issues with his neighbor over the land for many years. But while working together as Porma for other households within the community, they came to realize their mistakes. They came to realize the importance of the relationship, and now they are living together in harmony. Not only that, but also the relationship developed through Porma has helped maintain and encouraged negotiation and communication over the community issue. For instance, if there is issue of drinking water in the community, then community members have the tendency to communicate and negotiate rather than resorting to conflict. So likewise, as Alisha mentioned earlier, that Porma has also served as a hub for experience sharing, particularly amongst women members. As Nepal is a highly patriarchal society, and in the context of rural women who are residing in rural areas, they have to face different challenges in their day-to-day lives, and their roles are limited to household chores only. But Porma has provided them the platform to share their everyday experiences with other women. And this has not only helped them to share the emotion, but also helped them to build their relationship, strengthen their bonding. So in the same way, we also find that while walking together, they do not only walk, but also they sing songs. For instance, we find that they sing songs that are related to their everyday experiences, that are related to their struggles. And in specific periods, like during festivals, rice planting festivals, they organize singing and dancing in agriculture field, and they jointly celebrate those festivals. And that has also helped them to strengthen their bonding. So in the same way, we also find that Porma has helped ensure the participation of diverse members of the community. In Nepal, we have a caste-based system, and in the community that we explored, there also exists a caste-based system. But Porma has helped ensure participation of all caste groups, whether that is lower group, higher group, they all comes under one roof to work together to support each other. So this indicates that Porma has promoted the concept of inclusion and also the concept of equality. And next, we find that the relationship built through Porma has helped during crisis. It has been instrumental during crisis, because participants actually explained that Porma is not only limited to agricultural field, but also during disaster, landslide, or any other issues in the community. The relationship that they developed through Porma has been instrumental. And during the earthquake of 2015 in Nepal, as Nepal experienced 7.8 magnitude earthquake, and during the COVID-19, those households that were affected by the crisis were supported by the community members, and community members themselves also engaged themselves in the reconstruction activity of earthquake. So this is how we can see how Burma has contributed to peace building. But there are factors that have been affecting Burma practices, as we find that there has been increasing trend of migration, both internal and international migration, as Nepal is one of the poorest countries in South Asia, and youths particularly are migrating for better opportunities, particularly for foreign labor migration, and some are migrating internally from rural areas to urban areas, and from urban areas to rural foreign labor, foreign countries. And because of such migration, this Burma practices might be undermined, because what participant actually explained that that the newer generation might not able to adapt with these practices, and these practices might be undermined in the coming time period. Next, we also find that there has been the monetization of Burma, because Burma exists. There is no any monetary transaction in Burma, but over the time, people have developed this culture of paying money to those people who come to their work, and it was found that without paying money, people do not come to work for other people, and it has been difficult for people living in rural areas, because they cannot afford money to everyone, and such issues might undermine Burma. So so these are the issues that we explored about how these issues might undermine Burma, and we conclude the role of Burma in community peace building, and also identify factors affecting Burma. But we do also have some limitation, because we have a small sample size, and it was limited to one geographical area. But it is one of the first kind of study that has been conducted in Nepal, and this may lay foundation for further research. So thank you, and we like to also ask for participant thoughts and experiences. If there are similar practices like Burma in your communities, then please you can share. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Akash and Alisha. Yeah, I open it up to the floor. You can unmute and ask your questions or answer their questions, or add it in the chat, and you can chat me privately if you want it anonymous. David has a couple questions in the chat, and I see Heather's hand. So Heather, why don't you go first?
Yes, hi. This is so interesting. Thank you so much for doing this. When I was listening, I kept hearing that it was in the community, and I was wondering if there is a Parma in between communities with so many different groups within Nepal. Is it always singular to, is Parma carried out only inside each individual community amongst those community members, or are there groups, community to community mixing? Because that might be the kind of generalization that would lead to inter-community peace building, right?
If you look from our study, it was only been focused in one community, but while traveling through another rural areas as well, it is also between the community as well. Because not all the villages has a high number of people. So we need more groups of people, because Burma has to be formed as a group. So when there is no group, we need to form a group. So people also get from another community as well, and they work together. It's not from only one community, but it works between the community as well. And also from a different ethnic group, or from sometimes there are more like from the hilly sides, and sometimes it is also from the Tarai region sides, the upper and the lower side, belt sides. The people, they come, they reunite, and they work. Because if you look at the pattern of a Nepalese landscape, we can see there is this base, there is a Tarai, and then there is a hilly, and then there is this Himalayan region, right? So people, they reside also in the hilly region. They also reside in the Tarai region. Those who reside in the hilly region also have land in the Tarai region. They come down and they work together. So it's also between the community. It's not only from the community. So thank you.
Has there
Any
ever been cases where they've seen conflict resolution between communities as a result of karma?
Sorry, please.
Have there been noticeable conflict? Have there been known examples of conflict resolution between communities as a result of Parma or that labor exchange?
There are, well, we have to go further research in these. I can particularly just pick up any issues because it's a very sensitive part. But there are conflict like, like a household conflict. There are many household conflict. Like during Parma, they fall in love with each other. And the men and a woman, they fall in love with each other, and the men, they evolve the woman. And there are so many problems, like, the children are getting orphaned, the children don't have a mother, or they don't have father. So in this kind of community, in this kind of conflicts, during the Parma season, or during this kind of conflict, people, they come, and there is always a head in the community. So they come and they do resolve these issues, but the larger amount of like a major disputes like between the communities and communities, it is more to be explored more. Yeah. So I cannot just pick up any issues, but there has been a really good negotiations during this kind of conflicting issues during Parma. Yes.
I think we could do this Q&A for an hour. It's so interesting. Well, based off of Heather's question, so I was thinking about in Rwanda how the use of labor was used in like reparations for harm done. So I don't know if it's only labor for labor in the context of Parma, that reciprocity, or the labor can be in response to repair a harm done, or if there's other types of exchanges besides labor for labor. That's one of the questions, if you can answer quick, but there's many in the group chat. So
labor to labor, normally it's basically more like labor to labor, because we ask for labor, we give labor. So in between there is very less transaction of any monetary or any kind of other aspects, but it's basically more of a labor to labor exchange in this. And also we can find so many examples, especially during Nuakot visit, we can find that the group of a community from different community, like the Heather asked, between communities, the group of people, the group of a Parma during the group of people from a group of a Parma, they actually used to build a community schools for children's, and also they used to build roads for the community. There are so many examples that they have done the wonderful job to rebuild the society. And they have done many examples, like they used to carry a huge amount of log together, and they used to build school decks, and then decks for the children's, the boards for the children's. And during and especially there is one very interesting case. It is this case of an 80-year-old man. While we were interviewing him, he said that during when he was building the houses, the group of people from Parma, they used to come and they used to work to build the houses, and there was no any monetary transaction. He just need to provide a good feast for them, a really good, sometimes a local chicken, and then they used to cook in a firewood, and then a glass of wine, homemade wine, and they just used to drink, and they just used to enjoy those just simple happiness, very small happiness, but really huge impact in their life. And they used to just have it, and they used to make the house, and they used to also wait for an hour or two just to see whether that the house is been built well. because at that time they used the houses were to be built by the mud, by the red mud, stone. There was no any kind of cement. There were no any concrete things that you could be used to build the house. So they used to at least sit for an hour and two, and they used to look whether everything is done well or no. So we can see that how they used to go beyond any kind of tradition as well. They used to go and work in their household. They used to go build community. They used to go build roads for development in the community. So there are so many roles that Parma has actually played, and especially in Nepal context, Parma has been a really huge part of a society.
So in addition, so to answer the question asked by Naomi, so in the earlier period, there used to be labor to labor exchange, but over the time there has evolved the caste-based system, because people only want to work for money. So, and there has been also argument that not with the change in time, as things has been expensive and people have to also run their livelihood. So people do not can always work voluntarily for labor to labor exchange. So they also require cash to run their livelihood as well. There has been some argument like this, but this labor to labor exchange system has been slowly and gradually being replaced by the caste-based system, as well as we find in our study as well.
Thank you. There's many people in the chat commenting, kind of, visioning what does this look like in the US? What can it look like? There's like Amish and Mennonite and other kind of more close-knit communities in the US that have this concept in like barn raisings and things like that. Hopefully Lena and David will allow me to add to your questions, because I was thinking on the same wavelength of what does it look like when there's an individualized community like there is in the US? Because I'm trying to interpret the questions right, but yeah, you were kind of mentioning in the presentation that as communities spread out and kids move to other places and things like that, it's putting pressure and decreasing the role of Parma in society. So I was wondering, what are your thoughts on that, as far as how well it works if a society is more individualized, and how would you move back to that as the pressures are kind of pulling it away, and how would you be able to build that trust in communities that don't really have Parma already as standard?
Could you please repeat again?
Yeah, I think I added my own interpretation to it. But I'll read the questions directly. So how do you think Parma might work in the US? And maybe you don't know. Maybe that's an open question. And then another question is, have you found that Parma is less strong in larger communities that you studied versus smaller communities?
So we have only explored in the context of Nepal, but I think there are also some practices in the US as well, as practiced by the communities in the US, I hope. But we have only explored this in a small community, and for larger communities, I think we have to examine how strong it will be in the larger community. I think we have to go for quantitative studies, and for now, I think it requires for the studies to come up with such response. So,
can I ask a follow-up question? Because I was going to say, you said that you studied some communities that were larger than others. And so you said the ones that were smaller would have to work with other communities, right, in order to all meet the needs. So I'm wondering, is it stronger in smaller communities? You studied lots of different communities. So did you find that Parma was stronger among small communities and less strong? That's my theory, that it's less strong the bigger the community gets. That's my theory.
Okay. Yes, that was the interesting question, but we did not explore this and this might be the lesson for us to incorporate this interesting insight for the further research on Parma as well.
What was the biggest community that you studied?
So especially these while we were studying during Bidur municipality in Nuwakot, especially in the ethnic group, we found it more stronger, because normally if we look at the pattern also of the caste system, we can find that the higher caste, they resides on the urban area. They resides on the urban area. So in the urban area, people are actually, they are migrating very much, because the children, they don't want to practice agriculture, because they want a good life, they want, very modern life, so they resides to the larger city. So the children, they are not following the traditions of Parma, or either they are practicing agriculture. So one, they are left behind are the people from the rural area. They are, especially these people are from the ethnic minority or the ethnic groups. So these people, they do most of the Parmas, and also those caste group system who resides on the rural area, they do practice Parma very strongly. So these are two differences we found during the research. So also, if we go and visit to another places in Nepal, especially in the rural areas, we can find people doing Parma, because there is no way they don't do it, because they have to do it Parma. So they follow Parma, but those cities that are closer, those villages that are closer to the cities area, they don't normally practice Parma, because they don't want that life.
So there's more data on rural versus urban than like the size.
Yeah.
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 Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and the question that you asked about how can we in-depth the education to the children is that we see, if we live on similar kind of environment, like we share those traditions since the childhood, we can give them that knowledge. But what if they are migrating so fast? What if they want another life? How can we provide this kind of knowledge? Because they are not there to understand that knowledge. They have to see to understand the knowledge. So that is one big issues, especially in context of Nepal. That is one bigger issues, that there is very less chance to provide this kind of knowledge, to transfer this kind of knowledge to the children, so that tomorrow they can follow this tradition, and they can give this tradition, this knowledge back to another generation. So Parma is in, like my friend said, it is being undermined.
Thank you, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have just a quick question about the Nepalese diaspora, immigrants. Do these folks, I have no way if you've studied this or familiar with, I just thought I'd ask, do they ever react, letters home or other information, comment on maybe this absence of community, this absence of Parma that they might find when they do leave? Is it something that's very noticeable to them? I just thought I'd ask that.
Could you please again repeat it?
Sure.
Couldn't understand. Yeah.
So when people leave Nepal and they're leaving for better lives, as you said, they want to find better lives, do they often comment on the absence of Parma and how this is something that really strikes them as odd, different, unique? Do they miss it? I guess that's what I'm asking.
I think what I found when I was interviewing the youth, they don't miss at all because they don't care about PERMA, because they don't want that. If they had care about PERMA, if they had understand how important the PERMA is, they would never migrate. They would never want that kind of life. That means they don't want to understand agriculture. They don't want to understand PERMA, because for them, since the childhood, it's like, they've been looking at this thing, and for them, that's quite normal. That's not a big deal. Okay, we can handle like this. For them, they are just like, no way, it's okay. But if we look from up top of it, we can find that it is being undermined. But these children, I think there is very least for them to think about PERMA, because they don't want this life. That
No,
they're
but
simple.
So what Joel has questioned, I think, in addition to what Alisha has answered, I think because PERMA is just the perform PERMA just for the subsistence to run their livelihood within the community. But with the change in time, if we see from the modernization theory, then people have different aspiration, and they want something better than subsistence only. And that situation, as in the context of Nepal, there is poverty and unemployment. So they just do not just can only rely on PERMA to run their livelihood. So they are migrating for abroad for various purposes, and particularly for better lives. And because of that situation, they have been migrating, and such practices have been undermined at the same time.
Thank you both. We're going to close with this one last question, which I think is kind of on the same vein, which is, you already answered that PERMA is labor for labor, but has it only been in the context of manual labor, that is like farming, building, maybe cooking or things like that, or has it gotten into like intellectual labor, technology work, and things like that? And if it hasn't, then do you imagine that it could exist in that realm, or it's very dependent on it being land work?
So initially it was just limited to agricultural work previously in the earlier period, but coming to the present period, PERMA can be found in different sectors, and while it is only limited to rural areas, there is lesser chances to find such aspects of technology as sharing technology, but people have been doing PERMA in economically as well, sharing economic resources to community members, as well as foods and other vital resources during the crisis as well. But there exist very less aspects of technology in the context of rural areas. And in addition, I think Alisha would add some.
Following him, in the technological aspect, we have to study more on that. I could not answer it easily, but yes, PERMA is in depth in community, especially in the household activities. Like I said, from the rituals, from birth to of the cycle, from the birth to death. So in the middle of the cycle also, people are very deeply involved in PERMA. And so it is also engraved during agricultural season and beyond agricultural season as well. So yes, PERMA is there, but in the technical or technological aspect, right now we could not see any kind of signs in there.
Thank you. Well, fascinating conversation. We're gonna wrap it up to respect everyone's time, but really thank you for your hard work, and I'll hand it back to David.
Thank you, Naomi. And if we can stop sharing the screen, that would be great. That was a fascinating conversation, Akash and Alisha. I really appreciate it. It really got me to think about what creates cohesive societies, right? And the sharing of labor, something that labor is very sacred. We often have monetized it when we shouldn't have monetized it. And I think we've capitalized it, capitalism, when we shouldn't have capitalized. I mean, you're talking also arguments against basic notions of capitalism, which I think have some you're standing on good ground, I think, to make the argument here. There are other ways of doing it. So thank you. Give them a round of applause for that. So a couple things before we end up. I am going to I am launching a really quick poll that I want you, oh no, this is it. What have you, oh no, I didn't put hold on, let me end that poll. I'm gonna start over again. I think I created it wrong. Hold on. Let me add a poll because I wanted you to put one thing you learned. And let me start over and let me do it. Sorry, one thing you learned. Short answer. Okay. All right. It says poll number 5. But just put in one thing that you learned today would be really great. Just a concept, a notion, an idea, something you're taking away with, something you didn't know beforehand. That would be really helpful to us at the Forward Center. I want to thank everybody for spending their Friday with us. I think for some of you, Alisha and Akash, it is 11 p.m., 12 a.m., 1 a.m. What time is it where you are?
So it is now almost 3 a.m. in Nepal morning.
3 in the morning. So
yes,
for spending time with us at 3 a.m. in Nepal. We are going to, this has been recorded. It will be archived. It will be freely accessible in about 2 weeks so people can share it about. And that'll be a wonderful thing for many of you. We are now done for the day. Once you finish your poll question, I've only got one person who's answered the question so far. So I'd like to get a few more people answering the question if they can. Next week, we will start at 10 a.m. Eastern. We're starting a little earlier. So I want to remind you of that. Also, we need to start a little bit earlier because we're going to start with Tony Jenkins, who's going to talk about peace pedagogy with us. He is really the most knowledgeable person I know about peace education. We're going to talk about the art of peace building. We're actually going to go to Spain, and there is an organization in Spain that does a art contest, peace building art contest, and they're going to show some of the artwork. We're going to talk some of the artwork, so we're going to do something a little artsy next week. Michael Collins from the Global Peace Index is going to talk to us today, next week, about the work. I always bring in somebody from the Institute of Economics and Peace to kind of talk about current trends. We're going to have some other community college, just like Naomi. I've got 2 other community college people starting community college ended up at the Carter School talking about their experiences. We're going to have a session on storytelling. Alison Tripp, is going to talk about using storytelling for peace building. We're going to travel, just like we traveled to Nepal. We're going to travel to the Africa Great Lakes region and look at peace building in Africa. And finally, we're going to end up in Hawaii. So the end of the day next week, but it's not a vacation. So I don't want to get anybody excited. Well, I guess you could take your vacation in Hawaii, but this is really, we're going to talk to someone who lives in Maui, who's going to talk about what happened in Lahaina and how the Lahainan community is coping and responding to what happened after the Maui fires there. And she is actually a native and a resident and an academic who'll talk about what's going on. So the end of the day tomorrow, next week we'll end up in Hawaii. You'll get and I'm going to create some space next week to talk a little bit about Gaza and Israel. So I'm going to figure out what we can move around so we can have a little conversation. I want you to think about what's going on in your own campuses and your own spaces. That would be really useful for next week. And then I'll be in touch with you by email in the interim. So thank you all. I think only one person answered this question about what they learned.
The poll disappeared.
Like really?
30 seconds after, yeah.
Oh, should I send it again? Stop sharing, relaunch. Okay, we'll clear existing because I've relaunched it again. Okay, maybe if you could take a minute. Do you still see it, Naomi? Okay. Somehow I must have erased it. So if you can put in just one thing you learned, one concept, one notion, that would be really good. No one has done it yet. I got one answer, 2 answers. There are 13 of you. It'd be great to get 13 answers. 3 answers. Seven answers. We're going to go to 13. Let's see if we can get to 13. Just one thing. Notion, concept, awareness. Something you're taking away. Something that's different about when you started your day, besides being tired and having a lot of coffee. We're at 9. Well, let's get to 13. Kind of stuck on 9. Maybe we're stuck on 9. I'll leave it at 9 then. All right, I'm going to end the poll and I'll share the results. And it looks like I'm sharing the results, so you should be able to see the results. So
It
right.
just shows 100% answered.
Oh, that was 100%, right? Okay, great. All right, thank you all. Have a wonderful week. Have a wonderful weekend. I hope you're doing something fun for the weekend. Enjoy yourself, relax, enjoy, and I will see you, Naomi, and I will see you next week. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I think the people who have not checked out may be people who just left it open. Let me check them out, though. I'm going to do that just to, let's see. How do I check them? Can I kick them out? I should stop recording.